Good morning. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for May 30th, 2024 to order and acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. All those present in the chamber and in the gallery, please rise if you are able. And we'll hear from Councillor Eadie, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to take a little liberty today, and it's more of a reflection of some thoughts I've had. As you all know, my mother passed away on May the 8th, and it brings to mind for me the thought of, and you know, she had some good times in her life, and but it reminds me, and we have to think about this because there's many women out there where there's family breakdown and addictions, alcoholism. And it can be very difficult when that family breaks down and a mom has to step up and take care of everything, when she's relied so much on the man that she married and helped her make her kids. And so when I ask people to reflect, when we hear about the problems that we hear out on the street, there's many instances of family breakdown. And there are youth and there are women, they're all struggling. Today, we're in the 70s when my mother was experiencing the most difficult time of her life. There really wasn't any women's centers around. Today there is. And so I reflect on these kind of things when we consider some of the very serious issues that we have to deal with as a city council and that we have to work with our other partners to resolve. Now my mother left me some instructions. And she went up to the Spirit in the Sky on May 8th. And she asked me, and I will start by just acknowledging, she never missed a city council meeting since Councillor Sharma and I were elected in 2010. And she listened to every meeting, even if they're really long. And she wanted me to express her thanks to Councillor Schreier, Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Mays, Councillor Allard, and Councillor Lukes. She spent a lot of time listening to us debate and discuss the issues, and she appreciated especially the bombastic Councillor Wyatt. Anyway, another instruction that was left, and I'm not going to sing the whole song, but the other instruction was on her where she was dying, and she was saying she wanted to pass on to the Spirit in the Sky. She looked at me, and I could hear the smile on her face, and she says, "Ross, it's just like the song. When I die and they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. When I lay me down to die, I'm going on up to the Spirit in the sky. Going on up to the Spirit in the sky. That's where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best." Mom, it's done.
Thank you.
Well done. And she's watching this meeting.
Ross, it's Janice. Hug.
Thank you.
Councillor Eadie, our deepest condolences from Winnipeg City Council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Barwadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt.
We have 2 pages with us today. Please welcome Ko-On Lee from McColl Secondary Oak Park High School, who resides in the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood Ward, and Kosi Uday from Collège St. Norbert Collegiate, who resides in the St. Norbert Seine River Ward. Thank you for joining council today and serving. We'll move on into morning announcements. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think on behalf of all of us, first of all, through you, want to express our appreciation to Councillor Eadie for that very powerful and poignant reflection on his mother and the impact she's had. And I'm sure she's watching this council meeting too. So there we go. May her memory be a blessing. Last week, on behalf of all of us, I was excited to announce a Winnipeg 150 Medal program. The Winnipeg 150 Medals, celebrating our 150th anniversary as a city, will be awarded to 150 Winnipeggers who've made positive contributions to our community. So to everybody, please nominate friends and neighbors and colleagues who've made and are making a significant impact on our great city. Whether through their volunteer work, community leadership, or other forms of service, these individuals deserve to be celebrated. Recipients of the Winnipeg 150 Medal will receive a medal and will be planting a tree in their honor as well in a city park at a ceremony later this year. To nominate someone, residents can visit our website and submit a nomination online by July 15th of this year. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of former City Councillor Jay Eadie. Jay Eadie served as a councillor for former Deer Lodge Ward from 1980 to 1992, then as councillor for the St. James Ward from 1992 to 2006. And my condolences to Rhoda, his wife, Donna, his daughter, his other family members and friends. When I first was considering running for office in 2014 in St. James, I called Jay Eadie, and all through my time in office as councillor, I spoke to Jay regularly. When I was deciding to run for mayor, I spoke to Jay and always appreciated his wisdom and advice. Jay Eadie, in fact, was very involved also in the Federation of Canadian Municipalities over the years, and I think for a time was president of FCM as well. So, and of course, for many years was former Speaker, Madam Speaker, of this chamber. I did attend Jay's funeral recently, and so on behalf of all of us, we express our condolences to his wife and family. Every year, the Pride Winnipeg kicks off with the festival with the raising of the Pride flag at City Hall. Many of you joined me and others to continue this important tradition last Friday and stand in solidarity with the 2S LGBTQ+ community. It was great to see so many of you there, and I want to thank the board and the staff of Pride Winnipeg for all they do to advocate for a vibrant and inclusive Winnipeg for everyone who lives here. Congratulations to Bartley Kivas on being named, yes, the best local reporter at the Canadian Screen Awards on Tuesday. It was wonderful to see Bartley's dedication to journalistic excellence being recognized, in fact winning the award as best local reporter in all of Canada. So well-deserved, Bartley. Today is World Multiple Sclerosis Day, World MS Day. I took part in the MS Walk on Sunday at Kildonan Park. It was a great event with a very large crowd. I think over 600 or 700 people were involved. And tonight, the Esplanade Real and Winnipeg sign will be lit red in recognition of World MS Day. Finally, 2 last comments. The congratulations to the Sea Bears on their sold-out home opener last Friday. For anyone that was there, I know there were a few councillors there, including Councillor Rollins. The energy at Canada Life Centre was electric, and it was a great start to the season. Someone had said to me it felt like the final of the championship game, not just the opening game. And so because we've won on the target score. So if you have a chance to support the Sea Bears, let's do that. All the best to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who have their last preseason game on Friday night and then their home opener next week. Finally, this. Yesterday was honored to be involved on behalf of all of us in an announcement, a media event that highlighted the success of the WAVE program, which of course provides transit rides for those in the community that need accessibility transit services. That is a pilot project that most of this council that was here in the last term supported, and it has gone better than we could have ever imagined. And this year, in fact, we're on track to probably have about 20,000 rides that are serviced by accessible taxis. The pilot project is on budget, and as I said, it's been just a great success. So looking forward to our public service bringing forward a report that they will be in time coming forward recommending that we make the project a permanent service. But what it's done is it's really, in many ways, more so made it much easier for those that have mobility challenges or use wheelchairs to get access to transit, or to not only to transit service, but especially to taxi services in short order, so they don't have to wait hours and hours for a ride. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Final speaker is Councillor Dobson.
Thank you very much. As many of you are aware, we had Doors Open Winnipeg last weekend. This event showcases Winnipeg's unique heritage, architecture, and rich history. Doors Open Winnipeg 2024 was a huge success, even though Saturday was a little bit chilly. I would like to thank Heritage Winnipeg for putting this on, as well as all the hosts, sponsors, volunteers, and all the people that took the time to come and participate in this two-day event. I know many of us look forward to Doors Open event next year in 2025, and I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. We have a condolence motion for former City Councillor Jay Eadie. As the Mayor stated, former Councillor Eadie made an indelible mark on municipal politics here at the City of Winnipeg. He was a statesman, and he served as the very first Speaker of Winnipeg City Council. Madam Clerk, will you read the motion into the record?
Moved by Councillor Dobson, seconded by Councillor Duncan, that Council place on record its profound sorrow at the death of former Councillor William J. Eadie, which occurred on April 29th, 2024. J. Eadie served as councillor in the St. James Brooklands Ward, formerly known as Deer Lodge and St. James Wards, in the Assiniboia community from October 22nd, 1980 to October 2002. This council extends to J. Eadie's family its deepest sympathy and condolences in their bereavement.
Thank you. Please rise if you are able for a moment of silence. We have a condolence motion for Irene Jeanette Eadie, mother of Councillor Ross Eadie, Deputy Speaker. Madam Clerk, please read the motion into the record.
Moved by Councillor Schreier, seconded by Councillor Sharma, that Council place on record its profound sorrow at the death of Irene Jeanette Eadie, née Riley, mother of Councillor Ross Eadie, which occurred on May 8th, 2024. This council extends to Ross Eadie and his family its deepest sympathy and condolences in their bereavement.
Thank you. Please rise if you are able for a moment of silence. Councillor Duncan, will you move the minutes of the meeting held on April 25th, 2024 be taken as read and confirmed?
So moved.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Our first delegation is Mr. Chris Lawrence, President and CEO of the Manitoba Heavy Construction Association. He's in opposition to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, the notice of motion regarding purchase of new and modern asphalt plant technology to fight potholes. He's here with us in person. Welcome to you. We'll have 10 minutes on the clock, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I express my deep regrets and condolences to Councillor Eadie and his family and Councillor Ross Eadie. I appreciate the opportunity this morning of speaking to item number 1. To respond to the assertions within the motion, I believe that offering you the weight of fact is the most useful approach. Most, if not all, of the information I share today is public, and the facts which follow disabuse the motion of merit, especially assertions that the city is paying too much for less than quality responsive service in the tendering to the private sector for the production and supply of hot mix asphalt for patching and paving. The city semi-annually tenders to the private sector for the production and delivery of roughly 30,000 tons of hot mix asphalt for paving. The tender is typically advertised in the winter, and it is the lowest qualifying bidder that is awarded the contract. And the city also tenders for hot mix asphalt for patching, with quantities rising from 2,700 tons in 2019 to 5,000 tons in 24. As to price, a review of the 3 tenders for the hot mix asphalt for paving in 1922 and 23 shows a competitive range of bids for the roughly 30,000 tons. In 23, 5 bids. The lowest winning bid was $2.5 million. In 22, 5 bids, the lowest bid was $2.2, and in 2019, 5 bids, the lowest was $2 million. A review of tenders for the hot mix asphalt for patching, 2019, 21, 22, and 24, shows again a similarly competitive range. In 24, 3 bids, the winning bid was $461,000 for 5,000 tons. In 22, 4 bids, the winning bid was $287,000, but for 3,300 tons. In 21, I couldn't find the bid documents on Merckx, but the award was apparently split between 2 contractors totaling $207,000 for 2,700 tons. And in 2019, 3 bids, the winning bid was $216,000 for 2,700 tons. All in, the city purchased hot mix asphalt for patching in 2019 for $80 a ton, and in 24 for $92 a ton, a 15% increase over a 5-year period. And all in, the city purchased hot mix asphalt for paving in 2019 for $61 a ton, and in 23 for $81 a ton, a 32% increase over 5 years. Keep in mind that the above per ton price includes input costs. In 23, that included roughly $45 per ton for asphalt oil and $25 per ton for aggregate, plus production, and in the case of paving, transportation costs. The costs to industry from the pandemic on, and especially in 22, reflect the significant rise in the cost of fuel oil, aggregates, and equipment. Anyone aware of how global and market prices have skyrocketed would see the impact not just on this industry, but the entire economy. So the notion that pricing is exorbitant to feed significant profit margins is not evidenced in fact. The city, in fact, purchases hot mix asphalt benefiting by a competitive market. How? It's the economies of scale which create efficiencies. Industry over the long haul has invested in plant, workforce development, market opportunities, and is therefore producing a significant volume of asphalt. Cumulatively, the capacity exceeds 1 million tons per year for its diverse business profiles for a much broader market. In other words, the cost is shared across a much greater volume of production, and this creates mass production and therefore efficiencies of scale. To the motion, the suggestion that the city is at the mercy of an industry that in the last 5 years has seen consolidation and therefore reduced competition. Again, some facts. One company, Darco, was sold to a competitor when the owner retired. One company closed its operations, Borland. Two companies entered the hot mix market, Wintec and Bayview. There are now a total of 6 suppliers in the market, and those are Bayview, Wintec, Bituminex, Maple Leaf, Nelson River, and Asphalt Tech. And for a market of the city size, that is healthy competition. Now to the point of inflation. We've heard repeatedly some startling assertions about the inflation in the heavy construction industry. Earlier this year, it was stated in these chambers that, quote, the cost of construction has gone up in the last 30 years 10 times higher than the income of the taxpayers that pay for it, end quote. This chamber was given no facts, no data to verify this claim. In fact, Stats Canada disproves the assertion. Using Stats Canada income of individuals table released in May 23 and the Hanscom calculator, one of Canada's leading construction cost consultants, based on StatsCan data about changes in construction material and labor costs, the cost of non-residential construction has increased about 3.6 times more than the median incomes in Winnipeg over the most recent 30-year period, for which data is available. 3.6 times over 30 years, not the alleged 10 times. The above assessment in much greater detail was provided to the councillor who made the above higher multiple assertions by a taxpayer who happened to be watching the proceedings. Further, the city's 2023 Economic, Demographic, and Fiscal Outlook Report own calculation of construction inflation in Manitoba, again, based on Stats Canada data, states that from 1982 to 2022, it averaged at about 3% per year, and this includes the 12.3% rate in 22 factors and prices to which were alluded to earlier. And back to the accusation that Winnipeg is at the mercy of the private sector, which gives priority to its own need for asphalt ahead of city needs. Again, facts suggest otherwise. Contracts require timely demand, supply, and delivery through the use of liquidated damages. For delay of supply, the penalty is $200 per day. For city trucks not loaded within 30 minutes of their arrival, a penalty of $85 for every 30 minutes of delay. Before considering the motion to reestablish a plant, some contextual, historical, factual information to be mindful of. Purchasing a mobile asphalt plant sounds attractive, but I'm advised by industry that the plants illustrated in the photos accompanying the motion would not have the capacity to provide and produce the volumes of asphalt for paving, only for patching. To include paving capacity, the city would in addition require land, zoned M3, storage silos essential for patching operations, fuel tanks, power units, ability to incorporate recycled asphalt and shingles, and a mobile truck scale. The estimated capital cost to acquire, set up, and permit a plant to produce the required tonnage, about 150 tons per hour, would be more than $5 million. And this does not include annual staffing, operating, and maintenance costs. But there's more. As noted earlier, the majority of the per ton cost of production is in the aggregates and asphalt emulsions, and these too would have to be purchased through the market, subject to the same competition and price pressures faced by everybody else in the market. As I've mentioned, the competitive pricing from the private sector is gained through efficiencies of scale. And I finally remind you, thank you.
Mr. Mayor moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Thank you. And I finally remind you, as a lesson learned of the city's last attempt to establish a special operating agency for the supply of aggregates already then available from the private sector. Against informed caution and advice, former Mayor Murray's council established an SOA to extract aggregates in a pit in the arm of Springfield for civic needs. After approximately 3 years of operation, the city lost an estimated $7 million. No one was held accountable. The pit was ultimately offered for sale and purchased by the private sector. Today, it continues to compete profitably in the market. Please, don't make the same mistake. I urge you to reject the recommendations and defeat the motion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. We do have questions. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Former Councillor Chris Lawrence. Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor.
I want to just rise, thanks to the leadership of Councillor Schreier in this chamber, who has been extremely consistent with regards to his assertion over the last number of years about construction inflation and the ongoing issues that poses to our ability to fix the roads. Thanks to his leadership on this and his consistency on it, it's actually come full circle where he is being proven right over and over and over again now on that issue, where it was one of the main topics in the last finance meeting for discussion, where all the members of the finance committee weighed in on the issue, except Councillor Schreier, who didn't have to, because everybody was speaking about the need to address the problem. And to his credit, he has been raising this issue over and over and over again. And so I want to ask the question. You mentioned the assertion made by Councillor Schreier being that it was 10 times over the last 30 years. Construction inflation has gone about 10 times higher than the growth of income of Canadians. Even at 3.6 times, that's equal to 360% above. Would you agree with that?
I'm not going to get into a calculation discussion. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor.
That's 360%.
Through to Councillor Wyatt. I'm not going to get into a calculation discussion with you. I have cited an excerpt of communication that was provided to Councillor Schreier by a taxpayer who happened to be in the chambers, happened to be watching the debate, happened to hear Councillor Schreier, and wrote to him. The numbers are what the numbers are.
I appreciate the response, and respectfully, though, we listened a lot about tones, and you had a lot of detail on the percentages on tones, but 3.6% is 360% above what Canadians' income has grown over the last 30 years. Is that not a significant number to your own statistics that you quoted, sir? With all due respect, is that not a concern?
3.6 times is a lot when you look at it as a single number. We're talking about a 30-year period, Councillor. Have a look at what the minimum wages were, what the median wages were 30 years ago, what they are today. Have a look at what the cost of housing was 30 years ago and what the cost of housing is today. Have a look at what the cost of groceries, chocolate bars, might have been 30 years ago and what they are today. Please, let's be realistic and real when we're talking about the impacts of cost increases in inflation, how they are sourced and how they are managed and how they can be better managed.
I think Canadians would
Final
be more.
question.
Final question. I think Canadians would be more than happy to get a 360% increase on their income today, knowing the issues of affordability that they're facing. My final question, Madam Speaker, is are you aware that our own Director of Public Works last August said one of the biggest challenges we face now is the fact that we do not have any access to aggregate on our own, and the price of aggregate is set by the private sector, and the fact that we sold the pits, as you mentioned, is one of the greatest challenges that the city is facing in terms of inflationary costs. That is the words of our own Public Works Director. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the meeting. I'm not aware of any comments that the director made, so I'm not going to give any credence to a summary of a discussion at which I was not present. But I will ask you, are you aware of the effort?
Councillor,
Oh, too bad.
I've got it. Mr. Lawrence, your opportunity to answer questions today.
Sorry.
You've had your question period here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Councillor Schreier?
Thank you very much. The discussion continues more than ever, which is, I guess, the point of being in council and discussing these really important issues when it comes to the increasing burden on the taxpayer to the extent that we have to raise every tax, fine, fee, levy, and rate and actually reduce services for certain aspects of inflation. Not everything. I don't know where to start. There are so many questions, but I'm so glad we're here today. Can our delegate tell us, between the time when we first built the first Red River floodway and then about 30 years later when we redredged and doubled, I guess, the capacity of the Red River floodway, can he tell us what the difference in the cost of moving 1 ton of earth was?
I have no idea.
Okay, no idea. Okay. No idea what the change was in the contract for what it took to move. The first River floodway, the biggest construction project in the world, was right here in Winnipeg, Manitoba at that time. 30 years later, we doubled the capacity, but we don't know what the stats are in terms of. I'm relying on this stuff when I come to these perspectives, and people have offered me this information. I'm very grateful for those people from the construction industry. Another question: Can we be told for how long and when Winnipeg owned its own asphalt and gravel quarries? It wasn't just under Glen Murray.
You know, I've been around, oh, sorry, Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Schreier. I've been around, but I wasn't here for the first City Council meeting, so I can't tell you when the city got involved in the business of producing asphalt. What I can tell you from very high-level recollection is that the city got out of business because it was losing money, because it was benefiting by a competitive market, because its own taxpayers were making risk investment in plant operation, workforce, and market development, which makes sense.
Second question.
Sure. I think earlier on our representative said he was talking about 1922 and 23. I assume he meant 100 years later. A lot has happened in the last 100 years in terms of costs of construction. In terms of the way in which we use calculations to decide what is the rate of inflation compared to what is Canadians' wealth, I put mine in the Winnipeg Free Press, a full-page ad in the Winnipeg Free Press and in my election pamphlet. So my sources also come from Statistics Canada. I use the Standard Industrial Wage Index in terms of increases in wealth, because it's my understanding that when we equate wealth in general in this country, 80% of the wealth goes to the top 20%. When my calculations are being contradicted, is it being taken into consideration that over 80% of the wealth is being...
Is this related to an asphalt plant or not?
I'm related to his comments regarding the calculations.
Councillor Schreier, the specific question, please, regarding the topic.
Sure. In terms of the calculations that were presented this morning, relative directly to that, relative directly to the comments made as well, which were allowed by Councillor Wyatt. When these calculations are made in terms of calculating the wealth and the affordability of taxpayers and Canadians to afford through their taxes,
Question.
increased construction costs, is it understood?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I appreciate Councillor Schreier's passion and work towards this, Madam Speaker, but the second question has no preamble.
Yes.
And I'm hearing a very long preamble.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Right to
Thank
the
you.
question, 5 seconds, please.
Is it understood in these calculations that over 80% of the wealth is acquired by, increase in wealth is acquired by 20% of Canadians?
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if I said 1922, I apologize. I obviously meant 2022, is my answer.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor, there was a question here. Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Edie.
Sure. This is a did you know? Did you know I am just so tired of hearing such a debate on what the construction industry is doing that's supposedly ripping off citizens, what the Home Builders Association is doing, ripping off home builders or ripping off the public. We are a city of 750, 800,000. We are a province of 1.2, 1.4. We all have to work together. And I want to just say I appreciate that the construction industry is a partner in building our city, that the home builders are a partner, the developers are a partner in building our city. And we've got procurement methods, we've got ways to keep costs competitive.
Councillor Lukes, the question about the asphalt plant.
Yeah, good point. So yes, I am not supportive of the asphalt plant because I think we're doing a competitive job. Did you know that?
Anyone saying that the construction industry is being ripping off Winnipeggers? I've certainly never said they've been ripping off taxpayers. I'm saying we've got an unsustainable
Thank you,
construct.
Councillor Schreier. Noted. Mr. Lawrence to respond.
I am aware. Thank you, Councillor Lukes.
Councillor Edie. Councillor Wyatt moves extension of 5 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Councillor
wanna hear
Edie,
more from me?
followed by, there's another.
I'm a responsible person, Madam Speaker, being the Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just have one real simple question to ask in Mr. Lawrence's presentation, Madam Speaker. I hear a lot of discussion of making profit. So my question is, does the delegation believe that a government entity should be operating to make profit?
Well, that's a very high-level policy question that begs a much broader discussion because you need to, first of all, determine that the nature of the hypothetical business is an area of business endeavor in which government should, in the first place, be involved. I don't believe that that case has even been highlighted or raised in the context of the motion in front of you, and that Council has had asked and answered that question many times in the past. There is no civic operation, regardless of its nature, that should be operating, particularly when it's providing a service at a loss. There should be the ability of each civic operation to establish revenue streams and sources to fund the operation of the service being provided. There will be examples. For instance, you're not going to, through user fees, collect the revenues that you need to operate a park because that's a core service, a function that the city provides. Similarly, social services. But by and large, the operation of departments that are providing services should at minimum be revenue neutral.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to our delegation, is the delegation aware that jurisdiction after jurisdiction across Western Europe, Scandinavia, and parts of Canada, municipalities are involved in asphalt production and construction with the private sector, and the sky hasn't fallen? Is the delegation aware of that?
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Wyde, I'm sure Councillor Wyde is aware that there exists a construction branch within the city of Winnipeg.
With all due
Second
respect,
question.
that was the lawyer's answer.
Right into the question.
I'll ask the question again. We have a construction division, but is it not fair to say that we are not in the construction business anymore because we got out of the asphalt business? We got out of pretty well all the road construction that we used to do. And that unlike other jurisdictions in North America and in Western Europe and Scandinavia, Northern Europe, that they successfully work together with the private sector, but they have their own construction divisions, including asphalt plants.
Is the speaker aware of that?
Again, Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Wyde, there are any variety of service delivery models. The model that has worked successfully for the city of Winnipeg recognizes that where the private sector is engaged in providing robust and competitive services, and the service discussed is not a core function, not a core service delivery of the entity. The entity, in this case, the city of Winnipeg, doesn't become involved. The city does have a construction branch that does provide construction services. There is a bit of a both public and private sector model within the city of Winnipeg, and it appears to be working relatively well.
It's on the terms of the private sector right now. But my last question, Madam Speaker, is the Speaker aware that a lot of those jurisdictions have a far better condition of their infrastructure than Winnipeg's state of affairs right now, in light of our massive infrastructure deficit and state of our roads and underground services, that we have one of the largest infrastructure deficits as a city in this country? Is the Speaker aware of that, or the delegation aware of
Thank
that?
you. Mr. Lawrence?
Madam Speaker, yes, 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 and yes. And we have how many times in this chamber, at how many budget meetings, at how many presentations, in how many discussions, in how many submissions encouraged this council, the provincial government, the AMM, the Winnipeg Metropolitan Region, to get on with the business of shaping a new fiscal deal.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. That concludes question period.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. And I still like the two, even though I don't agree with the motion. Thank you.
Next, we have two delegations in opposition to item 3 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services, May 8th report regarding South Winnipeg Recreation Campus, the new Recreation Centre budget status. The first delegate is Tom Scott, who's joining us in person. And next is Sandra Dupuis. We'll have 10 minutes on the clock. Is Tom Scott with us? Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Clarification. I don't want to be disrespectful, but is the question supposed to be put forward to you, to the councillor?
That's correct, through the chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will do my best to respect that.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, I'm here in opposition to the increase in funding to the South Winnipeg Recreation Centre, as I feel that it is treating other communities very unfairly. The city is providing one community with an excess of resource of funding and planning that has not been equally given to other communities. That the administration suggests to scale back the project to remove the additional funding while still is providing unfair treatment to other communities, I think is acceptable, with all the planning and that has gone into the project in the first place. To provide a new community with a project of this size, which is years from being complete, while denying other communities with amenities that can provide service for a fraction of the cost, is unfair. Now, I do preference and base these comments on my past experience with council here and with the city's planning and the way they do things. I feel that there are a lot of opportunities in the city to give every community a better and fair treatment of being handled with the city. The city is very disrespectful in many ways. We are looking at 21 or 23 million, I forget what it is, in a project that is years down the road, and the city can't contribute $100,000 to a project that is viable for the next number of years. It's very unfair. It's very unequal to the communities. The city's view on equality is to deny a community something so that it brings it down to the other levels of the communities instead of bringing the other communities up. And that is one reason why I feel that the first part of the budget to this should go forward, because they should be brought up to a degree, not at the total expense of other communities. Now, I also feel that the amount of planning that's gone into this has not been fair to other communities. Our project that everyone here knows that we were fighting for was based on information that was maybe 15 years old or was misled. We were told that there was water issues, water table issues, and we just found out that there was a report in 2020, and I must say that we had a hard time getting any information. Contrary to the open government policy that the public service is supposed to share information. But we just came across through a FIPA request, engineer report that said that the water table level, and this report was done in 20, and it said the water table there at Happy Land Pool had no impact whatsoever, and in fact the water table has been lowering every year. So that's not an issue. We do not know why one community is treated so graciously in funding and in resources and other things when other communities throughout the city, I'm sure that every community here wouldn't mind $23 million for their community, for their ward to do things. We don't want 23 million. We want 100,000. And we don't see where that's equitable treatment and fair and just and honest treatment. So we do oppose this. I guess that's basically, I'm not going to go into the number of times that the city in their reports has equality and equitability and partnership and collaboration and everything else that they haven't shown to us. But so that will be my report.
Thank you, Tom Scott. We will take questions momentarily. If you'd like to stay on the bench, and we'll call you back. Next, we have Sandra Dupuis in opposition to the same item, and she will be appearing in person. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me speak today. I understand that today's meeting is about the approval of an additional $23 million over and above an already allotted approximately $70 million to Waverly West Recreation Centre. While I support recreation in all areas of Winnipeg, it seems outrageously unfair that St. Boniface has to close a completely functional swimming pool, especially after we raised the $85,000.
I'd like to ask you to specifically speak to the report in front of us.
It is, I'm getting there.
Okay, thank you.
It's all involved. I do support Councillor Lutz's area as well. St. Boniface, you all seem to be okay with St. Boniface tax dollars helping to fund this $94 million campus, but yet you are happy to close our one small recreation facility. St. Boniface residents are in total disbelief as to how its councillor and the rest of you, including the mayor, have forsaken us. I urge you today to reconsider your decision and keep Happy Land Pool open, especially now that we have heard St. Vital Pool may need major repairs and may not open this year. Help us make St. Boniface thrive like Waverly West and not decline. I have pictures here today of the St. Vital Pool, and I've spoken to the construction workers at that site 3 consecutive days in a row. They inform me that the pool will not, St. Vital Pool will not be opening as the concrete is bad and is crumbling. And
I'm confused on how this is to do with the topic here.
I think the topic is community centers, so it's
We're
relevant.
talking about closure, sorry, Madam Speaker, we're talking about closures of existing pools that are being serviced. Can you please clarify?
Sandra, if you could speak specifically to the topic, but community services matters are interrelated. We've heard from folks before when they come in delegation.
Yeah, and what-
Specifically to the topic, please, if you could.
okay, so, well, I guess as Janice Lukes, Deputy Mayor Lukes is asking for her money, we've raised our money, and we've done everything that you guys have asked us. And it seems to be a predetermined decision not to open Happy Land Park Pool. We're asking you to please reverse that. And now, we're in light of the new evidence of St. Vital not opening, we need our pool. We need to, our area needs something. Like, I mean, we want to thrive like Waverly West as well, and at a fraction of the cost. And that's it today.
Thank you. Tom Scott, if you could please come forward, and Sandra Dupuis. Yes.
Move another delegation which is speaking in support of the matter, Teresa Seawick.
Okay. You're moving suspension of the rules. Are they here in
Yeah,
person?
they're here in the gallery.
Okay. Councillor Wyatt moves suspension of the rules for an individual to speak in favor of this item, in support, and the name is Teresa Quick. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. We'll take the questions first. Okay. Teresa Quick, I'd like to call you forward. Yes, Councillor Rollins.
Sorry,
Carlos?
Madam Speaker.
Carlos?
Mr. Scott,
The presentation from the next delegation first on the same topic, and then we'll take questions.
well, that makes sense, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Teresa Quick, I had called you down. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me time to speak at today's council meeting. I would like to state that I am in favor of providing Waverly West with this additional $23 million for the recreational complex because all people need recreation and it will be a great benefit to the community. However, I do find it hypocritical that council is about to approve $23 million for recreation in Waverly West while totally ignoring St. Boniface and closing our pool, even after we raised $85,000 to keep it open. We should never have had to fight the way we have to do this and
I'd like
fundraise.
to clarify, are you in support of the matter before?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just wanted to
Yeah.
be sure that's what I had said earlier.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that this is all.
That's fine.
Yeah. So let me remind everyone that St. Boniface residents and businesses pay taxes too, and our taxes are going to help pay for this new recreation complex in Waverly West. City Council's lack of motivation to keep our pool open is a strong indicator of its plan to see the demise of our neighborhood. I'm here to ask Mayor Gillingham specifically to vote to keep Happy Land Pool open along with his vote to help Waverly West. I believe the councillors will vote with you if you also vote for the Happy Land Pool, as both amenities benefit a broader area of the city. Waverly West when it is built, and Happy Land Pool now because it is already built and ready to use. It is a good, strong, and dependable pool. Please remember that you were all elected by the people to represent the people equally. You were elected to keep all of our amenities and assets in good condition and repair, and not to demolish perfectly good amenities because you want to and because you can, and especially when they have many good years of service still in them. That would just be a waste of everybody's money. Hopefully, the city will keep the complex in Waverly West in good condition and repair, so it too can last as long as Happy Land Pool. But I don't know, because we all know that they don't build things like they used to. The city has certainly got its money worth with this pool, and it's still good for many more years. I believe that Happy Land Pool was never about the money. The city has the money. They have announced a surplus of funds in its budget this year, and taxes will be going up next year. And we gave the city we would give the city $85,000. So there is enough money for both Happy Land and Waverly West. The question is why everybody here is against voting to keep this pool open. The pool has not done anyone any harm. It's the least expensive pool to operate. It is currently a great benefit to the community, just as Waverly West will be when it is built, and especially now that we have heard that St. Vital Pool may need major repairs and may not open this year. So I again ask, why would you not keep Happy Land Pool open? Why would you be against the children using the pool for one more year? You all know in your mind and hearts that keeping the pool open is the right thing to do, so why are you so against it? You are getting rid of several older pools and waiting pools in low-income areas without...
Is focusing more on something else. Let's get back to South Winnipeg
Yes.
Rec Center.
Well, it's...
The chair, several times speakers have been interrupted when they're talking about $23 million in debt for community services. There is a direct link. They are talking about existing amenities and the use of $23 million. I want to challenge the chair because several times they have been interrupted when they start talking about the amenities in their neighborhood. It is on topic when you're asking about $23 million in debt. And they do keep pivoting to the amenities that they want to see sustained by this council in community services.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rowlands.
So
And I did
challenge
note
the
that
chair.
earlier. I did note that earlier, and I'm trying to keep the balance because we are hearing from other members of council as well. Okay,
Well,
continue with your...
The chair, Madam Speaker, because it's not a correct. I want a ruling, Madam Speaker. I want a ruling.
Well, the
on-
ruling I'll give you is I'll allow her to finish her presentation, and as I did mention earlier, that things are interrelated. However, there's a focus on South Winnipeg as well. Continue. Thank you.
It's all City of Winnipeg
Yes,
money.
I understand, and I
So-
agree. Thank you.
So you are getting rid of several older pools and waiting pools in low-income areas without replacing each with something else like a splash pad, or in our case, Happy Land Pool does not have a new aquatic center being finalized and built. The money saved by getting rid of the older pools and waiting pools in low-income areas will probably go to this new amenity, and low-income areas will likely never get and never will be able to afford to get into these new amenities. So as the mayor and all the councillors, you need to look after the people too, not just the money. There needs to be a better balance of amenities throughout the city for all the people and not just for some. Waverly West needs this complex, but we also need our pool, and so do the lower income areas. So I'm asking all of you again to please do what you know is right and have some compassion for the children in the community and vote to keep the pool open, especially the mayor, as I believe the mayor has the power to open this issue up again and get votes and save the pool. I just wanted to add that I'm fighting for this pool very hard because I care about the people in our community and the city. Perhaps that's where we differ. I care about the people in Waverly West. I care about the people in the North End and Point Douglas and in our area. And I care about the impact that all your decisions make on all these people, some who have not so much to begin with. You make these decisions and then wonder why things in the city are so bad. And then Okay. Okay.
We are going to take questions.
Mm-hmm.
You can return to the gallery.
Okay. Okay.
Pardon me, Sandra Dupuy and Tom Scott, if you could please come forward. And we'll take questions if there's any. Okay, Councillor Mays.
Thank you. I would like to keep Happy Land open. That said, there's been a number of votes here to the contrary. I do, however, want to ask, and I hate these "are you aware" questions, so I'll try and dance around that a bit. But I simply can't sit here and have people say, well, it's because you guys don't like St. Boniface and you're underfunding St. Boniface all the time. So are you aware that we are, in fact, going to have 2 track openings, the only ward in the whole city that's going to have 2 rubberized tracks is going to be St. Boniface Ward. We opened June 11th, and Nelson Mack, Councillor Allard and I put some money in there. Then the Herculean effort, if we get it through at Belleville and Windsor Park, 5 years, 4 levels of government, Parent Advisory Committee, money from my ward, money from Allard's ward, money Audrey Gordon got, money Dan Vandal got, all going in to these amenities that are both in St. Boniface Ward. No one has come to me and said, that doesn't seem right. We should only have 1. That doesn't seem fair. We should build a track in Waverly West. So I appreciate from your take, you're upset about Happy Land Pool. I get that. But I'm frankly just going to have to put some facts on the table that no, we don't shortchange St. Boniface. Drive by the Promenade Chez sometime. We don't. I mean, everybody has grievances here. God knows I've put a bunch out, some of them with some success, but we have put money, recreational money into St. Boniface, some of it due to the hard work of a current councillor, some the previous councillor. So are you aware that within the next few months we'll have 2 track openings worth over $1.1 million, both in St. Boniface Ward?
Thank you, Councillor Mays.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Mays, are you aware that...
Sir, this is your opportunity to answer
Well, I'm
and
going to
not
answer.
pose a question back.
I'm answering the question.
Okay.
That, okay. I'll word it a little bit differently. We are aware that there's 2 pools that are proposed to be closed in St. Boniface, leaving us with 1 pool that will be 1/3 the size of,
Windsor Park's to stay open.
Windsor Park is to stay open for 2 years, but it will be closed.
Well,
So it will leave us with 1 pool that will hold about 1/3 the people of some of the other pools, like, let's say, Kelowna Pool. So we will be underserved. We also are aware that St. Vital Pool in, I think it was 2015,
2012.
got 3-point-some-odd million dollars. And this year, they're redoing the pool liner and a bunch of other things to it. So we are aware of what goes on, and we are aware that no money has gone into, in any major amount, into any pool in St. Boniface. Norwood Pool got taken out a few years ago with recommendations that they put a splash pad in and a bunch of other things. Never happened. So we are leery about what the city says will come forward, and we are not talking about tracks. We don't care if we have 2 tracks. We don't care if St. James has 2 indoor pools. We care about the fact that we have amenities now that are not being maintained, are not being taken care of by the city of Winnipeg, and we are viewed as having 3 pools, or in the old days they used to say 4. That is like saying a family of 50 is being fed by 1 roast each, without taking into account that 1 roast is 2 pounds and 1 roast is 50 pounds. It is not the number of pools, but the size of the pools. And if this councillor and this council as a whole could understand that, I think they would be able to understand our reasoning and our feelings of justification to keep these pools open that St. Boniface citizens paid for and the city has neglected in upkeeping. It is not fair to anyone in the city to take an amenity away to make it equal to another ward.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next question.
The statement was made the statement was made, no money's been put into a pool in St. Boniface, I believe, except for the millions that have gone into Bonnie Vital Pool, I guess would be a better way of phrasing it, because millions, due to the hard work of our friend here, Councillor Ellard, millions have gone in. In fact, millions are about to go in to Bonnie Vital Pool. You'd agree that's in St. Boniface Ward?
Through the chair? Yes, Councillor Mays, it is, but we are not talking about indoor pools. We are talking about outdoor pools.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lukes. Next speaker, followed by Councillor Duncan, Wyatt and Eady.
Thank you very much for coming down and expressing your opinions. This is a did you know question. And I know councillors here have heard this, and I was going to say this related to the item. But did you know that out of one tax dollar that the city of Winnipeg has, like people pay taxes, city taxes, provincial taxes, federal taxes. Did you know that the funding model for the allocation of taxes works out to 10 cents comes to the city of Winnipeg, 40 cents goes to the province of Manitoba, and 50 cents goes to the federal government out of every one of our tax dollars that we all spend. And that on page 50 of the provincial budget, Premier Canoe is looking at possibly discussing this and changing that model, which would be great. But did you know that because of that extremely outdated funding model, that we are all in a situation here, whether it be for our roads, our recreation services, basically everything we do, our sewer systems, everything, our transit, it's virtually impossible to keep up. And I would recommend to all councillors and to everyone in the public to say, look, province and federal government, cities we can't fund all our amenities. We can't fund these amenities, these services that we deliver adequately. Did you know that we get 10 cents on the dollar?
Thank you.
Through you to,
Yes.
to Councillor Lukes? Yes, we were aware of that. We were also aware that on page 301 of the budget, the Municipal Accommodations Department, which is the one we understand takes care of the pools, is proposing for 2024 a $5.9 million surplus. If they have a $5.9 million, look up 301, if they are proposing a $5.19 million surplus this year, and surpluses each year in the budget, we feel that $100,000 or less is not a lot of money to ask for. When we also know that there are hundreds of millions of dollars in reserves, and in the budget there's money coming out of the cemetery reserve going into the general funds and all of this. We know where the money is. We know that there's a lot of money out there. We know there's a lot of expense to the city, but we know there's a lot of places where $100,000 could come from. Years ago when they did the Sherbrooke Pool, Safe Serve Pool, millions came out of different departments within the city. There is places where the money can come. We're not asking for $5 million. We're not asking for $3 million. We're not even asking for $1 million. We're asking for less than $100,000. So we do not feel that that is the province's responsibility when they are already putting in over $100,000. We don't think it's a federal responsibility when they're putting in $100,000. We feel that it's a city responsibility to take $100,000 out of all those surpluses, especially out of the municipal accommodations budget that is paying not only for the upkeep to the pools this year for the ones that are being closed, the other ones that are proposed to close, but the operating costs. We are willing to help the city with the operating costs. All we want is $100,000. So yes, we do know.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Appreciate your presentations here today. So speaking to the site at Southwest Winnipeg, Are you aware that the Bridgewater neighborhoods and the future Bison Run neighborhoods have no city recreation facilities whatsoever?
Thank you. The delegation can answer.
Yes, they're a new neighborhood. You know, St. Boniface is one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city of Winnipeg. So naturally, we have facilities. And we are not saying that they shouldn't.
2 minute. Councillor Wyatt moves 5-minute extension. All in favor? Contrary? It's carried. Councillor Duncan.
Okay.
Delegation?
To answer your question, we're not saying that they shouldn't have any. We're just not saying that, well, I'm saying, you know, others are in support. But the feeling is that they don't need another 23,000 or 23 million when we're only asking for 100,000. It's unequal. We're not saying that communities should not be treated equally. And in this case, having no facilities, I support the original 71 million or whatever it was. It's the question of the extra, the overruns. So give them some facilities, let us keep ours. The difference in cost is minimal. $100,000. I don't know where the city cannot find $100 million or $100,000 in a $2.2 million budget. We're talking equality, fairness, and communities being treated equally here. That's what we were talking about. We are not talking about whether one community has 2 of this, one has 3 of that, one has that. We have that. It's the city's responsibility to have kept it up and maintain it. And we believe that we are justified in asking for $100,000.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much. In regards to the investment in St. Boniface, are you aware that upwards of $12 million has been invested or will be invested into Bonnie Vautel Pool, and that there is a Norwood East splash pad being built?
Yes. The Norwood East splash, to the chair, is being built not in Norwood where the pool was taken down, but it's being built in Champlain Community Club. So all the children that used to go to the Norwood pool now have to cross a busy street. So the community's not really happy about that, but the city feels that they want to put the money in there instead of putting it in where it was expected to go. And again, Bonnie Vautel Pool, we're aware that money's going in there, and that's fine. It's an indoor pool. We're aware that money's going into St. Vital this year, money's going into Kelowna Park Pool, money is going everywhere. All we're asking is that to be treated equally, that we get some of that, $100,000, not millions that are going elsewhere. So let's be fair.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Duncan, final question.
So trying to establish through you, Madam Speaker, a plan for the future of recreation amenities, which is definitely a push-pull fight throughout the city of Winnipeg. I have 50 or 14 colleagues and my mayor here today who all have their priorities. Are you supportive of your area councillor's plan to explore an aquatic park for St. Boniface as a whole and not be particularly neighborhood-centric, but more so to look at the entire ward there with a plan, whether it be an aquatic facility or whatever investment when it comes to outdoor aquatics?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
We eventually would be, but for the time being, we need our pool to stay open until Matt can get his underway, and that's 10 years down the road. Our children need something today and tomorrow. When Matt's pool's open, we will go along with whatever he asks for at that time. But at this time, our concern is that we keep Happy Land Pool open today and this summer, and until something can be built, we need our pool.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, it's good to hear that there are some members of EPC that seem to be supportive of keeping Happy Land open. In the past, we used to have facilities. We would decommission facilities, but we did it in the context of an overall plan. And in other words, we would reinvest in a new facility when the time came. We would then close the old facility, but we'd have the new facility coming online beforehand. And that did not happen here. Is that an approach that you would support in terms of what we should do? In other words, not to close an old facility until the new facility is online. That's what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Secondly, my question is, are you aware that it was stated that the province has all the money, the federal government have all the money, but the reality is the city also has self-imposed austerity for the last 30 years of cutting taxes or freezing taxes, so it's a bit of a red herring in terms of the fact that we don't have any money. It's because of our own policies and budgets. So in other words, are you aware that we have the lowest, some of the lowest, I'm doing that, some of the lowest per capita spending on parks and recreation of any major city in Canada?
I am aware of that, yes.
My final question, Madam
That
Speaker.
concludes question period under this committee. Thank you. Under this delegation.
We're aware of that, too.
Thank you both. Thank you for your presentations.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move into reports of the Executive Policy Committee. We do have some items that will be stood down as a result of amending motions. Mr. Mayor?
All right, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll let you identify the
Sure.
reports that need to be pulled down related to amending motions, but I will introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 to 17.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 1 is being pulled down, citizen member appointments. Number 8, text amendment, rapid zoning bylaw. And number 15, market lands. Councillor Wyatt.
Speaker, report number 12.
Okay, 12, property tax credit program. 14, appointment of chief financial officer. That covers off. Councillor Orlico?
Not here.
It was pulled already? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wyatt?
And then 13.
Housing Accelerator Fund, item 7. 13, Winnipeg Jets whiteout parties at the Forks. Okay, I'll call the question on 2 through 5 and 6, 9 through 11, 16 and 17. All in favor? Contrary? And that's carried. Madam Clerk, item 1.
Citizen member appointments, boards and commissions.
Which motion, Mr. Clerk, goes with that one? I don't believe I have a copy of that one. Okay, so motion 1, thank you. Moved by the mayor and seconded by Councillor Lukes is the amending motion with this item. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to speak to the item and the amending motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's a matter of clarity that the police board, it's in the whereas the police board did receive a signed resignation letter from Kyle Mason, and that clarifies the intent of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any speakers on this one? Okay. Item 1, no further speakers, and I'll call the question on amending motion 1. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Councillor Duncan noted in opposition, and the main item as amended. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Noted. Councillor Duncan in opposition. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 7, Housing Accelerator Fund Capital Grant Program.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to introduce the item.
I'll have something to say to this item, but I'll wait to hear from my colleagues first and make my comments in the close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker, Councillor Orlico. Okay, Councillor Wyatt.
Speaker, on the record, the reason I stood this item down is because I am support of the funding that is being earmarked to affordable housing. As a longtime member of the Winnipeg Housing Rehabilitation Corporation Board of Directors, along with Councillor Rowlands, and somebody who is, as a councillor who in the past has spearheaded affordable housing in my ward, and as well set aside land for another affordable housing project that the WHRC is actively pursuing. I welcome the program. I welcome the funds from the federal government. I welcome the recent announcement by the federal government in the last federal budget to increase funding for affordable housing across Canada. And I want to state that for the record. I do have some misgivings in terms of how we are getting the money, but that's another story. The program here before us today on this report speaks to the application process, the evaluation process, and then the final determination of the eligibility as well in terms of the four categories that are being set aside to allow for grants to flow. There's no doubt that affordability and housing is a top priority for the citizens of Winnipeg. I'm glad to see this program is getting out right away. The staff who are working on this, by the way, I think are excellent here in the city. They've been doing a great job, and I want to commend them for it. As I said in a previous speech on this matter, I do hope that emphasis is placed on the item grant category number 2, which is the Affordable Housing Grants Program, namely the need for not-for-profits to get into the market to be able to provide affordable housing. I think that is absolutely crucial, especially rent geared to income. I was happy to read the detailed reports about the definitions that are being determined by the bylaw in terms of this, i.e. rent geared to income, RGI, and happy to see that terminology has been established. I think this is good progress that we're making on this. Keep in mind that we did actually at one time have a housing division of the city that was eliminated approximately 8 years ago. And we did a lot of amazing work under a former Mayor Glenn Murray, who worked with the federal government, provincial governments of the day to create a single window, as it was called then, for applications for affordable housing. And that program that he spearheaded, along with council, made a big difference in terms of building affordable housing. I would also like to note that we often wring our hands, you know, how are we going to do this? How are we going to build all these units of affordability? How can we do it? But it was under the leadership of a member of this chamber's father, Ed Schreier, in the 1970s, where they were rolling out thousands and thousands of new affordable housing units every year, not over a decade, not over 2 decades, every year. So in other words, it can be done if the will is there. So I'm hoping that we can see these funding through. Again, I'm going to be on the other matters that have been stood down relating to the HAF, namely the zoning. I share some concerns there in terms of the process, but and some of the decision making in terms of the situation in terms of the community right now out there. But I probably won't speak to that, just vote on it. But I just wanted to speak to this because I felt it's important to stand it down and to recognize the work being done by our staff and to thank them for this hard work. I know they have been a lot thrown at them lately on different issues, and I know the stress levels from what I'm hearing are very high right now amongst some of our staff. And I have definitely, I understand that because I know we are thin in some areas when it comes to that type of staffing to support this work. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Orlikow?
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I do appreciate the report. I obviously voted against the Housing Accelerator Fund for a number of reasons. Not because I don't believe the city needs the money. Just there's a lot of circumstances and cause effects that are going to happen by taking the mandate from the federal government as well at the same time, which I'll get into that later. However, in this one, I do like it, and I have talked to the Ms. Gear about it. And I have agreed, but I want to put it on record that I will of course, be accepting this report and approving it with the council, if that's the will of council. But my concern was generally raised, and it was defeated during the Housing Accelerator Fund, is that our target for affordable housing is low. It should be much higher. And we lost that. I lost that debate. Council moved on. They didn't want to make they didn't want to make, I don't know, the federal government mad. So I thought we should raise it to 40%. We stayed at the 25%. So be it. So now this one concerns me, and it's not really a concern, but it's a test. So let's see how this works. I'll be quite sad to see if that 10% of this money is only going to affordable housing. At the end of the day, the other developers are picking up the rest of the coin. So I talked to Ms. Gear about having some report back to say what happened. It's nice that the money went out the door, but who did it go to? Where did it go? Did we actually do some affordable housing with this or not? So she indicated it's a valid concern and comment, and would come back to council at a later date with that type of information. I didn't really think I required a motion today to do that, to stepify that. But again, I just want to put on the record that that's what I am expecting. We have to make sure that when this money goes out the door, it's actually meeting the goals that we wanted to meet. I do recall in my short time here in council, we've done a couple of these programs in the past, especially for downtown, that have not worked out very well at all. Housing went to the wrong spots. It was for projects that were already in play. But again, I'm going with good grace on this one. I hope that we will be able to get some affordable housing supports in there, which is desperately needed throughout the city of Winnipeg. And with downtown, having some more people living downtown have feet on the streets is important. And subsidizing some type of development downtown is important because it is a higher cost just to do it downtown. So I do support the outline, the grant program, but I just want to again put on record that I am expecting a report back in the future once the money's rolled out of where this money is going and to whom and to what purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleagues for their comments. Yes, as this report indicates, this is the first tranche of the $122 million of the Housing Accelerated Fund that we're receiving from the federal government. This first $25 million, the goal with this is to incentivize development in the downtown specifically, to focus on downtown and affordable units. The goal here is 600 units to be built, 300 of which would be affordable, so 50% target for affordable units and getting focus in the downtown. We can see the grant categories that are laid out here. I do want to point out as well, and I appreciate Councillor Francescone highlighted the idea of single window that has been done in the past. I do point to the very last paragraph of page 7 of this report that talks about the fact that our staff commendably have been working very closely with the province of Manitoba to streamline and in fact bring incentive packages for housing together into one window so that if a nonprofit entity, for example, is going to build housing, they don't have to go to the province for information and the city for information and to CMHC, but in fact this will all be brought together so that all of those programs and incentives can be accessed through one window to make it much easier, much more streamlined process for those that are building, especially building affordable units. And so good work on behalf of Ms. Moore-Gear and her team to make sure that we can do that and provide really a better service for those who are trying to build housing. I'm reminded once again that as we read through this report and see it, this is about more than $25 million of investment in Winnipeg for this first tranche of funding. This $25 million leverages significant other monies, tens of millions of dollars of investment from the private sector and the nonprofit sector as well. So I think we always need to keep in mind, I would encourage us, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleagues and to the public, to keep in mind that these funds leverage other funds. They leverage non-government funds, and I think that's important as well as we invest and build more housing in the city of Winnipeg. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll call the question on item 7. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Next is item 8, text amendment on the rapid zoning bylaw amendments. There are amending motions. Councillor Eadie?
Madam Speaker, I believe there's at least 3 amending motions, and I would like to move to suspend the rules, given the complexity of this report.
We'll do that. I'll call you on it in a moment. I'll call on you. Thank you for that. So there's amending motion 2, moved by Councillor Orlikow, seconded by Councillor Dobson. Amending motion 3, moved by Councillor Orlikow, seconded by Councillor Dobson. Madam Clerk?
Item number 8, text amendment, rapid zoning bylaw amendments to the Winnipeg and downtown Winnipeg zoning bylaws, DAZ 204 of 2024.
And now Councillor Eadie's asked for suspension of the rules to deal with an additional item, to have it on the floor. That would be amending motion 5, moved by Councillor Eadie and seconded by Councillor Schreier. All those in favor of the suspension? Contrary? And that's carried. Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the debate we're going to have related to this matter. So once again, I'll wait to hear from my colleagues and make my comments in the close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Orlikow, your opportunity to speak to the item in your amending motion. You've got 2 amending motions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in today in not a grand support of this, how this whole program has been rolling out. Some people have asked me, again, trying to make sure it's a very difficult process because we're also the applicant. So I unfortunately could not speak to my colleagues as openly as I'd like to about this because we're not, our procedural bylaws say you're not supposed to. And so I take that to heart. So for people who are going, why did I just drop this on them? I didn't want to, but we are boxed in on this public hearing process. So here's today. So I'm going to try to do a quick clarification. First of all, on the first one, I did meet with the administration. I do thank them for the time they provided me until I believed, and I still believe that I was told no more questions. You have to ask that in the public hearing. I still believe that was the direction was provided, but I followed that direction. So, but prior to that, I was able to ask a number of questions, and I do want to thank them for that. Didn't like the answers, but I do want to thank them for their for at least trying. One of the big ones I was quite upset about was the fact that once the application was going to be posted, we didn't tell anybody. We did it on the Friday afternoon about 3:30, long weekend. Tuesday, and then you had to register or put your delegation in by the Wednesday at 12 o'clock. So a few days. They had a few days. We do more for a park renaming than we did for this. This is a massive issue. I'm not sure about, maybe again, not for some areas. It's not an issue at all because it's not going to affect them at all. Other areas of the city of Winnipeg, such as the River Heights Fort Garry ward, it's going to be a major impact. A major impact. I know some areas are very excited about new development coming, but again, as I was told by a colleague a long time ago here, how do you know where developments go? Follow the money, follow the pipe. Well, we got the pipes, and guess what? You can build a nice house in River Heights for a triplex or a duplex. For a lot more you can in other parts of the city of Winnipeg, and you get a bigger return. Same building, different neighborhood. So I do really strongly believe that if we approve this today, the River Heights Fort Garry ward is going to be really, really impacted, and not in a positive way. Yes, we'll have some more housing for other people that move in the area, but River Heights Fort Garry ward, and again, I am an area councillor, so I will be speaking specifically to that. Well, that's nice, and I go, okay, what's in it for the neighborhood? Well, you're going to have new people coming into the neighborhood, more feet on the streets. I go, okay, that's nice. More people that ride the transit bus. Okay, that's nice. And they can use the community centers to be more vibrant. Well, is there any funding for that? No, there won't be any more funding for that. Okay, so what about the roads? Well, no, but there's no new funding coming with this, but more people can live in River Heights Fort Garry ward. I went, okay, so the benefit is that other people can move into the ward and benefit from everything we've done, but we're not getting anything in return. So that's a little harsh. And then all of a sudden we're told as of right zoning pops up for the lot splits. Where did that one come from? As of right zoning, we never had a chance really to discuss what that means. Does that mean no more LDR? Does that mean the neighborhood doesn't get a chance to even talk about the facades? Does that mean the neighborhood doesn't even know what's going on next door? Yes, it absolutely does. That's what it means. The neighborhood gets cut out completely on this one. Was never a big supporter of the as of right. And then when I supported this before, we didn't have the 4-story fourplexes going on. That's another huge chunk to this thing, as of right. Secondly, we also find out, as I asked a question earlier on in Finance Committee, how we applied for the transit funding. Well, yes, we have. We're in the works right now talking about that. Well, part of that motion as well is no parking minimums are allowed 800 meters from frequent transit. That's all of River Heights Fort Garry. So again, we're going forward with all these variables right now. They're still in play. We got coming up, we'll have the corridors motion. We're also going to have so we say right now, Most of the zoning stuff is one-to-one, one parking spot. Well, that's going to be probably eliminated, because I guarantee you that half is any, how we did it the first time, if half is any kind of indicator, we're going to accept the transit money, and we're going to say to River Heights, Fort Garry, no more parking minimums. Even though today, we likely will support the parking minimums that are on in the rapid housing amendments. They're actually not really real, because I'm pretty sure in a couple of months, that's going to disappear completely, and they're going to come back and say, we got to amend this again to have zero. I'm also concerned about how can you have a fourplex as of right, and then have a triplex, so you have to do conditional use. I'm very concerned down the pipe, we're going to say, okay, everything is as of right. It doesn't really make sense to have a fourplex as of right, but a triplex and duplexes, that will be conditional use. So again, I asked the administration, okay, so how are we going to have the community be involved in this? Well, they're not going to be. They're not, as of right means they don't really have a say anymore. I know no one likes the appeals on lot splits. No one, but again, I think we do some pretty good work. We may talk about the tin siding. We are the checks and balances of the administration. So the appeal thing is we just want you to move it over a foot so we can keep that tree. Will there be an arborist report anymore? No, there won't be an arborist report on any as of right. How can you have an arborist report required when it's as of right? You can't. I was very proud that we got that in there in the guidelines, but that's gone. So again, I think there's way too many balls in play right now to us to go out there and tell the neighborhood piecemeal, well, this is just one piece. You'll be okay. It's not that bad. And then a couple months later, we had another piece. Oh, that's a little bit more. And then a year later, we said, here's another one. We should bundle it all together. It should be a debate that happens at council as a whole with all the zoning requirements as one. To me, that makes the most sense. It's the most honest and the most transparent. So that's on issue number one. That's why I'm not ready to go forward with this today. Number two, which was delete recommendation 1D2, replace the following. This does not say that we can't do lot splits. I personally think lot splits really destroy the character of the neighborhood. They're not needed anymore. They are needed because side-by-sides had a rezoning cost, and that's gone now. So we don't need to do lot splits. But right now, even in this model here, it's lot splits as of right. So all this motion says is really get rid of the square footage. They can still apply for lot splits, but it'll still be a variance D, similar to what it is today. So it's going to be the same thing. So I try to compromise and come back and say, okay, let's just leave lot splits as is. Again, I'll still allow the neighborhood, which is the most contentious thing possible. So then I go, these are my ideas. None of them were really supported by the administration. That's their choice, and I appreciate their honesty. But again, and then they go, well, John, what about consulting on the actual report itself? Oh, John, we've consulted lots already. Well, you had 900 people consulting on these infill guidelines out of 130,000 possible participants. 900 for less than 1% of the people participated. That's what happened. That's the reality. That, to me, wasn't a grand success. No discussion on the administration report except for the public hearing in those 4 days. Not a very good thing that's going to have such a high impact on the neighbors that have actually been paying their taxes. They've been investing in their neighborhood for years and years and years, and all of a sudden we're going to disregard, I believe we're disregarding getting the proper input we need. So again, not saying no to lot splits. I would love to, in my opinion. I'm saying let's keep the lot splits as they are. And number two, don't go forward with this today. Wait till we have the whole picture together, bring it all together in the resolution for what are they calling it, the bucket 3. Put it all together, everything together, so then and we do a better job of consulting prior to the report going out, including, some of you may remember traffic circles. Remember those guys? Well, that's when I got reelected, so I got my little PTSD on that one still. So what happened there was, we all talked about a great idea these traffic circles were. Again, people weren't engaged. I did the walk. I actually did my emails out. 90% of the people I sent those emails out to didn't know this was even going on. And when I went door knocking, even after the knock to get them engaged and see if they wanted to be engaged for the public hearing, no one actually knew. It was like one person out of 120 homes was actually aware this was going on. This is a monumental impact change for the neighborhood. Not saying we don't go forward, but the way we're going forward, this piecemeal approach, poor consultation, if at all, I would say, is a problem. Now, again, we do need to densify. I do believe we need to densify citywide. I think before the Maturian trial, we talked about infill being an economic driver. Well, we should be looking at other neighborhoods as well. Again, that would actually help the River Heights Fort Garry ward because it would spread out that, I'd say, profit, which is okay. I'm not saying the dirty word. It would spread it out more. I don't believe we're going to get a lot of density in some areas just because of the return on investment they're going to get. So that's kind of where I'm at today. I'd love to hear people's feedback, and I wish we could have a better process. I could have talked about this more with you, but this is the process I've been dealt with. And maybe some of these comments today will spur on some changes for the future. But I have talked as much as I could. And my time is up.
You want an extension?
Sure, give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes extension, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Rollins moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried.
So again, I know we're going to hear comments. We have to think about the city as a whole. We're going to talk about, housing is very, very important for all. And I don't disagree. Then let's make it all. Let's make it for everyone, not just River Heights Fort Garry ward. And let's also add to the fourplexes and the 4 stories so all neighborhoods can be a part of this. Right now, it's actually quite unfair for mature neighborhoods who are out, a lot of other councillors, I'm not sure what their opinions are because I haven't been able to really speak to them on it. But again, they're not going to be impacted by this today. There's only a few neighborhoods that will be very impacted. And I'm telling you, River Heights Fort Garry, in my experience, and knowing the way that the development type of works, River Heights Fort Garry is going to be highly impacted, and the neighborhood and the residents are going to have less input, and there's really no return for the neighborhood. There's no money coming back in the neighborhood. We're not getting a part of the taxes to improve our community centers or our parks, or our intersections. We don't have any of that. So all we're supposed to do is say, yes, we believe in housing, we believe in affordability, however, only for these neighborhoods, not for the other ones out there. And that to me just seems the huge equity issue in that. So I would like to say, okay, we tried, we put it forward, let's take a pause on that. Okay, and let's move it to bucket 3. If you don't want to do that today, that's fine. I understand. I don't approve of it. I won't vote for that. But again, at least take the lot splits and leave them as is. Leave them as is. Don't make them as of right. Let's have a better discussion of what as right means. There's no motion I saw that told the administration to make any of these zoning changes as of right. The conditional use for a couple of them, and thank goodness we got there. So I'm not sure what would happen if we didn't put that in the motion prior. But again, that's my concern going forward. So I thank you all for listening to me. I wish that we could have a better process where we could have talked about this more. But that's where we're at today. So that's what the many motions are for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I can't help it with these. I apologize. I didn't know.
Yes,
Councillor,
thank
Madam
you.
Speaker, is there an amending motion?
Yes, there's a third motion.
I shall sit down, yes.
Yes, correct. Councillor Eady, then followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speak to the report and the amendment. I'm going to first start off just
We did
about...
suspend the rules.
Yeah, we did suspend the rules. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I agree with Councillor Orlikow about this whole process. I don't know why we're doing this stuff separate, Madam Speaker. But the process is as it was laid out, and this is what we're working with. So I'm generally supportive of these amendments to the zoning bylaw. The one thing that I never hear in a discussion, our family just recently did this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what happened is there's a certain character that a particular property had, and it looks like a prime target for a developer to buy and, divide up the lot and build something better because the neighborhood is really great. And working with the family who owned the property and with concerned citizens, we bought the or well, I didn't, but my son bought the property. And it's going to be maintained basically as the beautiful house and yard that it is. So what happens is, Madam Speaker, people are selling their houses. And the character is changing. This has happened in Councillor May's ward, Madam Speaker. And it'll probably, well, and I agree, River Heights is quite a good target for developers to make lots of money, Madam Speaker. Because after all, that's what it's about. I mean, we benefit the higher the value of the property, and adding new properties, on infill, Madam Speaker, we do see an increase in property taxes in those neighborhoods. And Madam Speaker, the biggest problem, as we know in Waverly West, is how do we treat those new dollars that come in? And what do we use that money for? I'm not going to get into a budget revenue discussion of how this city has been making a huge mistake for quite a number of years when it comes to property tax revenue, Madam Speaker. But speaking to this report, my amendment, for the life of me, there are river lots all around this city. And for the most part, like, you got a minimum square footage of 4,000 square feet, a minimum width of 40 feet. I understand that's to accommodate driveways, so on. But along Scotia, I don't know of any river lot that is probably under 6,000 square feet, Madam Speaker. And there are lots that have 16,000 square feet, even if you went 25 on a width. So, and for a single family home to be built, like, I don't get the rationale. So this amendment is about reducing the width for single-family homes to be built when a lot is subdivided. And with the kind of depth on these river lots, I mean, houses have a better setback. They can't go right to the river, then you have other problems. And actually, along most river lots, there are extra conditions that still have to be met no matter what, which is your whole geotechnical study you have to pay for. It has to be above the floodplain, how stable is the river bank, so on and so forth. So that's extra that other properties don't have to do, Madam Speaker. So this is just a simple amendment that acknowledges that river lots do have, they're not, less or even 100 feet deep. they're pretty deep. So, Madam Speaker, that's what the amendment is about, and I just wanted to say again, and I'll repeat it, Madam Speaker, Councillor Ortico presents a very important concept and discussion in regards to this process, but I do have to say I probably won't be supporting it, but I was incensed, Madam Speaker, when I found out we're doing all these zoning bylaws, and if you're a participant in the hearing, Madam Speaker, if you're actually the hearing body, one has a better ability to move and bring amendments in as it moves forward. And that is why I had moved the original amendment to the half report to ensure that it is the City Council Committee of the Whole that hears from the public on this. And one would expect that there should be a lot more consultation when this will, over the long term, change the character of neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Mays.
Madam Speaker, I rise.
Councillor Mays?
Last amendment, because this is a public hearing item. If you bring amendments that substantially change what was approved as a bylaw, you have to re-advertise and go back out to the public. I was told that at considerable length and detail. So that would add in, the last amendment would seriously impact people in my ward on a couple of streets. That has a material change in my submission. I don't think Councillor Orlikow is merely removing some provisions, I would say.
Thank you, Councillor Mays.
Mr.
Mr. Clerk, I just want to deal with this first. Mr. Clerk, Councillor Wyatt.
I appreciate Councillor Mays' lawyer, but I think we need to get we need advice from our legal department before we make any ruling on this, in terms of whether Councillor Eadie's motion is in order or out of order. I'd like to get that, please.
Okay, that's been noted. Don't know if legal's on standby today. Mr. Clerk, momentarily, if you have something to say or now about this matter.
Legal is on standby, and we can reach out to them, but
I just want to speak just really quickly to this. I think this is inappropriate to call this motion out of order. We have, in the past, we have helped amendments on zoning changes or even to specific bylaws related to other things. That is a ridiculous argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. It's not out of order, but we will certainly check with legal.
Like a legal interpretation rather than someone just calling me
Yes.
names?
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's not out of order. We will be checking with legal. It would require another public hearing, possibly. Mr. Clerk, if you'll follow that up for me, please, for us. Councillor Wyatt.
I'm sorry, just not to
Or
use my
Councillor
time.
Mays, pardon me, your speaking
Not-
time.
Well, not
Yes.
to use my time, but I just clarification on what you just said. So can we speak to the motion that Councillor Eadie made or not?
At this time, we are. Yes,
I see, okay. Until we get a different ruling.
that's correct.
Okay, all right. Well, I just want to say I'll be supporting Councillor Orlikow and Councillor Dobson's motion. I remember growing up, we used to sing songs, going camping. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza, a hole. The buckets have lots of holes in them, I'll tell you that much. These buckets were never approved. I don't remember council back in November when we said we were going to go forward on the HEF, that we were going to separate everything into 4 buckets. There was nothing in the clause at that time calling for that, but the public service went on their own and to do this, and I understand why, because then it allows them to get things through council, and it puts the Port Standing Committee in through more hearings than what they should be doing. But as to Councillor Orlikow's point, which I think is relative, is in terms of the public's knowledge on this matter. It's no different than what's happening with our entire transit master plan, where the staff just put an advertisement on our website, and the general public doesn't have a clue that next June of 2025, everything is going to change. And it's the same thing with this. Can you imagine you're living on a street, Madam Speaker, and all of a sudden a fourplex goes up. Where was the notice? I didn't see anything. And all of this, Madam Speaker, because we are rushing for the federal government to get this done so we can get greater funding. When we know as a fact, we're still working on the first $25 million to get it out, and that's going to take time. There's no need, Madam Speaker. There's no need, Madam Speaker, for us to be moving in the direction of having hearing after hearing without the general public even knowing what's happening in terms of major changes in mature neighborhoods across the board, many of us representing. And the irony, as I've spoken to in the past, is that at a time when we want affordability, we may actually be driving up the housing prices of the very homes that people can afford to buy to move into. Because as this chamber may not be aware, But the Urban Development Institute, basically led by Qualico and the big developers of the city, when we did this, they already set up a subcommittee on infill. Qualico and others are getting ready to enter the market in a massive way. The price of regularly priceable, affordable homes that people could afford to buy as their starter home, for example, are in older neighborhoods, are going to be directly affected. And what are they going to build? What are they going to build? Based on what's happening in the market today, the condominium market is nowhere to be found. They're going to build rentals. So ironically, a house that was once owned and occupied, which I believe is the foundation of our Canadian democracy, and that was land ownership, okay, allowing individuals to increase their equity in the future to be part of the middle class. It's why today Canada has the wealth standard of living it has versus Mexico. Even though our GDP was both the same in 1867, they had a whole bunch of shareholders who had all the land. We decentralized the land in this country. We're moving to this, as one former Governor General told me, the second feudal society, where everybody's going to be renting and a handful of people are going to be owning this. And that's what concerns me, that we're tripping over ourselves to create all these new units, but we're not talking about the importance of ensuring that there's ownership, because ownership brings commitment to neighborhoods and commitments to the well-being of those neighborhoods, as we were hearing earlier today on another matter. And there's no doubt Councillor Orlikow is right. His word will be first in line in terms of this, but there will be others too. And it will probably come as a surprise, because the market is what the market does, and it will respond. But there will be huge pressure, and there are councillors here who have not been subject to those types of pressures, including Charles Wood, but I could see that changing pretty quick too. And overnight, you're going to see a situation where individuals who live in communities all their life are all of a sudden seeing zoning changes without their knowledge of even them happening. As Councillor Orlikow says, there's not a lot of knowledge of what's taking place here. I attended the HAF seminar that was the last one we had on a Friday afternoon. I think it was about a month ago. And I asked about a dozen or so questions, just because I had the opportunity years ago to sit on the Standing Committee of Property Development for many years. And the administration in the room assured me they were going to get back to me with my questions. And I think some councillors here were in attendance. I never got any response. Nothing come back from our public service. Just so you know. I just spoke, because I said, I want it back in writing. Please make note of my questions, because otherwise stuff is going in thin air. Nobody got back. And I had my executive assistant double check our emails this morning. So, that concerns me. When an elected member of council, and I was asking some very legitimate questions, things like, does this give the ability for administrators now to issue short form subdivisions? A lot of people don't know what a short form is. That allows an administrator the ability to go from 4 units to 5. Or, if it's multiple family, commercial. That's a short form subdivision. Is that going to happen here? What about the land dedication reserve money? Is this going to be now tied to the permit stage? Because we're doing blanket rezoning, the LDR, as you know, most of our LDR, which goes into investing into existing parks and playgrounds, comes from infill, because when developers come forward with new neighborhoods, the park dedication of 10% is there 10% or more. So there's no LDR revenue coming into any councilor's ward. It comes from infill development. There's no response. So obviously it's not being addressed. You could say goodbye to your LDR in the future if it's not tied to the permit stage when they go to pull a permit. No response from the administration. I had other questions, but I'm not going to state them here. I'll be following up the administration, be sure of that, to say, why didn't I get a response? And hopefully they'll hear this today. And I appreciate they're busy. I appreciate that. All they could have said, look, we're really busy. We'll get back to your question shortly. Nothing like that either. So those are my concerns. I believe that densification can be done. I believe that we can make it possible. I would have preferred to say to the federal government, look, we need to do a pilot project in some neighborhoods to raise awareness, to get buy-in and support. And that could have been done. I would have been prepared to go to some communities in my area that built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and said, look, there's going to be a benefit. You're going to see densification. You'll be able to sell your property now as a property that has, as a right, a fourplex or whatever can go on it. And at the same time, we would have to be able to give the assurance, another question that I asked in that meeting, that the assessment values will be frozen. That they're not going to get a bill in the mail saying, well, now you're assessed on a fourplex basis. And that requires, Madam Speaker, a legislation change from the province of Manitoba in terms of our Assessment Act.
Councillor Schreier.
Otherwise-
Extension, 2 minutes, all in favor?
Thank you. Otherwise, homeowners are going to be really surprised. Now, I have talked to the mayor's staff about this. They are aware of this. This is a real concern because all of a sudden we could be pushing people out of their homes. Even if it goes up a small percent, because ultimately it could affect a lot of people, but again, it's targeted at the older neighborhoods. So it won't affect everybody. And that's the concern I have. So it would have been nice if we could have done a pilot, say, okay, this is how it can work. Your assessments will be frozen based on the existing value, based on a single family lot, until you until the property changes hands. There might have been exemptions given to that if they were to sell the property to an immediate family member. However, if they sell it openly to somebody else, at that point it would kick in the new value. But that has not been responded to either. And those are my concerns. And I think they're legitimate. It's ironic, before the HEF came out, I reached out to Hazel Boris last fall, and I said, I'm prepared to step forward with my community in terms of doing a pilot project like this. And I didn't even know it was coming. So, because I'm not an EPC, I think it was like in September, I reached out to her and she said, well, that's great, it's great, hey, let's look at that. But that's something where we get buy-in, we sit with the community, we talk to them, say this is the benefit. The other big change too, by the way, that was not been addressed, and that I'm concerned about, and having been with another hat on the side of making application development is the underground. We have a massive CSO issue across the city, and I can tell you that I filed applications on behalf of folks where they wanted to put in a fourplex and said, sorry, we can give you 3 toilets, not 4. No, sorry. And if that happens, then the question will be, will the federal government say, well, hold on, you guys have been playing a game, even though it's just because we're disorganized. But, it's not like we did it on purpose. And I'm concerned about that. And if now they come back and say, yeah, you can do it, well, why did you not say no all the time in the past? It's interesting. Anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Do we have a ruling on the?
Not yet. We do not, but we do have some text from the Charter. Mr. Clerk? Speaking to an alteration being a major alteration or minor?
So the Winnipeg zoning, not Winnipeg zoning bylaw, I apologize, the City of Winnipeg Charter reads for alterations of zoning bylaw. If after hearing, council proposes to alter the bylaw, a second hearing must be held in accordance with subsection 2 to receive representations on the alterations of the bylaw. However, a second hearing is not required if the alteration is a minor one that does not change the intent of the bylaw. So the question is it a minor amendment or is it something that is deemed to be substantive?
Okay, so the word from legal will come. Councillor Eady?
May I just speak to that, though? And I'll refrain from using inappropriate language. Madam Speaker, I believe the Charter speaks to that. This is a small, specific amendment to one section of a whole bunch of rules being established under the bylaw. And I would also point out, Madam Speaker, that every member here today on this minor change has an ability to vote for or against it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mays?
Well, that, of course, is not actually the legal standard. It's if you vote for it and it's a major change, then you have a second hearing.
Can we get a legal to rule on whether or not this is considered minor or major?
We have reached out.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
and we're having recess right away, so hopefully.
Okay. Well, I'll speak, I reserve the right to speak on this then, but I'll hold my comments because I have no idea why I was told to come
Okay.
and present my amendments
sure.
at the committee
Let's
level
take,
if I could have just waited till now, but I'm
recess
happy
now?
to speak.
Sounds good.
Let's take a recess now, and we'll reconvene at 1:15. 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the council meeting of May 30th, 2024. We're on the reports of the Executive Policy Committee. Number 8 specifically, text amendment to rapid zoning bylaw, amendments to the Winnipeg and downtown Winnipeg zoning bylaws. Councillor Mays, you are the next speaker, but we do have some clarification that was requested from our city clerk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been able to confirm with our Legal Services Department what we had originally conveyed to Council, and that is that if the amendments, we have 2 amendments on this item, being motions 3 and 5, if those amendments are passed, they need to be referred back, they are referred back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, which I believe was the original hearing body on this item, to consider just those items. And just to clarify, it is not the entire item that is referred back. It is these 2 amendments.
Yes,
Is reopened?
that's right, to deal with
But
the
just on
new
these
amendments.
just on these 2 amending motions, if they pass, if the amending motions pass. I believe 2 is to reject the application, so that's not an amending motion.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays.
Thank you for clarifying that. Apologies to Councillor Eady for claiming it was out of order. I think I was at least half right, though, in saying at least we should know if it's a major or minor amendment, because that has a huge impact on the passage of the bylaw. Presumably, we can't go off and pass half a bylaw if we've got the other half being referred back. So it's in order, but we have to at least know that should we pass this, some of it at least would be referred back. I'm in an unusual position today in that I'm actually going to speak against all of the amendments. In fact, if the 3rd amendment, if the River one passes, I will be seeking to amend that if it's referred back to Standing Policy Committee. But I'll come to that. Firstly, it is unusual for me to be talking about a planning matter and to speak very well of the department and to say I'm opposing Councillors Dobson and Orlico, but I find myself in that position today. Yes, thank you. I've had actually very good experiences the last little while getting input, getting feedback from the department, from Mr. Veach, from Richard Mahe, Rob Kostiuk, Devin Clark, others. I have this image of Director Boris sitting there saying, I think there's something wrong with the sound, because it sounds like Mays is actually praising all these people in the planning department. But no, there isn't something wrong with the sound. I've had a good run with the planning department on this bucket too. I actually do think in October, if you read what we passed, it didn't use the term bucket, but it certainly said these things will be coming back in a certain sequence. Not malls and corridors, that explicitly wasn't part of this. Not the fourplexes, that sure to be a contentious fight. That's further down the road as well. But this was always going to be coming on. So what is this? What do we have today? What is bucket 2? It's some relatively minor amendments, but it's largely the codification of the infill guidelines, which were first passed. I voted for them June of 2021. As I've said publicly before, I don't think I could have steered those things through, but Gilroy did, to her credit, so there was a final version. Not everyone here voted for it. I believe Councillor Orlico didn't. I don't think Councillor Rowlands voted for those guidelines, but I did, because Mr. Veach and some others agreed to make some amendments which I thought were important to my ward and to better planning. So that's what we have here today. How do you put the infill guidelines into a form? And I do think it's important to do that because in the 3 years since, we as councillors sitting on appeals committee, frankly, in my view, have been all over the map on this stuff. Sometimes we've approved things that meet the guidelines, sometimes we haven't, different wards treated different ways. All of that should be a thing of the past. This will apply to the mature communities, regardless of ward, regardless of who's on the appeals committee, presumably. Okay, so it does, to an extent, set up some as-of-right situations. The vast majority of the appeals in Glenwood have been lot size variance appeals, right? You have an automatic, you get a lot split because there's an underlying lot of record, but you got to have 3,500 square feet. You're supposed to, and you only have 2,500 square feet, so you come to council, you get your variance, and on it has gone. So that will be a thing of the past, because the standard now will be 2,500 square feet. So I am supportive of this today. I want to thank the committee members. I had put in a point about having a requirement for paved lanes if you're going to have a triplex. That was put in by the committee and has been approved at EPC, and I think will be today. Hopefully will be today. It's a recognition of reality. Certainly got a lot of correspondence here, but planning department saying gravel roads are not considered to be part of a full range of municipal services which are required to intensify in the urbanized area. So if your gravel road is not considered that way, your gravel lane, and it'll be your only point of access because we'll shut the front driveway off, then yes, we should have the same standard in looking at gravel lanes. You can still densify. I'm not arguing, as some of our online friends have said, that we should be lowering the density. No, you could still put in a secondary suite. You could still put in a duplex, but you have to have some sense of reality, and you shouldn't be able to do a triplex if the lane is gravel, much as we don't intensify on gravel roads. The other thing in passing that I wanted to reference that I did like in these motions, or at least I wanted to, the fight is going to be coming on the fourplexes and the 800 meters. It's 800 meters from transit stops, not from the full route. Here's what our frequently asked question prepared by our staff said in November. The mapped area will be based on bus stops and not routes. So the area, the 800-meter area, is going to be based on individual stops, not the entire route. So there will be some areas that aren't going to be covered because you're basing it on individual stops, not the entire route. So I understand, I have great sympathy for what Councillor Orlikow and Councillor Dobson have gone through with lot splitting stuff in their neighborhoods. I just don't support what they're trying to do today. I suspect I will be with them whenever we get to the fourplex discussion down the line. Councillor Eadie's motion, I understand what he's trying to say here, but it would set up a number of problems. And that problem number one, we are trying to encourage this where there are lanes, so you have less conflict with pedestrians. That's in the infill guidelines, page 19, I think, rather eloquently stated. That's part of why there's a different standard. You don't want to make Winnipeg the front yard parking capital of the world, so you need a much wider property if you don't have a lane, so you can come around and park in the back. So that's important to note. We would start having very different standards if you're on the river side, on, say, Kingston Crescent, than if you're on the inside with a gravel lane. You'd have different standards if you're outside the mature communities. I will remind you, complete communities, page 135, there's a whole provision about we discourage development applications seeking entitlements that may increase the risk of flood damage to property in areas not protected by the Red River floodway. So we'd have to put that in. We'd have to amend the amendment to say, well, this applies to river lots, but not all river lots, because some of them are outside the floodway. I think we're better off going with what Planning Committee first approved. So with apologies to Councillor Eadie, I don't favor that. Secondly, you'd have the incongruity of, hey, I live on Sadler. I have a lot that's 200 feet deep. Why aren't you treating me the same way? Why do I have a minimum lot width requirement of 40? I don't have a river behind me, but look at my great big lot. Well, we aren't saying that. So there's already a provision in here about lot size. There's already a provision in here about lot width. If you want to come down and seek a variance, I guess you can. But to say somehow it should be 33 if you have a river lot because they're big, but places like Berrydale have 200 feet deep, but they don't have a back lane nor a river lot, so it just gets very convoluted. So I don't favor that. So it's important to remember what we have in front of us is, it only touches upon the mature communities. So those maps are in the materials. Several wards are not touched at all. I have some sympathy for Councillor Orlikow saying, well, the people who've been encouraging all of this, wait till we get to the fourplexes and some of these other debates, because it's going to impact all the wards then. So just be aware of that. I don't favor spreading all this throughout the city, but I do have some sympathy for what Councillor Orlikow is trying to say. These only apply right now to the mature communities. I think a lot of work has gone into this. Certainly I need a brief extension.
Mr. Mayor moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
He's enjoying me saying positive stuff about the planners for change, so just keep going here. So this has been a long process. The infill guidelines, I think, did some of what they set out to do. You hear people at the committee saying, oh, they were, the word cowardly wasn't used, but it might have been, oh, they were so minor and so tepid. And, well, come work in my office for a week or two then and listen to all the complaints that come in about some of the way in which this development has been done. And then maybe you'll agree with what Councillor Dobson and Orlico and I would say, which is there are side effects. You can pretend there aren't. You can pretend it's all been a great success, but it hasn't been. There have been a number of side effects. So I think the guidelines were frankly a pretty good faith effort to balance the interests of the developers, the public, the elected officials. So far, at least in my ward, I think it's been a decent balancing act. So I'm glad to see them finally being put into a coded bylaw form so that some of the other inconsistencies we've had coming out of appeals committee will be dealt with. So for today, rather perhaps ironically, I want to speak well of the planning department and their efforts to try and clarify some of my questions. Unfortunately, I'm not able to support any of the amendments. But I do, and I do really have concerns. If we go forward on that river one, it goes back to committee. I'll be seeking to amend because it conflicts with complete communities and on it'll go. So look forward, well, I actually don't much look forward, but we will be looking forward to the Housing Accelerator Bucket 3 in about a year or so. But for today, I'm certainly, I'll be in support of the motion as it was originally put forward.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Rowlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the motion coming out of Property and Development Standing Policy Committee and Executive Policy Committee. I do want to say nice things about the movers today of amendments. I won't be supporting the motions, however. But I want to speak specifically to the path forward, because I do envision a successful motion, because, Madam Speaker, my glass is always half full. And so I do expect us to move forward, but specifically to the criticisms that I think are really fair to think about. And I want to make sure, Madam Speaker, folks know in the chamber here and that may be listening that the 3 bites of an apple approach, bucket 1, bucket 2 that we're in now, and bucket 3, is a deliberative process to slow things down, to hopefully get them right, and to engage more people in the policy process. That's a deliberative piece that I've had to sort of reconfirm for myself, especially watching other cities like Calgary go through the whole kit and caboodle and seeing hundreds and hundreds of delegations come out to the zoning bylaw, something that is, a very weighty piece of bylaw that covers a lot of things. And so this 3 bites of an apple approach, I think, slows it right down. It allows for more time to be deliberative. Perhaps you don't see it in context, but for sure the final phase, Madam Speaker, we will indeed see it in context and have the opportunity to amend it in the whole. And so I want to put some words on the record with respect to the 3 bites of the apple that we're taking with the zoning bylaw on the table, ready for operation, and that we're going to be at this for some time. And I jokingly asked recently for the mayor for a bit of a pay raise as a result of the work ahead. It was a joke, but it is more effort to do it this way in some respects, and I want to acknowledge the work of Property and Development, including Councillor Dobson, who I note, has an open mind because he voted to support the amendments, and now he has amendments before the floor of council today, along with Councillor Orlico. We are seeing pressures in mature communities as a result of the infill guidelines, And that's why I, along with Councillor Orlico and maybe others, were uncomfortable with a guideline. I, at the time, remember in debate saying it was wagging the dog. Why? Because the bylaw is the thing. And so it is with some, momentum that I do want to see what we long since passed last term, the infill guidelines, be finally confirmed in law, which is in part a result of today. I also want to see it because, in speaking with housing advocates, one of the concerns comes with gentrification, and Councillor Orlico and others have spoken about this. And rapid zoning work, making sure that more people are at the table than not, and making sure that people understand Winnipeg's planning process as it's grown up over time, as we want to change it. And I think everyone in this chamber, Madam Speaker, holds ambitions to change it, that we're actually learning together with our residents, with the planning and development process. And I believe we heard back when we passed the infill guidelines, the public service sort of indicate that was why they were suggesting a path of this guideline first and then bylaw amendments later, that we would be learning as we go. I rejected it at the time. I would probably still reject it now as a framework mistake, a policy framework mistake, but here we are. The use of the policy tools available that we have to protect residents and preserve housing diversity, I think, is at issue every time we do this. We have been developing our housing policy framework, and it was nice to see Councillor Wyatt earlier today call down the Housing Accelerator Fund and speak specifically to his commitment to affordable housing. There is, I believe, a lot of support for the work that went into the amendments at the Standing Policy Committee, just as there was support earlier this year when Council voted in favor of the bylaw changes designed to cut red tape and reduce the number of projects that require development permit. This rapid zoning bylaw amendment does more things, amendments to make it easier, certainly, to develop single-family detached dwellings, two-family dwellings, or two-family semi-detached dwellings, and multifamily dwellings, up to 3 units in mature communities. That's not insignificant. The amendments to allow for detached secondary suites as of right in established neighborhoods, and I know that there are many in the community that have ambitions to do just that. Amendments to parking requirements for affordable housing, for sure, and amendments to permit outdoor dining and drinking areas and address known deficiencies in the zoning bylaw. These are just some of the key proposed changes that I hope we pass today, and that really move us along forward in what I'm calling the second bite of the apple, Madam Speaker. But it is important to note that we are doing this at a certain pace. I have ward residents that are concerned with these changes and are particularly concerned with the 4 stories as 4 units as of right. They are concerned because they have experienced construction impacts in their neighborhood, summers with endless noise, Madam Speaker, and in some cases property damage due to the infill going on next door. And so it's with all of that, the criticisms, the consideration of what's next, that I think it is time to kind of put this in gear in the one hand, and also make sure that we are doing a very deliberative policy process that gets more people to the table and understanding the zoning bylaw. That's a complicated bylaw for the city, and that we take our time in public hearings, at council, in the chamber, and at Standing Policy Committee. And I invite councillors to continue the discussion with me, and I know what's coming next is certainly just more. But I do think, and I wanted to stand in defense of this process that we have now. I'm calling it 3 bites of the apple, three buckets, if you will, in the publications from the public service. And I certainly stand in support of what Standing Policy Committee did and EPC confirmed this month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing none. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I voted for the Housing Accelerator Fund application from the city to the federal government. And I may have said many of the things that Councillor Orlikow did as well, Councillor Rowlands, other councillors, but I voted for it with my concerns. Some restrictions and conditions were put on us, and I just felt we had to do this in the immediacy. Having said that, I was told that vote for it and we can change it later. Well, here's our opportunity. We have to bear in mind when we're looking at Winnipeg's relationship to the Housing Accelerator Fund that we have to take into consideration, all Winnipeggers should take into consideration the fact that not every city is being treated the same. Not every municipality is being treated the same. And there's different conditions and different cities have imposed their own conditions, somehow gotten away with it. Well, it's a funny thing, you know, and I was talking to Councillor Orlikow about this before. The federal government's coming in, giving municipalities funding for housing, for what we're calling a housing crisis, for affordable housing, for functional housing development. But they're putting the restrictions on the city. In other words, deregulate. Here's some money, but you have to deregulate. They could have said, which has happened in the past, and I'll give us some examples. The federal government gives the provinces or municipalities money and say, okay, here's some money, but you better bring up some functional conditions by which it's spent. Maybe bring up some standards. We did the opposite. While my entire time on City Council, and I've been in favor of it, I've done my part. We've sort of deregulated the development industry in this city in the name of density. And I've done my share at least as much as every other city councillor voting for that in my own ward. I've done that. But here, and then of course we have our Winnipeg Plan Winnipeg, further aspects of deregulation in terms of facilitating development. Okay. Well, Winnipeggers have concerns over development. And they have concerns over their neighborhood. And I believe that these amendments address that. You know, back a few decades ago, the federal government, and it's not their official jurisdiction to deal with health, but the federal government said, okay, provinces, we're going to give you a lot of money for health care, but we're going to oblige you to raise the standards for health care, not deregulate health care, raise the standards for health care in this country. And we'll give you money to do it so that you can raise the standards. The city, the federal government in this case could have said, okay, cities, here's some money, raise your standards and conditions by which development can use this money. We didn't do that. We did the opposite. Now, it's not all wrong, but I'm going to tell you something, and Councillor Eadie and I have talked about this. We wouldn't mind a piece of this action too. I don't think we're going to get our fair share. Because there's one word that's never been mentioned in this whole debate since the beginning of it, and that is urban renewal. I've never heard a serious discussion anywhere on the issue of using this money from the federal government for urban renewal. Wouldn't that be a great way to use this Housing Accelerator Fund for urban renewal? Unfortunately, and it's not all wrong, but we're in this gray area where we could do better. It's to make our city better, our neighborhoods better. Unfortunately, in this case, not all wrong, but it's not all right. That return on investment is it's a disproportionate influence on how this money is going to be distributed and how it's going to be used. So it's not my motivation. And here's my bias. Call it a bias if you will, but I represent 50,000 people, and altogether we represent 750,000 people or so. It's not our job to say it's just, here's your money, deregulate so you get a better return on investment for the developers that are going to be using that. The developers are going to provide a great service as we've developed this city over generations. But urban renewal, that is not a priority for City Council, for City Hall. If that's not our priority, whose priority is it? That's not a hypothetical question. That's not a rhetorical question. If City Council and City Hall isn't dealing with the priority of urban renewal when it comes to an opportunity the federal government has given us, whose job is it? Well, you know what? Maybe it's ours and only ours. Maybe it's only our job, but it's somebody's job. Urban renewal. So unfortunately, you see a trend when it comes to federal funding here. I would call it a trend. One could say you're just using two separate anecdotes. But we've seen in the past in the building of this country, raising standards that make this country great. I don't see that here. What I do see are a few amendments that are trying to make this better. And I respect that. And it's a good thing. I truly, absolutely, as essentially always, I'm grateful for Councillor Mays's explanation and chronology, and it's worthwhile to heed his remarks. I would say in this case, yes, if a couple of these amendments are passed, there's more minutiae to deal with back in the committee process. And I say, well, so be it. Allow that to happen. We've gone and further deregulated the development codes of our city over my decade here. This is part of it. And I think when it comes to the conditions under which we can provide money to the sector for providing a service, we call it a service. We say this is for a housing crisis. So we're providing a public service here. What's the best we can do? I don't think this is it. Mind you, we were given this carrot and stick at the same time by which I felt I should vote for it. But at the same time, this is an opportunity to make it better a little bit. And on that basis, I'm grateful once again to Councillor Orlikow and to Councillor Eadie and to Councillor Dobson as well for seconding these motions to make the conditions a little bit better and to make this a little more functional. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate I think, yeah, how about we let, no, you, that's right, the motion, the mover of the amendment.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Eadie, we'll close in reverse order. Councillor Eadie first, followed by Councillor Orlikow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the process of the design guidelines, and now we are having these rapid amendments made to the zoning bylaw as a number of things. But, you know, Madam Speaker, nowhere in there, it just says where there's no back lane. Different circumstances exist in different situations. River lots do not have properties abutting each other without a back lane. Madam Speaker, there are, and I don't know, I haven't been able to see a long time, so there's certain streets I haven't been down at. You know, Wellington Crescent is interesting, but Scotia, I distinctly remember, Madam Speaker, there are river lots with single-family houses with a driveway, and if you're looking at it, it looks like the cars are parked in front of the house, Madam Speaker. Oh, this could be devastating. Bringing parking to the front? Take a drive down Square. Like, really, come on. So, that is interesting. I also heard arguments that, you know, only this piece would have to go back. And Nowhere in anything that I ever see a discussion, when they talk about no back lanes, it's usually about other circumstances that exist elsewhere. Now, this was just, I still think it is a material amendment because it does change something from 40 to 33, Madam Speaker. And those do exist, at least in my ward. And I don't see any problem with it because they're deep enough and it has a different look and feel than if you have two properties abutting each other, no back lane, and you only have they're saying you need a minimum of 100 feet. Well, that's 4,000 square feet. That's good, Madam Speaker. I see no reason, technically this is discriminating against, and nowhere did anybody ever, consult with anybody or have a discussion about the matter. You talk about, you have a hearing and you're proposing these amendments, and was there a discussion? Councillor Orlico referred to consulting and so on. But Madam Speaker, also what was put on the table, there's a misnomer there. Nothing in this zoning bylaw changes here, Madam Speaker, trumps. Nothing trumps the laws we have in place relating to flood zones, inside, outside the floodway, geotechnical analysis. Nothing trumps that. So even if you want, Madam Speaker, don't get misled. A lot of stuff that was thrown out there is I don't know. It's just not true. And what's the best way to find out, Madam Speaker? Let's have a hearing. This is only for a single family build. It's not affecting duplexes or triplexes. If you read through the whole bylaw on these things, the changes. So I urge my council colleagues, it's a hearing only on that specific change, not on the whole enchilada. I think I'll close with that. One other thing, parking. Now, what is mute, I think, when we're getting these multifamily builds, and this isn't quite what we're talking about, but if you get into the multifamily zone here, area, we ask for major, large, for traffic studies. Who's studying what's happening with parking in particular neighborhoods when they're going to build multifamily? Because if you're giving them a right to not have parking, but people own cars, Madam Speaker, you're causing a problem for traffic, and you're getting people who violate private parking rights, like businesses, who have to face people violating their private parking for customers versus, somebody in the neighborhood taking the spot. And what do? So we have a victim. And what do we always do at the city? How can we do this? This victim thing. We blame it on them. We say, oh, well, you have to have it towed. Well, you have to do that. But who caused the problem, Madam Speaker? That there's not enough parking in a particular area or a particular part of a neighborhood or so on. There should be a parking study that looks at, is there already an overload, and are rules and laws being broken? Are there victims? So on and so forth. I forgot to make that point. I think it's kind of moot through most of the rapid zoning amendments, but if you do build up too much, and we're looking at the fourplex, even a triplex, hey, that's at least 3 cars, at least. Is there parking for 3 cars? But a lot of families I heard on Burroughs, in a very, a home where there isn't a ton of money, there's people with 4-car families because the kids are older, they're still living at home, but the parents have cars and the kids have cars. So we have to consider those things, and we should worry about it. But again, I urge my council colleagues, it's a hearing about a specific issue about a single family build, and it should go to hearing because I'm hearing some misnomers being spoken, Madam Speaker. Let's get clarification. That can all be done through a hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Councillor Orlacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to first start off to really point out something that's very plain and simple before anybody starts to talk about the negative side of something here. We actually all support the housing. No one said today to take things out. No one said no more multiplexes. No one said this, no one said that. I am advocating for more housing, more opportunities around the rest of the city of Winnipeg. Not saying don't do River Heights, Fort Garry. I'm saying we do believe in housing. The half agreement was quite an eye-opener for me. So it is a priority for the city of Winnipeg to increase housing supply and housing affordability. We all agree on that. And today I've heard nothing other than people agreeing on that. So that's really, I think that's really important that council goes with that same foot forward, that we do increase. Now, how do we get there? That's a little bit of a different story. So again, I'm going back to my initial one is, yes, we don't need, for the administration, we don't need to consult anymore because we already consulted. Besides the really low numbers, no, you never consulted as of right. You never consulted once about that. That popped up and they gave people 3 days to even understand what that means. I don't even think anybody around this council chamber understands what that means. What happens to your LDR? What happens if a neighbor wants to say, hey, what's going on beside me? You're going to say, I don't know. You don't know. It's an as of right. So we haven't really had that. So that one was really an eye poker for me, where again, maybe it's a good idea. Maybe there's alternatives there with the as of right that they, for example, as of right, developers will no longer have to be or strongly requested to go talk to the neighborhood. They're not going to do that anymore. They don't have to. So again, maybe some of this can be mitigated with some kind of policy work in the background, but it's not there today. It was a surprise to us, and it was never consulted on. So the as of right, really, that one to me really gets to me a little bit much, and I wish it wasn't there. It'd make this vote a lot easier for me, because with the as of right, even the detached secondary suite I have a little bit of problem on, can kind of live with that, but the most contentious issue I have in the River Heights Fort Garry neighborhood and in other neighborhoods is the lot split. Why is the lot split such a problem? Because, and again, just point out, I'm not saying get rid of lot splits. Just saying keep it the way it is so there is an appeal process. If we have a problem with the appeals, not be consistent, we're looking at the governance review, maybe we just have a standing committee on that for the whole year. We can deal with that. But the as of right doesn't really work for me when I have to tell the neighborhood, I don't know what's going on beside you. I don't know what it's going to look for. Trust the administration, they'll be fine. That to me is a little rich at this point. Because it really is it's called form-built versus zoning. So I like form-built. I've always wanted to do side-by-sides over lot splits. Again, same number of units, but it looks like a house, feels like a house. That, to me, I think will be much more acceptable for a neighborhood to have than the lot splits. So again, right now, even with the lot splits, you have as of right, and then you have other ones that are conditional use. Developers are going to keep hammering down on lot splits because it's the quickest path to success. They're not going to want to go through conditional use and have an appeal. Again, I'm not degrading developers. That's what's happened in the past. That's why they haven't done side-by-sides, because it's the whole rezoning at the time. Now it's a conditional use. Let's have a level playing field. So developers will either choose side-by-sides or the lot splits, but there would be a little bit of opportunity for an appeal. And that contextualizing for the neighborhood doesn't cut them out of the process completely. So again, when we're here today and some people mention, oh, well, Orlacombe's motion is get rid of lot splits. No, it's not. It's to get rid of the requirement of the buildable space. Let's keep it the same space. They can still apply for the variance. So I'm not saying no. Again, we believe in housing supply. We all believe in affordability. I'm not sure that's really going to matter in the River Heights area too much. But again, supply is important, and I'm thinking citywide. Again, but I am an area councillor. So I really like the idea today. I heard today that we're now at the motion number 3, the one about the lot size, would have to get referred back. Fantastic. Please do so. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's have a discussion about that. That's what we should be doing, and really proud that Councillor Rollins said today, we're going to take our time. So take your time. Send them back to a public hearing, the 2 items, we can have a discussion, and then you can defeat them. The zoning bylaw is not going to be done for a really long time. So let's have that opportunity to have this discussion. But don't you want to know what's happening to your LDR? Don't you want to kind of have an idea of what kind of information the neighborhood would get about some of these items? It'd be a great opportunity to have that discussion with administration. But again, couldn't really have that discussion with administration before because we're in a public hearing process, and that should only be done in the public hearing process. That was my interpretation of it. So again, I also really strongly believe, and I will be working on that, you'll see that shortly, that all of City of Winnipeg needs to be involved in this. It needs to be, maybe you don't want to have the lot splits everywhere. Okay, why not? Why is it good in mature neighborhoods and not somewhere else? Why can you do a 4-plex, as of right 4-plex, but you have to get a conditional use for a triplex, or in other neighborhoods outside the rapid zoning, you have to go through the whole rezoning. That makes absolutely no policy sense at all. You can do a 4-plex, 4-story 4-plex as of right, but if you want to do a triplex, you're going to have to go through a rezoning process in every other part of the city except for mature neighborhoods. How does that policy-wise make any sense at all? Maybe it does. Right now, I don't see how it could possibly make any sense at all. That's why I advocated bringing the whole basket together and having the one debate. I remember when I was listening to some people speak on this debate, said, oh, thank goodness you're not Calgary. All those people are showing up and taking up all your time. That's actually disgusting. We want people to show up and express their views. That's our job. The fact that I go down 3 blocks in my neighborhood and find one person actually knows what's going on, we can't just try to sneak this through, and I don't think we are, but I don't think the neighborhood was engaged. People weren't engaged. They definitely weren't engaged in the as of right because they didn't know about it. That wasn't even part of the consultation process. So I think it's fantastic, and I think I share the legal opinion. Send them back, those 2 amending motions. If you can't support my first one, which is, let's put it all in one big basket. We talked about the federal government. You know what? I can't go out there tomorrow and say, don't worry, you're still going to have 1-to-1 parking ratios. When I fully believe that we're going to have 0 once we take the transit funding. I fully believe that. Because we're going to take the transit funding because that's another one of our priorities, and I already witnessed that in the Housing Accelerator Fund amendment to the 4-plex and 4-story. Even in that one, we have no consultation process for that all outlined. Again, I'll deal with that after. Right now, it's going to be another public hearing, and that's about it. Are we not going to talk to the neighborhoods ahead of time? Tell them whether this is what you're in store? Well, I don't know, because it hasn't. We just agreed to that Housing Accelerator adding the 2 things in, but we didn't talk anything about consulting. There's nothing in there yet. Maybe later on we'll put that in there. But again, at this point, the trust me, maybe later model doesn't really sit well with me. It's something that's so big and so impactful, we need to take our time. We're not in a rush yet. 2025 is still a little bit of ways away. We can take a little bit of time just to get a little bit worked out a bit better. So again, I just want to thank everybody here. I'm probably not going to be voting on much of this. Again, we'll see how everybody else votes. But again, I do believe, and I think the message that needs to come out here today is yes, City Council believes that we need to increase housing supply and we need to increase the affordability of our housing in Winnipeg. That is one thing we have to do. We're all on board with that. I just believe it should be a little bit bigger just in mature neighborhoods. Others may not, but that debate will come at another time, it looks like. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Legault. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the councillors, every councillor who's spoken to this matter for the debate. I'll echo certainly Councillor Orliko's opening comment. I think, yeah, there's certainly agreement that we need more housing. We all know that. No one here is debating that, and he's right on that. I had the privilege, quick story, I had the privilege yesterday of stopping in to a class, an English class that Ukrainians who just moved to Winnipeg are taking to try to have the English they need so that they get jobs, and they were asking me questions. And one of their comments by a few of them is, we're having trouble finding housing right now, and that just makes the challenge great. And so I'll echo Councillor Orliko's comments on that. Everyone here is in agreement, we need more housing. And the Housing Accelerator Fund is one of the means by which we are choosing to partner with the federal government yes, and their conditions in a way to get more housing built more quickly. What we have before us here is the first bucket, the first bite of the apple, the first phase, however you want to term it. And specifically what we're dealing with today is the rapid zoning bylaw amendments. And just to restate what we know, but just so that we know for sure, the majority, it says right in the report, the majority of the proposed rapid zoning bylaw amendments have been directed by previous council motions and are intended to complete the first phase of Initiative 1. I think Councillor Mays in his comments, made that clear as well. As so much of what is before us today is work. It's in essence, I'll use the word, putting into bylaw, codifying, if we want to use those terms, if that's appropriate enough. What previous councils have decided upon, and what has become in many ways a practice, including the infill guidelines. I appreciate Councillor Orliko's motions and what he's brought forward and what Councillor Eadie's brought forward as well. I will not be supporting any of the three amendments. I do believe that the hearing process that we have and have been involved in, does give members of the public opportunity to review what is being proposed, weigh in on what is being proposed, comment on what's being proposed. And so I think we've followed that process here. Obviously, there's another hearing at least to come on future buckets in due course. And I think what the seriousness, I think, of how the federal government is also treating this Housing Accelerator Fund, I think was reinforced just the other day when Minister Fraser noted and publicly stated that I believe it's the city of Oakville, Ontario, that was in line for $25 million, will not be receiving their $25 million because they reneged on some of their commitments within the Housing Accelerator Fund agreement that they signed with the federal government. And so this is in line, what we're dealing with today is really in line with the first phase of the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application. So what we have before us is we are doing what we said we would do in phase 1 of our application to the Housing Accelerator Fund. And I think it's important that we maintain the trajectory and fulfill our obligation in a timely manner that we have made in establishing our agreement on Housing Accelerator funding with the federal government. I do appreciate the debate today, but just to reiterate, I'll be supporting the main motion, will not be supporting the three amending motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, we will vote on the motions in reverse order. All in favor of motion 5, amending motion 5, moved by Councillor Eadie. Call for recorded vote. All in favor of amending motion 5, please rise.
Councillors Eadie, Orlikow, Schreier, Wyatt.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 4, nays 12.
Amending motion 5 is lost. Next is amending motion 3, moved by Councillor Orlikow and seconded by Councillor Dobson. All in favor, please rise.
Councillors Dobson, Eadie, Orlikow, Schreier, Wyatt.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 5, nays 11.
Motion 3 is lost. amending motion 2, moved by Councillor Orlikow and seconded by Councillor Dobson. All in favor, please rise.
Councillors Dobson, Edie, Orlikow, Schreier, Wyatt.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 5, nays 11.
Amending motion 2 passes, and now the main item as amended. All in favor? Oh, no. Okay. All in favor, please rise. Oh, pardon me, we don't need to call the vote actually because none of the amendments passed the item. Okay, it's not as amended. So the main item, call on that vote. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Barwadi, Chambers, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Dobson, Edie, Orlikow, Schreier, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 11, nays 5.
Item 8 passes. On to item 12, Madam Clerk.
Item number 12, Property Tax Credit Program for Fencing Installation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
This was stood down by Councillor Edie.
Member of the original motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Receiving it as information. Well, Madam Speaker, there's a bunch of things we could do alternative to this. Like, for example, do what they do in Brandon and just send the garbage trucks up and down the back lane and haul it away. It'll save the victims the hassle. I mean the victims of this dumping. Now, people said that, building one of these new corrugated metal fences, well, it'll still get damaged. Oh, there's no hope. Oh, it won't stop it. But the thing is, if somebody dumps it in the back lane, Madam Speaker, the city does have to pick it up. I wish they had to clean up the back lanes too of the litter as a result of garbage bags being ripped open. But right now, if there's bulk waste sitting in the right of way, in the back lane, the city has to haul it away. So, but what people are doing is they're dumping it on other people's private property. And Madam Speaker, apparently we, the city, get really, we had the camera program. We wouldn't use it where there was private properties being abused and victimized, but we did it on our own property, Madam Speaker. Geez, aren't we just a wonderful service to our Winnipeggers? So they did get fined. So people don't want to throw it where they could have city video cameras have them showing them dumping it right in the back lane, Madam Speaker. But it's okay for us to, say, well, who cares about that private property owner, the victim? Some aren't victims, some are just, bad owners of property and they dump their own garbage on their own lot. Yeah, that happens. But, so I'm really saddened that we wouldn't look at a property tax credit in the neighborhoods where we have the garbage dumping problem. I asked for consolidation of solid waste. We're waiting for that to happen. Things are changing, though, in the ideas and proposals that I had, because if you do consolidate at least collecting of the garbage, you can then charge fees in a different manner, Madam Speaker. to support programs like our street beautification litter program, which we don't put enough bins out there for people to throw their garbage in. Not that that's going to necessarily stop things, but apparently we don't have the money. If you go to the website about that litter pickup program, look at what it says. We can't afford to do any more litter bins because we don't have any money. Did we hear that during the budget discussion, Madam Speaker? We don't have any money for a proper litter program. We started talking about how to fund it for downtown and some problematic areas, which is good. I'm not, opposed to trying to do that stuff, but we need a systemic way. So ultimately, by just saying, oh, it's information, we don't want to do that, whereas in the past, the city has offered property tax credit for people to fix up the fronts of their houses so that, the neighborhoods look good and, where people don't necessarily have a lot of money to do those kind of things. That's been done in the past, Madam Speaker. We've even supported in a monetary way to put in low flush toilets over the years. We had a program for sewer backup valves and sump pumps. We can't try to assist the victims of dumping of garbage. We can't do that, Madam Speaker. Anyway, I'm saddened that that this is what we're getting back from the Executive Policy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interesting that this motion is juxtaposed to our previous motion regarding the Housing Accelerator Fund. And my concerns, as I expressed in the debate on the last motion, was about we're not dealing with urban renewal. We're getting millions of dollars, dozens of millions, across the country. How big is the Accelerator Fund across Canada? All over $1 billion, isn't it? Pardon me? And we're not talking about urban renewal. And my concern is, as I've said just in the last debate, that the money's going to go towards, where the developers can get their best return on investment, which again is not all wrong, but it is not all right. Here's an opportunity with extra funding for urban renewal, and we did not take advantage of that. In this case, to try and have some real urban renewal, to try and make our communities better, safer, a place where people want to live and raise their families, here's an opportunity. We're not doing it with the Accelerator Fund, but we could do it here. What's the long term in terms of using taxpayers' money to prefer certain areas of the city over others? What's the long-term effect of that? It makes our certain neighbors, by virtue of our conscious actions and our conscious decisions here at City Hall, some neighborhoods even more preferable over others. Well, I'm going to just tell you something. Where I live in Elmwood, Elmwood's not going away. We are going to be there. But and we've been there we're the first, portion to actually join Winnipeg in 1906. But we are experiencing urban decay in some areas more than others. We've just accepted the fact through the Housing Accelerator Fund. We're willing to look what we're willing to do to bring affordable housing, so-called affordable housing, into the city. But if we're really serious about making it affordable, wouldn't we make some more conscious decisions in terms of the placement, such as other cities have done, jurisdictions and limitations and conditions in terms of where the development is taking place? I do understand, and it's not lost on Councillor Eadie either, why there's going to be certain aspect of dysfunction when it comes to the application and the allocation, the geographic allocation of funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund. But what we have to contend with, not just as individual councillors, for those that are in the inner city core area, and whatever adjectives you wish to describe some of the neighborhoods that some of us represent. If we're not going to deal with urban decay with the Housing Accelerator Fund, what are our long-term objectives otherwise? Well, this is part of a solution to make our neighborhoods cleaner, safer, more palatable, more pleasing for the taxes that people pay for, so that people don't, this doesn't happen in every neighborhood. It doesn't happen in every neighborhood in the ward I represent. It doesn't happen in every neighborhood that I've lived in Winnipeg or elsewhere. But certain neighborhoods have more challenges. Just as Councillor Orlico pointed out, certain neighborhoods are going to have greater challenges with the Housing Accelerator Fund. How do we mitigate that? How do we plan for the future? We didn't really do that with the Housing Accelerator Fund. We didn't really concentrate on urban renewal. But this is, again, one little piece in which we can make some of our neighborhoods. We're using taxpayers' money, by the way, for that Housing Accelerator Fund. That's taxpayers' money. We're using taxpayers' money, and it's going to be put into preferred neighborhoods rather than urban renewal. And are we really going to get our bang for the buck on that? Are we? Wouldn't it make more sense economically if we're really going to talk about affordable housing to make the housing more affordable? That would mean some sort of plan in terms of allocation of the funding, wouldn't it? We're talking about a little bit of taxpayers' money again to make a few neighborhoods safer, cleaner, more enjoyable for families. And I think it's right. I think it's obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I rise to be in support of Councillor Eadie's request for this project. I've had an opportunity to be on the council before, back when, believe it or not, we had a home renovation tax assistance program bylaw that was funding many different things in the city at one time in terms of helping homeowners maintain their property. It was a very successful program, but the council decided not to continue with it. But I would hope that it's not too late that members of EPC, it seems to be we have a pattern here. EPC members' ideas, good. Non-EPC members' idea, bad. Has to be rejected. Now, I was told by a member of council who got elected into a high position when he came to my office, it was going to be different. Take it for the word that I heard that day. Send this one back, guys. Let's work on this one. I encourage members of EPC to say, look, let's reconsider. Maybe there's a different approach that can be taken here. But the reality is, it's not just the fences in Councillor Eadie's ward. I mean, I drive through the ward at times and see what's going on, because it's interesting to see what's happening in our inner city these days. And it's not the same neighborhoods that I remember. And there's a real concern that I have. And I think the fact that we've had hundreds of fires lit, much of it arson since the beginning of this year, record numbers. Something's going on. We have to be cognizant of that, especially when the area councillors saying that this would assist. Maybe this is not the scenario, maybe this is not the solution, but the intent is right. And I think he's sincere in trying to address a long-standing problem. I would encourage members of council or EPC members not to fall into this. EPC good, not EPC bad. But that's what's happening. And that's the perception, that's the reality. But I would hope that this could be reconsidered before we go to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker would be Mr. Mayor, if you wish to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to, through you, Madam Speaker, sincerely thank Councillor Eady, the area councillor, in whose ward so many of the challenges when it comes to properties that are not kept up, or properties that remained piles of rubble after fires. It seems that there's a few wards, and Mynarski seems to be one of them, where it's disproportionately affected. I recognize that. I think this council in the past and presently is trying to make efforts using both incentive approaches and kind of disincentive approaches to get property owners to care for their properties, clean up piles of rubble, secure their properties, and make sure that neighborhood blight is reduced. I know our council continues to work on that. So I in no way question the, obviously the sincerity and the work that Councillor Eady is doing here. And I can certainly say that my reason for voting against it has nothing to do with whether the member who brought it forward is on the Executive Policy Committee or not. I just fundamentally believe there may be other ways. This is not an initiative that I'm philosophically supportive of. And so for that reason, I'm voting against it, and I can't speak for other EPC members or any other member of this chamber who would vote for or against it, so the reasons why. I do believe in principle and in actual fact, we need to continue to work together as a council to try to find ways to reduce neighborhood blight, to get properties cleaned up. Last week, I had my regular meeting with the Premier. One of the items on the agenda that I put on the agenda was derelict properties and the cleanup of derelict properties. So I've continued to bring this up with the Premier, asking for the province to find ways to work with us to move quicker on getting neighborhood blight reduced, clean up properties, certainly clean up rubble, clean up properties that have burned. I know that Councillor Santos, in her ward as well, is dealing with that in significant ways, as are other properties. So we'll continue to work on this matter. We're not asleep at the switch. I'm not supportive of this, the initiative here that's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I'll call the question. Yes.
To be clear, voting for this report is opposed to the original motion. Voting against it is in actual support of the motion as it was proposed.
Yes. So voting for the report is to receive it as information. That's correct. Okay.
Vote, yes.
If you
Just-
vote
sorry, to
for
be
the
clear.
report,
Thank you.
you're voting to receive it as information. All in favor to receive as information? Aye. Contrary? Okay. How many in opposition? 2? There's 3? 3. Okay, you're noted. Okay. All in favor, please rise to receive as information.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Duncan, Eady, Schreier, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 12, nays 4.
Item 12 carries. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 13, Winnipeg Jets whiteout parties at the Forks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues on this.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Call the question.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, do you wish to close? Okay. Call the question on item 13. All in favor?
Aye,
Contrary?
or nay, I should say, because I got to vote first. So recording in opposition.
Okay. All in favor of receiving as information? Contrary? That's 2 in opposition, and that's carried. Okay. Councillor Eady would like to be recorded in opposition. Thank you. And Councillor Wyatt. Madam Clerk, item 14.
Appointment of Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, first of all, to welcome, assuming this passes today, would welcome Tracy Graham to the position of Chief Financial Officer. I want to, first of all, thank the committee that was involved in the whole process of identifying and interviewing candidates and making this recommendation to our council today. I know it's a lot of work. It's extra meetings, and I know they put their hearts and souls into the process. As a chief financial officer, is one of our 4 statutory officers, so it's a very, very big deal as to what name and what individual is brought forward, because the CFO of the City of Winnipeg is a very demanding task, and it's significant work. And really pleased to see Ms. Graham's background, her experience coming into this role, and I'm confident she'll contribute a lot. I look forward to working with her as council works with her as well. And I want to take the opportunity, we've said it before, but take the opportunity right now to certainly thank Catherine Klepfer, who has done just remarkable work. She's been an outstanding chief financial officer for us, and we do wish her all of the best in her retirement or whatever the future holds for her. But, you know, the average Winnipegger probably doesn't think about our statutory officers and members of our public service, but I can certainly say that the now 815,000 Winnipeggers have been very well served by Catherine Klepfer. Her professionalism, her expertise, and her leadership has really been a real benefit to our council and to the people of Winnipeg as well. So with that, Madam Speaker, I certainly look forward to voting in favor of this recommendation from the committee today.
Thank you. Any further speakers? 14. Councillor Brawadi, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise this afternoon to encourage all of you to support the committee's recommendation to hire Tracy Graham as the City of Winnipeg's next CFO. I'd like to thank at this time CAO Michael Jack, Councillors John Orlico and Councillor Cindy Gilroy, as well as our corporate HR staff for leading the process and taking the time to go through those interviews, to review the applicants. And again, I would encourage all of you to choose us today. Again, staff hire and fire most of our staff. Hire and fire most of our staff. The police board, of course, hires and fires the police chief. And otherwise, it's up to the only 4 positions the council actually has to ratify are the CAO, CFO, city clerk, and city auditor. So again, if there's any further questions or comments about the selection, please feel free at any point to come forward and have a chat.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to rise in support. I've had an opportunity to look over the resume of Ms. Tracy Graham. It's quite impressive. Board member Ross Brookhouse, CFO and VP Finance, BRR Logistics, board member of the Winnipeg Foundation, CFO Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries for 6 years, 10 months, past chair corporate governance of the Young Associates, and senior manager at Ernst & Young as well as advisor going further back in terms of her skills with Air Canada. Impressive, and I'm glad to be able to support this today and congratulate the committee on the interview and the hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to rise in support of this hire of Tracy Graham for our new CFO. But I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to thank Catherine Klepfer for her years of service to the City of Winnipeg. I was on the panel that assisted in her hire with Councillors Gilroy and then Councillor Gillingham, now Mayor Gillingham. And she had an immediate impact in terms of just getting familiarized with the City of Winnipeg processes. Of course, her expertise from her field showed through immediately, and she was easily able to integrate during a very difficult time as we were emerging from COVID. So again, a big, huge thank you and congratulations to Catherine Klepfer on her retirement, and hopefully this next stage and chapter in her life will be a rewarding one as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to thank Catherine Klepfer for her years here of hard work and dealing with some tough issues, tough questions, not just for me, but tough issues, because it's not easy dealing with government budgets in the 2020s. I want to welcome our new CFO, Tracy Graham, and start off semi-sarcastically saying good luck with that. You know, it's a funny thing. We've got a new provincial government, a new premier, Bob Canoe, a new finance minister, Adrian Sala. Got a new budget on the provincial level. It's not just my heart. More than my sympathy, my empathy goes out to all newly elected leaders or newly appointed leaders, primarily in the financial aspect of public service and government, because my predictions have been this whole decade things aren't going to get easier, and they are not. And we're going to have some challenging times together. And I wish Tracy Graham the best, and hopefully we can do our best together, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close on the item?
You can call the question, Madam Speaker, please.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 15, Market Lands Public Realm Project Budget.
There is one amending motion 4 that goes with this item, and that was moved by Councillor Rollins and seconded by the Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you have your opportunity to introduce the item.
Thank you. Yes, I'll let, obviously, the Councillor Rollins explain the motion as it's her motion. I'm gladly supportive of it. This is kind of a matter of, I wouldn't say cleanup, but I'll just say it's really exciting to see this project kind of rising from the ground, all of us, because of where our offices are and coming and going from City Hall daily. Get a chance to see the development coming together finally. It's interesting, I think our own City Winnipeg Archives division, not that long ago in their regular social media posts, posted the market lands from whatever it was 100 years ago or 75 years ago, posted a photo of it, and it's very exciting to see what it's going to become, including more housing, affordable housing, deeply affordable housing will be located on the property right across the street from us. So looking forward to that. This is a small amendment, and I look forward to supporting it and supporting the amending motion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I'll call the question. Or no, we're on the item still. Councillor Rollins, you are next to introduce the amending motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm happy if we call the question. I do want to acknowledge that UW Development Corporation that's led by Jeremy Reed, excellent resource, has been working away on this project and has been drawing down a lot of funding using the National Housing Strategy. And if Councillor Schreier, Madam Speaker, needs some proof, and I'm going to rise to that challenge that we're looking at urban renewal, look no further than right across the street from City Hall, Madam Speaker, and the federal government National Housing Strategy dollars that are going into that project.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Okay. Councillor Rollins, do you wish to close? Mr. Mayor? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor of amending motion 4? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. The main item now is amended. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Okay. That concludes our reports under this committee. We'll now move on to, we have a motion. Okay. Motion 7 is moved by Councillor Wyatt and seconded by Councillor Schreier regarding community committee establishment rules. This will be an automatic referral to the Executive Policy Committee. It's a notice of motion. Okay, next on the agenda of the next council meeting. Yes, notice of motion. Okay, we'll now move under
Just
bylaw.
sorry to clarify,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, was there two? Was there one sent out and then withdrawn and another one sent out? Because this has a reference of
The first
EPC.
one, the first one that was printed was actually cut off on the side, so if you'll actually look at the two, you'll
Yes,
see
it
that
was
there's
a-
some wording missing.
a
I
photocop-
apologize, we should have clarified that.
Photocopying error, I think, for the first one. They're both the same. One is more visible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good question. We'll now move on to bylaws of the Executive Policy Committee. Councillor Wyatt?
Madam Speaker, I wish to be able to vote on bylaw number 26, 73, and 78, but I have to declare conflict on 74.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the other three first
Okay.
and leave 74 for when you leave the chamber. Mr. Mayor?
We'll do that then. I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 26, 2024, bylaw number 73, 2024, bylaw number 78, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Noted. Thank you.
Bylaw number 26 of 2024, bylaw number 73 of 2024, bylaw number 78 of 2024.
Okay. Councillor Wyatt, where are you going?
Are we doing the
Second?
second
It's
reading
just the
up
first reading for those.
only? Okay, very
Yes.
good.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Mayor?
I move that the following bylaw be read a first time. Bylaw 74, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 74 of 2024.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next section in a moment. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
I move that bylaw number 38, 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 38 of 2024.
Mr. Mayor?
I move that bylaw number 38, 2024 be read a third time and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Mr. Mayor, all three readings?
I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 63, 2024, bylaw number 64, 2024, bylaw number 75, 2024, bylaw number 77, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried, and that's noted for 63, Councillor Wyatt.
Bylaw number 63 of 2024, bylaw number 64 of 2024, bylaw number 75, 2024, bylaw number 77, 2024.
Thank you.
I move that bylaws number 63, 2024, 64, 2024, 75, 2024, and 77, 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried, and noted for 63, Councillor Wyatt.
Bylaw number 63 of 2024, 64 of 2024, 75 of 2024, and 77 of 2024.
Thank you.
And I move, Madam Speaker, that the rule be suspended and bylaws number 63, 2024, 64, 2024, 75, 2024, 77, 2024 be read a third time, and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? It's carried. Noted 63 for Councillor Wyatt. Okay. Next is question period at nearly 3 p.m. That's wonderful. Mr. Mayor, questions for you. Councillor Eady.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I understand political perspectives or thought, Madam Speaker, but I'm wondering if the mayor understands that it's not just the Minorski ward that deals with where people are victimized with other people dumping garbage on their lots. It happens in Elmwood, East Kildonan to some degree. It happens in Point Douglas, and it happens in Daniel McIntyre. Is the mayor aware of that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Eady, yes, I am aware of that.
Any further questions? Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think it was last Friday, we were at a council seminar about changes to the grants program. I guess, is the mayor aware that presently the grants that we give to organizations like True North, the football club, the Gold Eyes are not being affected? However, the organizations that were this year eligible for nearly $3.5 million in grants are now no longer, the funding next year drops to 1.3 from what we were told in the seminar. So the organization...
Councillor White, just because I keep getting my hand slapped a bit, this is from a council seminar. Was that not supposed to remain confidential?
I don't sign an NDA.
You didn't sign, okay.
There's no NDA.
So
Is there?
if it's not, I just want to know for the future when I do seminars, I could, okay.
So
More than
I guess my question, Madam,
I'll ask the clerk to clarify that if you'd like to momentarily. Would you like to restate your question, keeping that in mind?
well, I don't know, I didn't sign an NDA and no disclosure, non-disclosure agreement.
Code of conduct, there may be some provisions in there. Just a moment. Okay, thank you. Councillor Lard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the wording is no information that is not normally available to the public should be shared. I think that's probably what we're all talking about. That's part of our code of conduct.
Okay. Our clerk is looking up the specifics of the code of conduct. Yeah.
If I make a point of order, the budget was passed. The information in the budget is there. The seminar was held as an outcome of a past budget that was voted on by this council. This council voted, the majority voted, to reduce the grants publicly, this information is public, from 3.5 million approximately to 1.3. Now, the seminar was then held to say, well, these are the organizations that are going to be subject to the reduction. I think that is something that is public information, should be public information.
Proceed with your question. Are you?
Yeah, I
asking a
don't,
question?
may I proceed, or, my question is this, I
I
guess.
think keeping it relevant to what is in the public sphere.
All
as
right,
you
my question
mentioned.
is, there's a whole, I won't name the organizations, but there's a whole host of organizations that we were provided at that seminar that are going to be affected by this reduction in funding. Will the mayor assure the chamber that in advance of the application process, that these organizations will be reached out to be informed that there will be a reduction, that there's a reduction to the funding as per the council decision on the budget in advance, so that they can make...
Councillor Wyatt, yeah, you might want to think about your second question as well. In the budget, the numbers were put out there, and it was told that there's a new grant process. So that was told.
But these
to us.
organizations have to balance their books.
Any
It would be nice to let them know in
specific- Any
advance.
specific question?
That my question was, are we going to be informing these groups affected in advance of the application process?
Madam Speaker, I think first of all, two-part answer to the question. One, we don't have a report. Our budget process, the budget we adopted, requested that our city staff come back with a report on a grant intake process. That's all we have at this point. There's nothing that has come forward to this point. We'll deal with that when it comes forward. But second, I would just say through you, Madam Speaker, is that councillors work in good faith. Most councillors work in good faith. The council seminar process is such that it's in good faith, that we keep confidential matters that are in the council seminar so that we can provide councillors, the public service can provide councillors information. When that confidentiality, when that good faith is broken, it jeopardizes, it could jeopardize the number of council seminars that are provided in the future. So if we're going to work together as a council when it comes to council seminars, I think we owe it to one another to act in good faith and maintain that good faith.
Thank you. Second question.
Technically, council seminars and informal UPC are illegal under the charter. But anyway, that's another story for another legal opinion. Having said that, my question is this, Madam Speaker. The information was very important. When is the report that the mayor refers to coming forward? We were told in the seminar, but I'd like to know, since the mayor referred to it, when is that report coming forward to council for consideration?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Madam Speaker, as with all reports, they come forward when the public service is ready to have them fully prepared, and I don't know if it's fully prepared at this point, so I don't have a date. There is no date yet on when that report may come forward.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Any
Answer-
further
Question was
questions?
answered.
No further questions. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Councillor Lukes? The report dated May 7th.
Okay, I would like to move items 1 through 5.
For contribution agreement, North Winnipeg Parkway. Councillor Mays?
1.
1 is award of contract, Winnipeg Transit Plus. Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on 2, 3, 5. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk, item 1.
Award of contract for the provision of accessible transportation services for Winnipeg Transit Plus, RFP 1006-2023.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes on the item.
I'll wait to hear from my colleague.
Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have this image of Catherine Klepfer hearing those nice words a few minutes ago and then thinking maybe I shouldn't leave, and then realizing I'm about to speak on this matter. No. She thinks it is time to go. We've heard this too many times. But I do want to come back to this. This is the first report we've had under the new system. There was a vote several years ago. Councillor Nason was around with me. We voted to bring 22 to 30% of Transit Plus in-house. Ultimately, it was decided not to do that. I lost that vote. That's fair enough. But two things came out of that. A new process whereby all Transit Plus service contracts will be coming to council for approval. And this is the first one of those under that new regime. There were 7-year gaps previously where we didn't get any of them. So that is positive. There was a provision that said no more of this independent or dependent contractor stuff. Everyone's going to be an employee. Thus, everyone's going to get at least the minimum wage. We know that legally. So we'll get away from this fog machine that was the dependent contractor model. Also, we had said we should consolidate down from the existing 13 contracts. We went only to 8 or 9, but only so many fights you can fight here. But I do want to highlight two things in this report. I talked about 3 of them at EPC, but given the hour, I'll just focus on 2 things. We know these are employees. I asked at EPC and I asked before, and I did get a response from Mr. Jack. I asked, well, what is the wage that's going to be paid to these people? The answer is, we don't know and we can't tell you. And maybe, I think there was some confusion at EPC about some of my comments, but let's be clear. We know these are to be employees, but we also are told by the staff, we're not going to tell you what their wage is. Makes it kind of hard to implement provision 3.13 of our Winnipeg, which we voted on, which is that we'll have a living wage for all of our employees and for the employees of people we contract with. So to accept this is to say, yes, we, the elected people, have said there's going to be a living wage, but we're not allowed to know what wages we're paying the employees of our own contractors. But our staff will know. I don't think that's what was intended, nor do I think that's a workable model. One might respond that then the solution is what Councillors Gilroy and Allard have put forward, which is living wage, here's what it is, here's a number, or at least here's a process to get that number, so you don't have to have this fishing expedition where you're trying to figure, oh, damn, we forgot to put in the previous draft that we needed to know the wages. So, number one, let's remember this moment when we come to the living wage debate in a month or 2, I suppose. Point number 2, we had a long back and forth at Transit Plus about the magnitude of what it would cost to bring some services in-house. And there's a baseline, right? There's a baseline of, well, if we just keep it all private, what's the annual increase likely to be? And at first we were told 2%, and that drifted a bit north of that eventually. Ms. Fisher did a lot of work on that. I want to thank her. But nowhere in this report do we see how much has this actually increased since the last time we awarded this chunk of work. There's a reference to this replaces 2 previous contracts to AB Transit, and I'm not picking on AB Transit here more than any other delivery agent. But if you look at it, you would say, if you had to dig up the numbers, and they're not on Demas, you have to make that request to staff, and Mr. Jack did provide them. The increase has been 60%. It's gone from 4.9 million to the number you see in this report. Technically 59.5, but I'm going to round up to 60. I had to do it manually. So 60%, 5-year contract, even if it's a 7-year contract, things are going up a lot more than 2 or 3 or 4 or 5%, going up maybe like the equivalent of 12% a year. In honor of Councillor Schreier, I will say there is no bargaining agent. There are no unionized employees work for the City of Winnipeg who've been averaging 12% increase. Councillor Lukes rightly pointed out there's a lot more than wage rate that goes into the annual increase, and that is true. And we wouldn't know what the wages have increased with the privates. Perhaps it's more than 12%, but we don't know the number they got before, and we don't know the number they're getting now. So all we know is costs are going up 12%, something in that zone. So we're told in this report it's a similar call volume, similar number of vehicles. Yes. So fine for today. Costs have gone up. I see Councillor Lukes readying her arguments. Costs have gone up. Won't get into that today, but let's remember this in a month or two when we debate about bringing garbage or recycling services partly in-house. And if we're told, boy, you got to leave it private because it's so efficient and it's only going to go up 2% or words to that effect, let's remember that by leaving it all private in Transit Plus, we are not looking at 2% increases or even 10% increases. We're looking at something more than that. So not much to be done in this service. We've decided to leave it all in private hands. But I would say when we get to the garbage contracts, remember what other cities do. Calgary has a mixed model. Ottawa has a mixed model, some private, some public. So it's not like other cities don't do this. So when we have a vote to bring some of it in-house or not on the garbage and recycling collection, let's just cast a very critical eye and scrutinize the numbers that are coming forward, because I'm going to suggest that we can't bank on the annual increases by leaving it private as being a very small number, and my God, look at the increase if we bring it in-house. So I think we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the taxpayers, we owe it to the workers to take a critical eye when we get to the garbage in-house debate and say, you know, maybe this does make sense, maybe this would pay off, but at least let's get some numbers where we can say with some confidence, yes, it isn't just going to go up 1 or 2%. And finally, you say, well, how do you know that about garbage? How do you know that? Maybe it is only going up 1 or 2%, but we actually do know that because that's public information, because when we awarded the garbage contracts in October of 2016, it was $25 million a year. When we extended the garbage contracts earlier this year, it was $40 million a year. Remarkably enough, 60%, just like the increase we're seeing in some of these other contracts. So 7 years, 5 years, regardless of the base that you're using, a 60% increase when you keep it all private, that's not inflation. That's not what we're paying our workers. That's far more than that. So when it comes to garbage, let's remember 60% increase in service delivery costs between 2016 and earlier this year. Let's just remember that annual increase when we have that debate in a few months' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing none, Councillor Lukes to close.
Thank you. So I want to thank Councillor Mays for his points that he's making. And, you know, I did work with the Transit Department to clarify some points. And I want to speak to the living wage. As we know, the CAO in the EPC meeting indicated there is the living wage disposition, which remains an ongoing topic of discussion. So in section D13 of the, one of the 2023 contracts, it requires all contractor drivers to be employees of the contractors. As such, employees are protected by the Manitoba Employment Standards Code. Another section speaks to calculating inflationary increases for contracts, including a section to provide wage-related increases. And further to another section, it requires a contractor to, upon city request, provide us with sufficient evidence that they have increased wages paid to their employees following an inflationary rate increase. And it also prohibits contractors from decreasing employee wages. So this isn't related to the living wage. This is just to ensure, like all contractors that the City of Winnipeg hires, they must adhere to the Manitoba Employment Standards Code. And then related to the overall increase in costs, okay, correct. The increases in costs are related to market conditions, including factors such as cost of vehicles, labor, maintenance costs, fuel costs, and more. You know, an example is a cost of a vehicle was in 2019 $27,000. In 2024, the vehicle is $33,000, an 18% increase. So the new contract started with an hourly rate of $39.68 in 2024, which is replacing contracts whose hourly rate was $28.30. So a 37 to 40% increase. So the department says they knew the contracts would be higher than previous bids because this is a trend across industry. And they say that staff had projected the in-house model's new contracts would be 30% higher than the ones they replaced. But I want to reiterate that this outsourced model still is more cost effective than if we brought the program internally. The increase in recent costs, of course, are not directly related to wages. They're general economic increases related to market conditions. So again, the bottom line is it's still more cost effective to the taxpayer when we're bringing it in-house. And to Councillor Mays' point, I look forward to the garbage debate when we look at the costs of in-house and privatize and external. So good points. Good to keep everyone on their toes, taking a look at these things. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question on the item. All in favor? Contrary? It's carried. Councillor Mays and Councillor Allard noted in opposition, and Councillor Kilroy. Okay, we'll have a recorded vote then. There's 4. All in favor of item 1, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Lukes, Orlico, Rollins, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Allard, Eadie, Gilroy, Mays, Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 9, nays 7.
Okay, item 1 passes. Item 4, Madam Clerk.
Contribution agreement with the City of Winnipeg and Trans-Canada Trail, North Winnipeg Parkway, Riverbank Stability and Roading Study.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes, item 4.
I'll wait to hear from my colleague.
Thank you. Councillor Eadie?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just asked this to stand down. I won't be too long on this, Madam Speaker. I am happy that Trans-Canada Trail is contributing $30,000 extra to this study on North Winnipeg Parkway, where, as we all know, the longest standing active transportation trail on record, I believe, in this city, and it still isn't built yet. It still isn't finished, Madam Speaker. Still not finished. So, and I understand it costs a fair bit of money to get these studies done, and what is going to be the proper routing system. We're dealing with how do you get under the Lazarenko Bridge, or how do you get over the Redwood Avenue. And so, anyway, money thrown at this. We need to get that study finished soon because we need to start moving. There was no actual capital estimate for that project, which was very disconcerting to me that it wasn't there. Madam Speaker, I had taken our now esteemed mayor before he was mayor to help him understand our part of the city. Took him on that route, and he agreed it needs to get done. So I appreciate that Trans-Canada Trail is contributing that extra $30,000 needed to complete the study and get some estimates together.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Lukes to close.
Yes, I rise to absolutely support what Councillor Eadie said. I remember starting on this or being involved in this in 2004. So biking it, walking it, falling into the mud, the whole bit. So, we're really kind of on a holding pattern because of the property that is still sitting there. So an incredible choke point in the network. And grateful that the Trans-Canada Trail folks are providing this funding.
All in favor of item 4? Contrary? That's carried. Next is just a moment, the notice of motion before us. And that's on our digital system. Yes, Councillor.
Committee? Yeah.
Okay. Just before that, I'm sorry, there was one other item.
Okay.
On this particular report, just a moment. On the report we just passed. Just a moment. On Public Works, I'd like to ask the committee to rescind item 3. Mr. Councillor Dobson, he actually wanted to speak to the item. If we could just rescind item 3 and allow him to speak for a moment. I'll call the question on rescinding item 3. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Councillor Lukes, your opportunity to introduce item 3. Madam Clerk.
I'll let my colleague speak to it.
Cost recovery agreement between the City of Winnipeg and Costco Wholesale Corporation for traffic control signal installation at 1315 St. James Street.
Thank you. Councillor Dobson.
Yes, my apologies for missing standing this item down. In February of 2022, the Assiniboine Community Committee, I brought forward a motion to conduct a traffic study to determine if a traffic signal was warranted. It was. So today we are looking at a cost recovery agreement with Costco Wholesale Corporation for installing a set of lights at their St. James Street location. This is a good thing for all those in St. James and the surrounding communities. This will make entering and exiting Costco safer for everyone. And I think everyone appreciates and thanks Costco for doing their part in supporting a new traffic light on St. James. And I personally would like to thank Costco. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Mayor.
I do want to rise, Madam Speaker, through you, as a former councillor of St. James, as a resident of St. James, to thank Councillor Dobson for his work on this matter. And anyone who's ever tried to exit that parking lot knows that certainly, yes, you included, Madam Speaker, knows that some sort of traffic direction is needed. I mean, even not just in the holiday seasons, but even on regular weekdays, it seems that special officers doing special duty are posted there sometimes to direct traffic. So I'm going to vote for this. I just have one concern. I hope it doesn't cause the price of hot dogs to go up at Costco. The hot dog and drink deal, if they raise the prices to pay for that traffic light, I'm going to come to Councillor Dobson. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lukes.
Well, bravo, Councillor Dobson. Yes, I think we all agree that this is well needed, and bravo to Costco for paying for it, because it's because of them that we need it.
As they should. Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you. Now on to the notice of motion under EPC. It's from last council meeting. It's published on the agenda. The motion is from Councillor Wyatt, And Councillor Schreier regarding portable asphalt equipment. Yes.
I'd like to move referral to the standing committee.
Okay. I think Councillor Dobson was doing the same.
Okay.
And that would be referral to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, moved by Councillor Dobson. He was just saying that a few moments ago. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Okay. And that's carried. Okay. Thank you. We have no bylaws. We'll get right into question period under this committee. Any questions for Councillor Lukes? Councillor Mays and then Councillor Wyatt.
I wonder if Councillor Lukes could consult with Mr. Jack and get back to us. I don't expect an answer today, but that my math isn't that bad. That the increase on Transit Plus was from a contract that was 36,072 hours a year old. New one 36,016, virtually identical. The old rate was 4.960 million a year. Now we're up at 8.335 million. It's a 59.5% increase from base first year to first year. If they're comparing the last year under the old contract, the year that we're now concluding, with the first year of the new one, and that is a 40% increase in 1 year, which I think is what is being said, that's even more troubling than a 60% increase spread over several years. So if Councillor Lukes could get back to me through Mr. Jack with where those numbers come from, because the numbers I've been provided, which are in reports, pretty obvious. The call volume is virtually identical between the old contract and the new one, though it's two being consolidated into one. But the numbers are right here in front of us, exclusive of GST, PST taxes, that gets into it. But if it's a 40% increase in 1 year, I would be very interested in knowing that. Otherwise, someone's going to have to correct how their numbers provided to me weren't correct. So, Councillor, I don't expect it today, but if she could provide that.
Sure. So we'll call on Mr. Jack to find that out from the Transit Department and report back to us. I did work with the Transit Department. Didn't crunch the numbers like Councillor Mays did because I'm relying on the department to do that. But clearly there's some confusion in the communication, and if the CAO could clarify that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm raising one request. Councillor, is there a possibility that the Public Works vehicles' GPS systems were affected by the sun flares a few weeks ago and that maybe knocked out the streets in Transcona where they need to go and fix potholes? Because we haven't seen a Public Works machine there for weeks. Is there any chance that we could get something happening in that regard? Or could you give us an update on the status of the pothole work citywide at least? Thank you.
All right, all right.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well, I will investigate with the department if the sun flares had a problem. I highly doubt that, but you never know. Yes, the pothole situation. So the pothole situation is bad. The rain continually makes it worse. As we see, the potholes get wet and they pop out. And it will continue to remain bad. The department is doing the best they can do to keep up, but the streets are old. We have a lot of issues in the sense of funding and being able to support the maintenance. So, you know, if you've got big issues in Transcona, for sure, we'll talk to the Public Works Department and see if they can get out there. I'm sure you've got issues because they're everywhere. Thank you.
Second question.
Yeah, I reached out to the director last week, reached out to Mr. Cantor as well. I guess my question is, in light of the fact that I believe it was 12 machines you mentioned, or 12 pieces of equipment doing citywide, it's 15 wards, that's not even one piece of equipment per ward. Knowing the size of our wards, growth in our wards, is there a possibility that the chair could look into directing Public Works to repurpose more vehicles, get more crews out, in light of the fact that we have literally less than one vehicle per ward right now? Thank you.
I have a pothole meeting lined up with Mr. Cantor, and I intend to give councillors an update on it. I know last year the pothole crew did work overtime. I'm waiting to hear what the plan is for this year, but I will get back to you once I have my pothole meeting.
Thank you. Final
question. I'm not, just to preface quickly, I'm not talking about even residential streets, but for Pandora Avenue West, a regional street, where you got New Flyer Industries, CN Rail, major industries, horrific condition, trucks. It is in terrible shape. Nothing's being done to address it. And this is a regional road, truck route, high-profile industries on it that we like to promote. They bring people into town. Looks horrific. Anyway, just are you aware? I guess now you are.
That doesn't surprise me. I look at Kenniston, one of the high-volume roads. I was just on it yesterday, and again, falling apart in sections that need potholes. So I'm not 100% sure on what's going on with how they're prioritizing, but these roads that are high volume need to be done. So I hear you, and I'll report back.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In reference to Councillor Mays' questions about the lack of understanding in terms of a one-year cost increase of 40%, we were talking about accessible transportation services. And if it is 40, I understand we're going to get clarification from our CAO, but an adjunct to that, if we get that information, if that is in fact the case, as Councillor Mays makes the point in terms of what he's read, what he's been provided, and can we also be told what, if it's 40%, what was the corresponding increase in labor costs in that same year?
Thank you. Councillor Lukes.
We're going to get some information back from the CAO and have better information for you. Better clarity, I guess.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of reference to Councillor Lukes' comments that when it comes to the accessible transportation services contract, that it adheres to the Manitoba employment codes, that's great. Was there any consideration of bypassing the Manitoba employment codes?
I don't know. I'm not privy to the contracts, but my understanding is you really can't bypass the codes.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Chair of Public Works. And I apologize for not preparing you beforehand in terms of being able to research and provide a response. But the province of Manitoba is currently undertaking the development of the interchange at St. Mary's and South Perimeter. Part of that work involves the extension or addition of a lane in either direction to 3 lanes. And part of that process, the province of Manitoba has created berms on the south side of the Perimeter Highway between St. Mary's and the Red River to the west of it. As a result, the rains that we've been experiencing have been collecting on residential properties and literally flooding those properties and impacting those trees. Will the Chair of Public Works be able to contact Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure to provide them with a sense of what's going on, because it's greatly impacting the residents in my ward. Like I said, the berms that they've created are kind of landlocking those properties. Rain doesn't fall on just one side of the berm. It's collecting on the interior side of the berms and again flooding those properties. So again, could the Chair of Public Works contact MTI and provide a solution to drain these properties? I was out there yesterday and the residents of those properties pooled money together to buy pumps coming up to the cost of $2,600 and are seeking reimbursement for the costs that they've outlaid and trying to remediate their properties accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, for sure. We've got that issue, and there's a couple other ones that are impacting city roads, not directly, directly related to that. The perimeter underneath is leaking onto Kilkenny, and I want to get a clear understanding of what road closures there will be for the south perimeter, because this year we're also doing complete rubbleization of eastbound Abinogi-Mickina, and there's going to be a lot of challenges getting to the eastern part of the city. So I want to understand what the road closures are for the province. So for sure, 3 items.
Thank you. Next question.
Second question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, again, both you and I have been experiencing emails from the residents in the St. Germain area with respect to road conditions. You talked earlier about potholes. It seems that every time Public Works does go out to grader and blade the roads, we get substantial rain like we've received today, and they're back to conditions that are barely passable. Again, is there a plan to address the road conditions in the St. Germain area? I'm talking Paul Boulevard, Forbes Road, Fraser Road, Cripco Boulevard, to the extent where after rain they're not back to square one with regards to potholes and washboard conditions.
Thank you.
So those roads are very similar to Brady Road that goes past the Brady landfill to LeBarrier Park. The roads are old. I don't want to say they're shot, but they really all need an overhaul. The Public Works Department has been made aware, and Mr. Cantor has indicated that they will be doing round-the-clock work on the roads after rainfalls. But it's every time it rains, the roads just seem to crumble again. So some big challenges in your area, Councillor Chambers. You're a good man keeping up with the calls, is what I can say.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes question period under this committee. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Finance. We have no report, no motions, or no bylaws, so we'll get right into question period. Any questions for our chair? Any questions? Councillor Eadie.
Yes, Madam Speaker. When the province of Manitoba passed their recent budget for, 24-25, Madam Speaker, the city's share, what we might have expected in the budget, it came to fruition on one side, I think on the capital, but not on the operating, or the other way around, Madam Speaker. Anyway, in our budget projections, there were a number of things, and I did send an email to Catherine Clover, our now retired CFO, about what effect is that going to have on our budget. So I'm just wondering if the Chair of Finance has seen any kind of report on what effects that may have on the operating and capital budgets.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Chair, Councillor Bullock.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Eadie. I'd like to thank him for the question. I like to get questions. First of all, you're right. Again, we were forecasting, we were hoping that sort of the bottom, the floor, in terms of the operating grant growth based on comments made by the NDP during the election campaign in 2023 was 3%. We were thinking 3%, is sort of low. Hopefully it'll be better. Unfortunately, that was not the case. The number came in at 2.5% for the 24-25 year. That said, for this year, we've sort of, I think, in some ways been made whole, perhaps by some additional money for firefighting that we were maybe not expecting, as well as the fact that the fuel tax has now been extended an additional 3 months. That said, we don't get the compounding effect we would get in future years. We were expecting 3%, so there will certainly be some work to be done in the update for the multi-year budget for 2025, and that will be taken into account during that time. I have not seen a report per se, Councillor. We do get a monthly update from normally through the corporate controller, presents an update on grants and what money's come forward, and that is kept current at every meeting. And if you want me to step through some of the revisions to the last couple of months, since the budget, we can certainly go through those with probably the corporate controller right now, because we are in transitions between CFO would probably be best.
Thank you. No further questions? Councillor Barwadi wants questions. Okay, next committee. is the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move items 1 through 7 inclusive. Thank you.
2 will be stood down. There's an amending motion. 1, wayfinding signage at City Hall. Councillor Schreier. 3, approving authority for previously rejected development applications. Councillor Schreier. 7, secondary plan amendment. Repeal of Henderson Highway Corridor secondary plan. That leaves item 4, 5, and 6. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk?
Item 1, wayfinding signage at City Hall.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier? Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise. I'm supportive of the intent of the report. My concern is this is something that I've moved some time ago when I arrived back on council, tried to get this wayfinding signage up. I'm glad to see it's making progress. But it's the kind of thing that I realized that the budget was earmarked, the existing budget of $35,000. The numbers are coming in at $54,600. This signage is a one-time expense. It's important. I just would hope that we could do it right, is my concern, in terms of the courtyard, in terms of the issue with regards to people constantly coming here wanting to know where do they pay a water bill, where do they pay their taxes. The signage, I see the diagrams in terms of the intent. I probably move the bill payment stuff right to the top and the council stuff to the bottom, but that's just my take because of the people look list at the top. They won't look at the bottom right away. That's what they look at. The second thing they look at. But my concern is the budget. I think we should give some flexibility to the clerks who are working with property development to try to get this implemented because it's a one-time expense. And I've always tried to side to do it right the first time, then have to do it again later and pay again. And so I appreciate the work being done by the standing committee, by the chair, by the public service. I would just, say that 35,000 versus the 54. If they need the funds to do it right, let's work with them to make that happen. So it's a long time standing issue. It's good to see it being finally addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Agreed, Madam Speaker. With everything Councillor Wyatt says, the proposed sign is being redesigned. It's on its way. We'll have a sign at City Hall here. We had a budget allocation of $35,000. I believe it'll be something that we're proud of, and it's in keeping with the City Hall campus. So moved, Madam Speaker.
All in favor? Item 1? Contrary? It's carried. Item 2, Madam Clerk?
Request to rescind proposed sale of city-owned property at 219 Provencher Boulevard and 212 Dumoulin Street, RFP 982-2019, to Manitoba Possible.
Thank you. And the amending motion is moved by Mayor Gillingham and seconded by yourself, Madam Chair. Councillor Rollins. Your opportunity to introduce the item.
Madam Speaker, I'll introduce this item by thanking the St. Boniface community, and in particular thank those that are coming to support and volunteer their time on the new board that is going to be hopefully appointed by council, which is the amending motion that is forwarded by Mayor Gillingham and myself. I want to thank the area councillor and the councillors that will be serving on the board, including the councillor for St. Boniface and the Idiad Community Ward councillor. Let's elect a board, shall we?
Thank you. It's the mayor's opportunity first. As the mover of the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. The motion does indicate the individuals who would serve on this this committee. And so Jean-Michel Baudry, Councillor Allard, Lucille Serini, Councillor Chambers, and then Mark Boutet as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Allard.
Yes, I'd briefly like the opportunity to address my comments to my colleagues in French. This was a big issue for the French community. Alors, j'aimerais remercier le Conseil, le maire, le comité du travail du budget pour avoir fait en sorte que ce soit possible aujourd'hui, que la ville reprenne le 219 Provencher et les terres associées. La communauté a été très claire. Elle a parlé fort. Il y a eu beaucoup de délégations. Et puis maintenant, on voit un processus qui, j'espère, va trouver éventuellement une option à long terme pour la maintenance de ces édifices qui sont d'importance historique et culturelle pour les résidents de la francophonie manitobaine. Il y a quand même des grands défis au niveau du financement à long terme, comme c'est le cas avec plusieurs des installations de la ville et plusieurs des installations à Winnipeg quand on parle d'édifices historiques qui commencent à avoir, qui sont des édifices qui ont quand même un certain âge et qui éventuellement ont besoin de réinvestissement. Alors, je remercie le Conseil de m'offrir l'opportunité de travailler avec la Société de la francophonie manitobaine et puis de trouver une solution à long terme pour que ces édifices restent au service de la francophonie manitobaine pour les années à venir. Alors, merci pour l'opportunité de vous adresser et aussi de le faire en français par rapport à un enjeu qui est d'importance significative à la francophonie manitobaine. Alors, merci. Bonjour.
Thank you, Councillor Lord. Speaker, Councillor Schreier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente de la Chambre. Juste pour, mais je ne veux pas répéter exactement c'est les mots que le conseiller Allard vient de dire, mais juste pour ajouter, lorsqu'il vient de dire que ces structures sont de significance au niveau historique et culturel, mais il a oublié de dire au niveau architectural aussi. Alors, merci.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Okay.
Alors,
Mr. Mayor,
Madame,
do you wish to close on the amending motion? Councillor Rowlands?
je hâte de travailler avec le conseil à ma poste de présidente et félicitations à tous.
Thank you. I'll now call the question on the amending motion 6. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. And the main item 2 as amended. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk?
Item number 3, approving authority for previously rejected development applications.
Councillor Rowlands? Madam Chair?
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Could I request Councillor Mays speak to this? He moved the motion to explain it, and then I'd be happy to speak so I understand the intent.
Yeah. It's item 3. Councillor Mays, do you wish to take the floor?
Sure.
You were called upon?
Someone, Councillor Dobson might be the best person to speak to this, and that he had to live through this twice. We have, due to provincial legislative changes, we now have a regime where even if a variance has been denied by appeals committee, I think it might be as narrow as variances, might be broader, but variances at least are denied, then formerly there was a year cooling off period. That is no longer in place due to the interpretation of provincial legislation and the hinging on the words reject and refuse. In short, appeals committee had to hear one from Renfrew only a few months after an appeals committee had denied the same appeal. 4-0 vote at the water committee sitting as appeals to say, look, this was just dealt with. This is hardly fair to the citizenry to have them all come back out here again, make the same arguments on what is a virtually identical proposal. So then what to do? Good work by the legal department saying, I want it, if you heard it, you own it for a year, basically. You remain the appeals committee. Staff not comfortable with that. Staff came up with this idea of if it's coming back again, this time it's not just the director who makes the original decision, it's community committee, which would presumably reject, and then if you're appealing, you still have the right to appeal, but the onus, now you've got to win 3-1 instead of just getting a tie, since you have to win the vote outright to win at appeals. So an attempt to reduce the judge shopping, well, other people have different terms, I'll call it judge shopping, of people trying to just keep coming back until they finally get an appeals committee where all they need is 2 votes out of the 4. Oh, it's a tie, therefore the appeal from the citizens loses, therefore away we go. There should be some sort of cooling off period once you've had a vote. So poor Dobson here had to hear the same thing twice, voted consistently to his credit both times. I didn't hate the proposal. I just thought this is not the way you should do this. So staff are trying to move forward to come back with a model where we wouldn't just have people firing in every few months hoping to land on an appeals committee where they'll get the right draw and get it through.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Rollins to close.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, we're getting a report, Madam Speaker, in 90 days. I want to also point out for councillors who may be in discussion with MLAs and the public that at the same time there is a process being engaged in at the Manitoba government looking at Bill 34. So, we'll continue work on this and get a report back. Look into the matter with respect to public hearings and the hearing body. More to come. So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 7, secondary plan amendment, repeal of Henderson Highway Corridor Secondary Plan Bylaw number 3215/82, SPA 2 of 2024.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins.
Madam Speaker, it's perhaps not lost on me why this item has been stood down, and I want to preemptively say that I'm going to extend some time and effort to look at the matter of a PDO that was also requested by a community committee coming up through the standing policy on property development. We did delete that recommendation, Madam Speaker. It's only because there is a separate process for funding and for work on plan development overlays that, I'm happy to lean into and alert the local council when the time comes to be discussing all that the department has on their plates. This is otherwise a first reading of a bylaw, a good news story for the secondary plan amendments with respect to the Henderson Highway Corridor Secondary Plan.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Item 7, Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to that. I have to admit, I'm not in complete understanding of what the process is from here on in. I understand, being told this is first reading, but we're disregarding the amendment that was made by Community Council regarding that for plan development overlay. But Councillor, our councillor for Crescentwood area, excuse me, I just had, there we go, Sherry Rollins, has said this is a good news story, and on that basis, I look forward to that. Happens to be for the last 8 years, we've been looking for changing making changes to the secondary plan since 2016. I did take a photo in 2017 with a group of stakeholders at the Property Planning Development Office at Fort Garry Place, which I put in a pamphlet, as a matter of fact, because we've been looking for years to have a new secondary plan. It is unusual because the secondary plan negotiations tend to take place with a business improvement zone, such organizations. We did not have that. What we had is the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation, Riverwood Church, as well as the Glenelg Neighborhood Association. And they had numerous meetings with the City of Winnipeg Planning and Property Office. And we were hoping to get a new secondary plan. We were told we couldn't because there was no funding to develop that plan. And that was back in 2016, 2017. Well, this is what I put on record, and I haven't been corrected. I'm not sure. There might be some misunderstanding or other perception as to what took place since 2016 or 2017. That's what I was told, and that's what members of the group were told when they met with Property Planning and Development at Fort Garry Place over the years. So it happens to be that inevitably, I kind of saw this coming, that there would be a move to rescind the current secondary plan, which is the oldest or second oldest secondary plan in the city, which starts from the early 80s, 1981 or something like that. So no doubt, it is time, and we felt it would be time. We felt since my first term that it was time to amend the second oldest secondary plan in the city. We couldn't do that. Other secondary plans were being created in other parts of the city, including community development overlays, but we couldn't get one. I've been working on this since 2016, 2017. I even offered to use ward budget to help pay for a planner so that members of our community, stakeholders in our community, could continue negotiating and working with the Property Planning Development Office in order to achieve a secondary plan, as there were numerous new secondary plans and amended secondary plans taking place that decade during the 2010s. There are reasons for us to want this. In fact, the Glenelg Neighborhood Association was regalvanized and reformed because of issues over zoning and community priorities that were related to a secondary plan. And one was having a pawn shop at the corner of Henderson and Hespeler. I was reminded rather strongly by members of my neighborhood and the community that I represent that every other secondary plan that had come in that decade had stated no new pawn shops, and that the pawn shops that did exist are there because they were grandfathered. This is one type of motivation and one type of aspect of discussion that was taking place with the city over the last 8 years. And, of course, what could I say? It was fair. It was realistic, and it was mimicking the concerns of other communities and neighborhoods, encouraged and supported by their local city councilors when it came to such priorities. We weren't asking for much different. Having said that, I don't know what the result of having that secondary plan would be. What I do know is that a number of people put in a lot of time in terms of wanting its new secondary plan. Happens to be 8 years later, we've got a motion to rescind the secondary plan without a new one, even though it was the oldest one, even though we've been working on this for 8 years. So here we are. Happens to be that in good faith, in goodwill, which I've never seen before, but I still say it was an act of goodwill, that my fellow councillors in my community committee, Brawadi and Wyatt, moved a motion against the local councillor to include in the rescinding of the secondary plan at community committee level that there would be a report back within 365 days to the community committee on a plan to initiate a planned development overlay for that very area or part of that area. And so in this case, although I do appreciate the concern here as expressed in that amendment, to me, I've got to stand in judgment of the process in which we were doing everything we could to amend the second oldest plan, a secondary plan in the city. And I think people can understand that was justified. But we didn't do that. Instead, all we have is a rescinding of that secondary plan. Now, some would say, and I get it, they would say having no plan is better than having this current secondary plan. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's just, it happens to be that that wasn't the case for other secondary plans that have been created in the same decade. And on that basis, it's inconsistent. And it doesn't say that we are going to have a new secondary plan or even a new community development overlay. And on that basis, even if that might be the case, which is not obvious to me, I don't know when that is going to be. And I stand in judgment on the process saying that this is not adequate. By this time, we could have had a new secondary plan. We didn't. And instead, all we have is no secondary plan and no community development overlay. And it didn't have to be this way. And I disagree. And on that basis, although I believe I'll be voting alone, I will be voting against the rescinding of the secondary plan for Henderson Highway Corridor.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Next is Councillor Berwadi, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the report. Again, I am also supportive of the amendment that was moved at the East Kildonan Trans-Kildonan Community Committee to ask the Public Service to look into doing a planned development overlay, but I'm also accepting of the idea that it proceed at this time without that requirement. Contrary to Councillor Schreier's comments, I would say the majority of the Henderson Highway frontage actually in this plan area is actually in the North Kildonan ward, not in Elmwood East Kildonan, first off. The area stretches as far north as Chief Peguis Trail. Again, since I've been on council, since Councillor Schreier has been on council, this council has adopted the complete community, our Winnipeg and the Complete Communities 2.0 direction strategy. It has a lot of the protections and a lot of the planning principles that are required to have an orderly development of this area of Henderson Highway. So again, there's a lot of things I would argue that are in this secondary plan at this time that are contrary to our overall planning documents. I'd like to point out that at the public hearing, there was only support for this application. There was no parties registered in opposition. And in fact, some of the groups that have in the past, perhaps expressed concerns were fully supportive because they recognize that Complete Communities 2.0 is better than the planning principles that are in this very dated secondary plan. So again, I'm not saying, I am still supportive of perhaps looking at older parts of Elmwood for perhaps a planned development overlay. I don't think the northern parts of Henderson Highway that are under the secondary plan should have it. I think this actually helps open up development on the northern parts of this area. And the previous report also was a secondary plan that's even older that had Chief Peguis Trail north. I'm even more excited to see that that plan is being rescinded because it is, again, more, I'd go as far as to say regressive compared to current urban planning principles. So again, I encourage everybody to vote for this. I haven't calculated exactly precisely, but I would wager a small wager that the majority of the area covered by this secondary plan is actually in the North Kildonan ward, not in Elmwood East Kildonan.
Thank you, Councillor Berwadi. Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why is the city councillor from Mynarski getting involved in the dialogue? Well, actually, I've sat on appeal hearings regarding some properties related to this secondary plan that's being rescinded, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to just speak in context to the bigger picture. We have this, what do they call it? Package number 2 of zoning amendments for malls and corridors. Selkirk Avenue is going to be considered to be a corridor, Madam Speaker. Henderson Highway is a corridor. So is St. Mary's Road, and on I could go, right? So I don't know what's going to come out of this second package of amendments. A number of them, I know I'm not going to like, because goodbye LDR, which are community committees are highly dependent on, because we don't put enough money in the regular budget to take care of our parks, to take care of rec facilities, and so on. And so we have a high need to utilize that money. But I just wanted I believe there's going to be a new PDO, corridors PDO, and it's going to be applied to the corridors of Winnipeg. So in that case, then what is the point of having a secondary plan along Henderson Highway when something new is coming down the pipe not too long from now? Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, seeing none, Councillor Rollins to close.
Very good comments by everyone. It is the intent to be consistent with the land use that council has directed. I think there is an implicit challenge here that is present in the motion that community committee sent up to property and development. I have mixed feelings about what we did, actually, and so I think it's okay to say that, because I have to lean into the work. I don't think I'm going anywhere for the next month or so, but I do have mixed feelings. I think, it could have gone either way at committee, but for sure, the main part of what we're doing today is supported, and that's good to hear. Whether or not there's more to do of a more granular nature to support a planned development overlay, I'm for sure open to that as a next step, but so moved for today.
Thank you. I'll call the question on item 7.
Can we get clarification as to whether, I believe I heard Councillor Rollins mention something about what is or is not included in the motion that was moved at community committee. I'm now at this point, I'm not certain whether the amendment moved is part of the motion. I just want a clarification on that.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier.
Quickly. That's fair, Madam Speaker. I think I may have misspoken. So the motion from community committee that recommended recommendation 3 to renumber with respect to the PDO is not included. What is included, of course, is that we give first reading to the bylaw, which is to repeal the Henderson Highway Corridor Area Action Plan, and continue in that fashion aligned with Complete Communities 2.0, Madam Speaker. And I heard a lot of support for that today in closing. But like I said, I am interested in continuing looking at the motion that the Standing Policy Committee and EPC didn't move forward, and a separate discrete process where we talk about our plans, including development of PDOs that are desired, and some that are underway, like that of Councillor Santos that has Point Douglas secondary plan underway, and other instruments. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll call the question on item 7. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Councillor Schreier in opposition.
I see Councillor Wyatt decided to not wear a jacket, and I'd like to waive the rules to allow him not wear a jacket to keep it consistent.
Thank you for that. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. We'll move on to bylaws under PP&D for first reading only.
I'd like to introduce the following bylaws.
Councillor Wyatt?
Madam Speaker, sorry. Number 67, I have to declare conflict.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the others first.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move bylaw number 60, 2024, bylaw 61, 2024, bylaw 65, 2024, bylaw number 66, 2024, bylaw number 68, 2024, bylaw number 69, 2024, bylaw number 70, 2024, bylaw number 79, 2024.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 60 of 2024, bylaw number 61 of 2024, bylaw number 65 of 2024, bylaw number 66 of 2024, bylaw number 68 of 2024, bylaw number 69 of 2024, bylaw number 70 of 2024, and bylaw number 79 of 2024.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move bylaw number 67, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 67 of 2024.
Councillor Rollins, next section.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 139, 2022, bylaw number 65, 2023, bylaw number 80, 2023, bylaw number 87, 2023.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 139 of 2022, bylaw number 65 of 2023, bylaw number 80 of 2023, bylaw number 87 of 2023.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that bylaws number 139, 2022, 65, 2023, 80, 2023, and 87, 2023 be read a third time and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll now have question period under this committee. Any questions for Councillor Rollins? Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I find myself thinking about what's going to happen in the future with amendments to the bylaws, as Councillor Orlico reflected. And I was thinking of these, there's like 75-foot front lots along Scotia, for example, with 200 feet deep, and that's 15,000 square feet, which means the footprint of any building that could be built on there is 4,500 square feet. On the main floor, you could have two 2,250-foot homes, and then on the second floor, you could have two 2,250 square foot homes. When the right for 4 units comes along. Don't you think it would be better if we allowed people who are developing lots to do something, not do that and build a single-family home on a bit less wide of a lot?
Councillor Rollins?
So, Madam Speaker, the point of my consideration in looking at lots is to not materially decrease the viability of the development potential on the lot. And I concede that river lots can be more complicated. There's a great diversity of river lots in this city. I think of those along Riviera Crescent, where in the ward I represent. I think of those along Kingston Row that Councillor Mays represents, and of course I think of those along Scotia. So it's difficult to talk about river lots because they are just not all built equally, Madam Speaker. But that's sort of what I think about when I'm considering amendments and when I'm considering discussing the subject with the public service, which I'm happy to go forward and do. Again, certainly there has been some discussions already given the public hearing and the consideration that I try to give to each one of the council members and members of the public. So Madam Speaker, when I'm in a public hearing, and even if I don't hold the position myself, my typical process is to write a motion so that I have a sense of, where we might be going. And some are easier to write than others, and certainly river lots, because they are just not like a lot of the lots in the city, it's not just one size fits all. And, but in terms of principle, I can start off that way saying I consider what would materially impact the viability of development on the lot.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the chairperson thinks whether or not that would change the characteristic of the street, because there wouldn't have to be any appeals, there's no variances or anything. Do you think that'll change the character of those streets?
Councillor Rollins.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm going to need Councillor Eady to repeat the question. I had a few people in my ear at the time. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Eady, if you could restate
Yes,
the question.
Madam Speaker, I can build a two-story house without getting a variance. I can use up 30% of the square footage for a footprint for a building. And I'm wondering again, I did talk about one of it, but doesn't the chairperson think that would change the character of the street? Because there's no need for variances or anything. They can just go ahead and do it.
I didn't hear if we're still specifically talking about river lots, but with respect to what we can do as of right, or what we can do that would still require rezoning, I do have a handy dandy sheet that I can forward all of council that I created myself.
Oh, you.
And so I think once I confirm this data, I'm happy to forward it on. I think it's good fodder for conversation, but but you have to consider, a few variables. And that is, you have to have these conversations, you have to consider what we're doing on the property and what the lot frontage is, what the lot length is, the lot size to begin with, and then move on to other variables, perhaps like height or side yard, or, what the front yard is, and make some, really specific thoughts on what we're doing, what backyard minimums are. So without saying what we're building, you said two-story, sorry, Councillor Eady said two-story, 30% coverage, but I missed the lot size. So I think the best way to go about a conversation like this is to really look at the handy grid that I developed in Area 1 and 2 to kind of look at what we're doing as of right, what is rezoned or would be a conditional use, and go from there. And perhaps, all of council would like to engage in a grid. I know, I'm really grateful to have developed this for myself. I think I'll share it with all of council, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In context of item 7 and the rescinding of the secondary plan, in context of Councillor Berwadi's remarks, in the discussion with the city, with property and development, we never said that North Kildonan had to be maintained in the plan. It could have just been for Elmwood and East Kildonan, as well as if it was being fully supported by these people, then the discussions with the city would have been about rescinding the plan. It was always about amending it. Councillor Berwadi mentions the fact that they go contrary to Plan Winnipeg, which is probably why some of us wanted to amend the plan. But having said that, if the issue is being consistent with Plan Winnipeg and thus putting into question our wish and will to have a new secondary plan, does that therefore put into question the relevance of the secondary plans that have been established in the last decade?
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's nice to have, nice light questions. No, I mean, over the past few months, I've been, really looking at the secondary plans. We have quite beautiful work that's been done over time. And, I consider the Transcona secondary plan, that form-based code that you've got over in Transcona, that is an interesting policy document / what I would characterize as a pictorial. Academy Road corridor, really important work there that you don't want to lose. But sometimes things do come out of date and come in sharp contrast to Complete Communities 2.0, and this, I believe, is the case here. And so it is to say that it's important that, I think in the discussion that you can read in the minutes and the report, that the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee seemed to be looking at a plan to consider the area covered by the Henderson Highway Corridor Secondary Plan and also maybe beyond. And I'm interested in that work. And to consider further with both the area councillors, and there's more than one that shares Henderson as a corridor. But it is the case that this council and previous council directed some healthy policy reviews of our Winnipeg Complete Communities, and this is specific to Henderson as a corridor, and it does contradict the council strategic plan, and so it's now within a repeal process. But that repeal process had been a long time coming, I understand too. So that's important to say as well. And but it doesn't negate, I think, some of the really good work we have in our policy framework that includes our Winnipeg Complete Communities, that includes the bylaws that we have, and that including the secondary plans and the plan development overlays, the heritage designation bylaws that we've done to try and city build. And so that's all really important work, and there's a lot of quite beautiful work that is granular, that reflects the neighborhood desires to city build and build density, and get going. So it doesn't negate what we've done in the last decade at all. As a matter of fact, a lot of it is really affirming, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Thank you. On that basis, would it be considered a waste of time, irrelevant for the stakeholders in the south part of the Henderson Highway corridor to continue working with property planning and property and development to create a secondary plan or a plan development overlay?
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Madam Speaker, I think that the local councillor is the best position to, determine what is worth their time and what's not worth their time. I certainly think that my door is open to the planning process. I've talked earlier when we were closing out the public hearing that it's my intent to try and get more people to the planning table than not. That's why I'm in favor of the current process that we have, that the department is leading us through to with respect to the work on rezoning and the basket work, or what I'm calling 3 bites of the apple, to get to a new zoning bylaw for the city of Winnipeg. There is always local work. I have secondary plans, and I think that that was well worth it. I just renewed, did a really brief renewal of one of them, and I obviously think that was worth it. And I think the Osborne Village Biz, as well as the Osborne Village, residents felt it was worth it. So that to each his own, Madam Speaker.
Final question, Councillor Schreier.
Councillor Rowland says secondary plans. We do not. We had one. It's just being rescinded. I was told it's up to the councillor to think whether it was a waste of time for our community to work with towards a secondary plan. What can I say? I now hear it was a long time coming that this would be rescinded. Would it be acknowledged by the councillor why I take the stand I do on this?
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands.
Yes. Well, I would invite the councillor to talk to me about the particularities of the stand that he's taking. I see a broader appeal here in the motion that was written by a standing policy committee, something broader than the current Henderson corridor that we're repealing, and so that I of course am acknowledging of a local councillor that wants to see and get involved in the planning process and think that their residents have something to say with respect to the planning process that can't be found in the complete community's direction and the policy that we've adopted at council. And so if insofar as that we work to ensure that city development and land use related decisions are understood at the local level, I think that, that's really easy for me to acknowledge as Chair of Property and Development, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. No further speakers at this time. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste and Development. Yeah. Just before we do that, Councillor Mays, we did have some other motions circulated under the previous committee. I'll just ask you to take a seat for a moment. It is a motion 8, moved by Councillor Orlikow, seconded by Councillor Dobson. And this will be an automatic referral to the Standing Policy Committee. The topic is affordable housing. Secondly, motion 9, moved by Councillor Orlikow, seconded by Councillor Dobson, and is regarding a development fee for neighborhoods. Okay, that's also an automatic referral. And now the Committee on Water and Waste. Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Even I would say there are some things you shouldn't do in-house, and liquid oxygen would probably be pretty high on that list as something we could contract out. So I will move item number 1, which is a contract with the wonderfully and non-ironically named Air Liquide Corporation to provide us with liquid oxygen.
Okay. Thank you for that. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. No one's disagreeing with you. Next is the We'll move on to question period next under this committee. Any questions for Councillor Mays? Okay. Seeing none. Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move adoption of items 1 through 4 and item 6 on the report of May 8th, Standing Policy Committee on Community Services.
Okay, 3 will be stood down. There's an amending motion, South Winnipeg Recreation Campus. Any others? Councillor Gilroy.
No, police board, sorry. The Winnipeg Police Board one.
Okay, that's the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Item 1, Winnipeg Police Board Strategic Plan. Any others? Okay, I'll call the question on 2, 4, 5. Pardon me?
Madam Speaker, items 1 through 4 and 6, I understand there's others that are stood down. I'd like to refer item number 5 when it's time back to SPC on CS.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yep. I'll call the question on item 2 and 4 and 6. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk?
Item 1, 2024 Winnipeg Police Board Strategic Plan Update.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan on the report.
Thank you very much. I'll wait to hear from my colleague.
Councillor Gilroy.
Madam Speaker, and I'm in support of this. I just wanted to rise and just talk a little bit about issues that we're having in our community around safety, and really a key role that I feel the police board need to take in terms of, you know, trying to bring together groups that are really fractioned, and that would be a little bit on the onus, I think, on us councillors as well. Part of that fraction is a community that's feeling fractioned against our police force, and also another side of it is maybe our police force feeling a little bit fractioned against our community and against us as council on decisions that we're making. So I really think that we need to do some unity work around our safety in our community and around policing. And so I'm really hoping that through the chair, I know that Councillor Chambers is our police board chair, just really hoping that the board really invests in this work, because we are seeing more and more people that are really struggling out there. And in this struggle, they are doing things that really require the intervention of police, unfortunately. And when that happens, there's a fraction within our community that really feels that, you know, the police shouldn't be interacting. However, there is a safety need for the public. So I feel that we really need to bridge the gap between those fractions. And I think that there is fractions within our police service from the work that we did in the dealing with our pension, and really bring into light that we also support the work that they are doing every day. A lot of them put themselves on the line, and often have felt the struggle of the community that are really struggling against the police right now. So I think that a lot of work needs to be done to bridge those gaps and to bring groups together to really work on what we're seeing as a really interesting time in our community in terms of safety. So I hope that Councillor Chambers takes those words back, and anything that I could do to help in those regards, I'd be happy to, because I'm really feeling it within my community, Madam Speaker. There's people that don't want the police, and there's people that do want the police, and I feel that the police are really torn even between policies and issues that we are taking on as council and need some direction. So, and that's what we are leaders here to do. So through you, Madam Speaker, through the chair to Councillor Chambers, I hope you bring that back. And I want to thank the board for the work that they're doing. This is tough times and really hard issues and complex issues that you're dealing with. And want to thank them and know that I am here to help with anything that may be needed to take on, because we are leaders here in the city, and I think that we are to step up and help mitigate the issues we are seeing around safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Councillor Gilroy. I appreciate the words that you've spoken and put on the public record. The board, in terms of this strategic plan, it's simply an update in terms of this year, 2024. We as a board have decided to put off our 4-year strategic plan from 2025 and onwards to work with the new chief once that new chief is hired, and make sure that there's input from that standpoint. One of the things I can say in terms of partnerships and collaborations is that the board will and has reached out to all members of council to provide a seminar or provide a lunch and learn or some opportunity where we can get the feedback and input from each of the 15 councillors and mayor that make up this council. So when the opportunity does present itself, I hope that you take it as a priority to attend a meeting with the Winnipeg Police Board so that we can hear your input and you can get an understanding of the work that we're doing in collaboration with the Winnipeg Police Service. You know, it's been said that, you know, Mayor Gillingham has talked about a community safety plan. The Premier has talked about a community safety plan. Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to attend a summit organized by the Premier's office with regards to a community safety plan. And the collaboration that came out of that was truly invaluable. There was a lot of talk about community, a lot of talk about partnerships, and a lot of talk about the work that needs to be done to address those that are vulnerable in our community, getting them the help and supports that they need so that we can, you know, work together and make sure that, you know, there's affordable housing, that there's addictions treatment that will help stabilize individuals, and then, you know, the national transition towards stabilizing them and getting them back into contributing members of our society. So again, thank you for your kind words. I know that it does mean a lot to the members that are out there on a daily basis and facing hostility from certain segments of our population. It's important that we as a council acknowledge the work that they do, recognizing not every police officer should be a police officer, but for those that are, you know, doing this work, that are, you know, dedicated towards helping our community and making sure that their service is exemplary, we should be supporting those actions. So thank you again for your kind words. And like I said, when the board reaches out to organize a meeting, I hope that you take it as a priority to sit in on the meeting that takes place and that you provide the valuable input that you glean from your wards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I thank Councillor Gilroy for standing the item down. I wasn't planning on speaking on it, but I, just in terms of the roles and responsibilities of the board, I know that I've appeared before the board more than once, along with Councillor Duncan, and their second bullet in their roles and responsibilities, ensuring the community needs, values, and expectations are reflected in the strategic plan through ongoing communication and consultation with the residents and community groups. That it was raised in the standing committee. I just want to note that the ongoing issue of 2 district offices that remain closed from the pandemic to the public is an ongoing concern that I want to put on the record again. And we spoke about it many times. We've been before the board a number of times, as suggested by Councillor Chambers, and so far the issue has gone unaddressed. Having said that, I can appreciate the service has different challenges in terms of funding. I will say, though, that we were very specific in our request for those offices to be open, that it wouldn't affect, we requested that it be done not affecting frontline services or even backline services, if you want to call it that. The second thing I'd like to just acknowledge in the report, which I think is great, I will be supporting the report that came out of the standing committee, was the mental health services and the survey that was done in 2021 of the Winnipeg Police Service Mental Health and Workplace Cultural Survey of the members. There's no doubt that with the urban health crisis, as I call it, going on in the streets of the city, this is having an impact on the members of the WPS. I know many members here of this council chamber. I can't attend FCM. I have High Neighbor Festival that weekend, but many of you going to Calgary. If you do have the opportunity in Calgary, meet with city officials there. Calgary right now leads the country when it comes to putting employees in touch with mental health services, getting them help they need. They already have a model. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I would encourage members to look into that. Secondly, I would say this, that in June, it's exactly almost 5 years, next month, June 28, 2019. Sometimes I've been critical of the former mayor, but I will give him credit for this. Mayor Bowman, who set up the illicit drug task force with all 3 levels of government. They gave comprehensive recommendations in that report. We do not have to reinvent anything. The report is there, sitting on a shelf for the last 5 years. But they did not, in the report, state who, what, when, where, and why. And when I asked one member who was appointed to the committee to be part of the task force, or appointed to the task force, he said, Russ, that's what the levels of government wanted. They're sitting there. We can just start acting upon them. We can start turning around the city with regards to the urban health crisis that's now happening out there on a daily basis. So I would encourage us to, members of EPC, I understand that the mayor's office has hired somebody to work on this file. If that's the case, sitting right there. And just where can we get involved as a city? What can we implement? Where can we push it? And I've often used the example, a lot of folks say, well, this is really, like, and it's true, urban health crisis. Well, that's health. That's provincial. That's federal. Why is it us? And I would respond to that by saying this, that in the height of the Depression when it hit in the 1930s, there was no EI. There was no welfare. Families were going to literally starve, 25% unemployed. Back in a time, Madam Speaker, when there was one income earner in a family, literally families were going to starve. Guess who came to the table to save families across this country? Churches. But by and large, it was municipalities. Municipalities literally shamed the other levels of government to step up to the plate and bring about the programs that we now enjoy today in this country as what we call a social safety net. I think we literally have to do the same thing today when it comes to the addictions, mental health crisis that's happening in our streets. We have to lead. It's costing us money anyway. Every day it's costing us money in terms of our paramedics who are out there, our police officers. It's costing us issues with regards to bylaw enforcement, everything we heard earlier today we were debating about. It's just across the board affecting this city. And it's enough, Madam Speaker. Now we got to shame them, we got to start and send them the bill. Maybe it's similar to what a former president of the United States said. Send them the bill, you know? But let's step up and start to do it until we shame the other levels of government to start do what is their responsibility in terms of those folks who, yes, don't vote, a lot of them, but they still are citizens. And they're being treated right now like thrown out rubbish. Anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Duncan to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do want to thank the Police Board Chair for this update and his committee. It is that, an update. I want to keep in mind and invite all of my council colleagues to take the time and call up your district commander and go on a ride-along with a unit. And don't ask for the fluffy experience. Ask for the real experience to get a good understanding of what's going on in the streets of Winnipeg. If you don't see it that night, ask for another one. There are hundreds of calls in the queue. There are officers that are on mental health leaves for whatever variety of reasons, number of applications to become a Winnipeg police officer are down. At times, the Winnipeg Police Service is demoralized. We need to support these people who are protecting us day in and day out. And the first priority for the police force needs to be the safety of Winnipeggers. So thank you again to our board chair, and I'd like to ask you to call to question.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I'll call the question on item 1. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Item 3.
South Winnipeg Recreation Campus, new recreation center budget status.
Thank you. And there is an amending motion with this item.
Motion to refer.
Motion 10. Okay. Councillor Duncan, our chair, your opportunity to introduce the item.
Yeah, I'll wait to hear from my colleague who
Thank
pulled
you.
the item.
Okay. Councillor Orlikow, your amending motion for this item.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have read it, and I'm definitely not disputing the need for the need for a South Winnipeg Recplex. That's not the issue, but the issue is money. I actually just got an email today about a small dog park addition to the Brenda Lipstick Dog Park. That's $400,000. This is our initial estimate, because we had some mauling recently and a lot of complaints about there's no place for small dogs. Well, where am I going to get that money from? So again, there is the issue of money. There also the issue in this idea is it's a Class 4 estimate. I'm very nervous about doing Class 4 and 5s. We've seen the troubles of starting that and laying money into it, and then all of a sudden it keeps going up and up and up, so I am a little concerned. But what I'm mostly concerned about is Option 2, I don't see anywhere in the report that's actually reflected. They looked at doing, and maybe I'd be taught today, but I think I want to have that. I know I want to have that in the committee meeting. What are some of the scope changes that have to happen? All projects have to do this. I had to do on the Waverly Underpass, how to reduce a whole bunch of things, just again, because the department said we're going over budget. But rather than just diving into debt and saying, okay, we're going to give that much money to one project because it's going over budget. And I don't think it'll be the last over budget because, again, we're at class 4. So I would like to have this moved back to committee so I can have a better understanding. Maybe there are no options to reduce. But again, I don't see that in the report. I am very leery about class 4. So that's why the motion is here today.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Edie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I recall our vote, I think the majority, I think the whole committee, Madam Speaker, felt that applying value engineering would not probably be in the best interests. It is interesting in that, yes, it is class 4. And it makes it difficult, but as the project's moving along, this is how we've been budgeting, Madam Speaker, so that we don't, so that other projects that require debt aren't overly, how could I say, padded. You know, we did do the Phase 2 Rapid Transit Corridor. The budgeting there was from the private sector perspective, which is Mr. Wardrop actually, you know, applied a different budgeting concept, which was even though they were at the lower classes, what they did is they over padded what it was going to cost, and it basically kind of looks like the P3, the private sector is better at, you know, doing things, but ultimately it's the way you're budgeting, and so, you know, part of the problem with the South West Recreation Campus, and this isn't even including the pool, right? So, inflation is there and the costs are up, but this was committed to by the City of Winnipeg years ago. Now, because revenue side decisions were not helpful to inflationary circumstances, Madam Speaker, there was no ability to set aside all those new tax dollars from Waverly West. They actually, what they did is, all they did was cause it so we didn't raise property taxes to deal with the expansion of all the work inflationary factors just for the work we were doing. And then we added on more work. So, you know, we have a monetary problem. This is the budgeting aspect, but ultimately, I'm supportive of this because they do, you know, Winnipeggers, no matter where you are, you deserve your services, and there is a reduction. We heard some speaking about this, but it's cutting into debt. I don't imagine some members of council are very happy that it takes us closer to our debt ceiling. Which I still have a little bit of a problem. We had an ability to go to 110% and we didn't. This is a long-term asset. Hopefully it's built better than some of the other things that have been built over the years, and it lasts the period of time and we maintain it. So anyway, Madam Speaker, I'm supporting this. I don't think we should refer and delay. We need to confirm that their money is there so that this project can proceed in a timely fashion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you.
Followed by Mayor Gillingham.
I rise in support of the clause that was at standing committee and in opposition to the amendment motion. I appreciate the concern expressed by the movers of the amending motion and the concern in terms of budget expectations or the implication of that. As a former chair of finance, I can appreciate that. And so I think the intent is honorable. I just want to, I supported this in the standing committee, and I wish to continue to support this project. I kind of reflected on it, and that it's interesting how we refer to infrastructure relating to recreation and parks has been referred to in the past as soft infrastructure versus hard infrastructure, roads and pipes and stuff like that. And it kind of implies one's kind of more important than the other in my mind. Yet, you know, in the past, I have not hesitated in terms of developer obligations to move stuff away from roads into a splash pad or a park or a playground, because actually it speaks to what I was previously talking about earlier, which is mental health, addiction, all the stuff we want a healthy citizenry to be. And we are so far behind in terms of what we're doing with recreation. I was fortunate when the council, I think, all of the city was very fortunate when we did the Plessy underpass that the Harper government at the time had a requirement: you want our funds, spend it within 2 years or lose it. And we had to get an extension for 1 year, maybe it was 2. But that brought down a hammer on us and got things moving. And I wish we would have it here on this. I'm sure Councillor Lukes wished we did too. Because we really, you know, my view is that our staff are struggling. Let's just be frank. We haven't built a rec facility like this or this size and scale since the Pan Am facility. My advice to the senior administration would be find the best and the brightest out there who build these things in this country or who have done it recently in the past and hire them and let them run it. Hire them on a temporary contract, let them run it, bring it in, because they'll know what they're doing because they've done it elsewhere in the last 5 years. Find those individuals and bring them in, because right now, that expertise is not there. Our staff that we have are good, but this is a scale that's totally different for an indoor facility. And I just don't want to see it turning into, I don't want to say that, but the police headquarters scenario where it goes, not to say there's any kind of other stuff going on, but rather inflationary costs that are rising just because of the delays. And having said that, keep in mind, even if it is debt, this is a facility that's going to last intergenerationally. And therefore, more than one generation should assist with paying for it. And that's the inherent thing about debt. We can secure debt still, even though interest rates are higher. The reality is they're nowhere near what I remember, thanks to my age, and some of us here are similar, in the early 90s, 11, 12% higher. In the early 80s, over 20%. We can secure interest rates still very comparably to that, very good. And more than one generation paying for this makes sense to me. And yes, we have to build that into our property taxes, which is something we have not really gotten to yet. But I think if we're open and transparent to the citizens of Winnipeg, the challenges that we face, not just with this, with hard infrastructure, our roads, but also with the so-called soft infrastructure, and we say this is where it's going to, I have always argued that the majority of citizens would agree and support it if we present that in a transparent way, very clear. And that's why we have to address our existing revenue side, which Councillor E talked about, in terms of our property taxes. So those are my thoughts, and I would hope that members of council don't, you know, and this is the other thing. We're building a facility that is intergenerationally going to be lasting for decades. Let's not, I won't say nickel and dime because it's more than that now, but let's not push it down and dumb it down, make it less than what it really should be. For any of us who have been through our conferences we have attended, seeing facilities in other cities, you know, it's amazing. And what is amazing as well, one facility I saw in Edmonton a number of years ago was they did a business plan. They were very conservative and safe in terms of their numbers and the revenue coming in. They were overwhelmed with the revenue coming into the facility that went far beyond their expectations. a facility that's run and owned and operated by the city of Edmonton. I want to say it was the Terwilliger Center in southwest Edmonton. And not only do they have a full-scale indoor arenas and pools and gym, they actually have a VIP category for the gym if you wanted to pay a bit more to have a somewhat more private gym experience. That was actually offered in a municipal facility, which I was quite surprised about. But they actually had a lot of uptake and a waiting list. And the revenue coming in surpassed their expectations in terms of what they had predicted. And I think that will be the same with these new regional recreational facilities that we're looking at. I think the demand for them is huge, and the pent-up demand is massive. We just never have built anything like this. And when we do finally build it, I think the citizens of Winnipeg are going to say to us, why didn't you do this sooner? You know, and as far as indoor pool, I would add indoor pool, even now, even with this cost increase. You know, because let's do it right the first time. That whole argument, kind of like the wayfinding signs. So those are my thoughts. I'm supporting this very strongly. I know Councillor Lukes reached out to me privately beforehand, but she didn't have to. I would have supported it no matter what, because I believe in this stuff in terms of building a healthy city and a healthy society. Thank you, Madam. And, you know, Madam Speaker, let's not hesitate to go to the other levels of government again and say, hey, step a bit, throw some more money in. It's costing us more, but you're going to benefit too, by the way. You're running health care. You're paying for health care, federal government. Manitoba, you're running health care. You're going to benefit too. So you have a greater stake in this, actually, than we do. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Gillingham?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise. I will not be supporting the amending motion, motion 10. I will be supporting the main report and the request for the additional funding for this project. All of us who've been around for a while and served on council with Councillor Lukes knows that consistently she talks about the population of Waverly West. And so that she doesn't have to, but she probably will, I'll mention it again. Because I think it's important for us to just think about the fact that there are over 60,000 people just in that Waverly West area right now, and it continues to grow. And there's nobody around the chamber that's doubting the need for this recreation facility. But I think it's important when we look at the opportunity or the idea of de-scoping the project. I remember back in 2012, before I was ever on council, I was serving on the building committee for the Sturgeon Heights Community Center, which then under Councillor Scott Fielding at the time in 2012, I was part of this Silver Heights Community Center, which amalgamated with the Sturgeon Creek Community Center to form the Sturgeon Heights Community Center, and I remember being asked to serve on the building committee. I remember very vividly one day when they came to us and the project lead said, we need either a little bit more money or you have to de-scope the building, de-scope the project. So I remember asking the question, if we de-scope the gymnasium, can you fit 2 volleyball courts in there? No. If we de-scope it, can we fit, you know, is it going to be wide enough for this and that? And they said, no, it'll just be a little bit too short. And I remember adamantly then, as a committee member of the building committee, I said, do not de-scope this building, because the demand for services in this building is only going to grow when it opens, and we're going to be regretting the decision to de-scope the size of this building. Today, fast forward 12 years, all through the winter, there are 3 active pickleball games happening almost every day of the winter. Good luck getting on. And always watch out if you get a 75-year-old with a knee brace that wants to take you on in pickleball, you're going to get whooped. But the point of the matter is now there's often 2 volleyball games going on, or if it's not being used by volleyball, 3 pickleball games going on in that community facility. It was the right decision to not de-scope the size. Credit to then Councillor Fielding, who went out and found different ways to find some more funding to make sure that that facility was built to its original scope and size. We've got a population of over 60,000 people in that southwest quadrant of the city that has no recreation facility at this time. I, too, am concerned about the price and the costs. Remind us all that this project is one of the projects that we, in the last term of council, agreed to fund with the federal and provincial governments through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the ICIP program. That funding formula for the ICIP program is that the federal government would pay 40% of the cost, the provincial government 33.3% of the costs, and the city 27% of the costs on eligible costs. We all know that since that time, the costs of all of our capital projects in the, that are funded by ICIP have gone up. We've talked constantly and consistently about the impact on the North End plant. Well, there's been an impact on this rec facility as well. I will, on our behalf as council, continue to make the case with provincial and federal governments, asking them to increase their contributions to get back to the 40%, 33, 20% funded ratio that they committed to. The federal government has said that ICIP program is closed and fully subscribed. I made the case at the last meeting of the Big City Mayor's Caucus to the ministers, to Minister Dominic LeBlanc. I made the case that if that envelope is closed, then give cities the permission in future funding envelopes to allocate future funds to previously committed to projects. Because we can't go on to run off to a whole bunch of new large projects that the federal government may want to do or provincial government may want to do without first making sure that the federal and provincial governments who are partners in this project and other projects in Winnipeg do their part to increase their contributions so we can fund these assets and these facilities. And so I think it's very important that, though it's difficult to make a decision to add more debt financing to this project, I think the long-term decision needs to be kept in mind. I think there will be a regret if we de-scope the size of the project. Now, can we value engineer? Absolutely. We should be looking at, if there's something that can be done as far as, products that are used to not in any way diminish the quality or the longevity of the asset, but if there's a way that we can find less expensive means by which we can build it and look at different furnishings or finishings or whatever the case may be, that always should be done, that needs to be done, and that's something that we should be discussing. But it would be a mistake in my mind to reduce the size of this project because this is a growing community. We're building this facility for future generations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you. So I rise to speak to the actual building itself, and I want to refer people to option 2 in the report, and that talks about reduction of the scope. So I just want to be clear that the building that's being proposed is the same as Dakota's new field house that I was a part of when I had that part of St. Norbert, St. River Ward. This building that's proposed to be built is not different than the Dakota field house. Eventually, if a pool is added, a library is added, other things are added, it will become a super center or a complex like Councillor Orlikow is working towards in his riding, in his ward. So the building itself, again, is like the Dakota field house. If the scope is reduced, if the 3 volleyball courts are taken out or the basketball courts are taken out and reduced to 2, that means the running track is removed. It means other smaller units, other smaller facilities are removed as noted in option 2. So it actually talks about what would be removed if the scope is reduced. What's the point? This is a regional facility to serve 120,000 people, 60,000 of them are there. I had some statistics crunched, the 2021 statistics, which are quite interesting, and I'll gladly share them with you. The population of youth from 0 to 29 is the highest in the Waverly West Ward, 25,500 youth in 0 to 29 years old. The second closest is in the Old Kildonan Ward at 22,000 in that same range. Right now, these kids are climbing over the signs, you know, welcome to Waverly West, the South Point sign, the Bridgewater signs. There is nothing in the ward. So I do support the thought and the concept of generational debt. This is generational debt. I could go on about Waverly West. We've all heard about Waverly West for decades. We all voted, except the two people that are new, or Councillor Dobson's come back and Councillor Duncan, we all voted for 50% greenfield, 50% infill. Here's your greenfield. Here's the challenges that greenfields brings. Here's the challenges that our 10 cents on the dollar brings. I don't really hear many councillors talking about the share of funding that we get from the different levels of government. I don't really hear anyone talking about that. I hear Tom Broadbeck talking about it. I hear Chris Lawrence talking about it. I hear the mayor talking about it. We all know that our road conditions, our sewer conditions, our recreation conditions, recreation facility conditions need more funding to support. Maybe we do raise taxes. We continue to raise taxes like other cities across Canada have done. That will change our affordability. That will change dynamics in our city. I'm asking you not to support the delay. This project's been sitting on hold now for about 5 months. The costs are going up because architects have been hired, planning people have been hired. It's all been put on hold. It's unfortunate that the pandemic happened because that delayed the project. It's unfortunate that the province delayed the project by not signing off in time. But things are moving forward. I'm asking you to support this, not the motion, but not the amending motion, but to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes. Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Schreier, and then Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker. Let this be a lesson that maybe class 3, when we make a decision in budget, should be something that we're looking at. Many of us can put projects in through the budget, and there's many that are probably sitting on the docket right now that all can go over budget and ask for a budget request. Now, it's not that I'm opposed to this. I actually would just like to hear more about it, so I do like my councillor colleague's idea about having it go back. This is $20 million ask, so I don't think it's unreasonable that we spend a little bit more time talking about it. I think you are going to see a little bit of a divide here. I mean, the urban between the rural, and that's too bad, but this is usually how it goes. I have the oldest community center in the city, the oldest. And I have one board for my 3 community centers. And the one board with my community centers, that is a little different than some of the urban centers. With their one board, they can apply to a grant once per year. Mine can't, can only get 1 per board, even though they have 3 facilities. So, you know, we really do need to ensure that when we are deciding to approve brand new projects, which we need, Madam Speaker, and I agree with Councillor Lukes on that, and she's been waiting a long time and have been advocating for a long time. We're also going to need one in Councillor Wyatt's ward, Madam Speaker, and we're also going to be seeing, I know you're raising your hand and seeing something out in your end, right? But at the same time, we are looking at taking away grants and supports and services within inner city communities. We are not increasing the amounts that community centers get, so they too can have rec facilities in their communities that are allowing pickleball, that are allowing basketball. My old community center doesn't even have a regular sized gym to allow for proper teaching of the different sports that are available. And so we have challenges. So you are seeing this divide. But I do think, Madam Speaker, that I supported Councillor Lukes in the past because I do believe she does need a recplex. She does need her community. It is growing, and they do need it. But I do think that we should be asking the tough questions when it comes to 20 million about the scope of projects. Most of us, when we have projects that go over budget at our house, we don't, you know, we do have to make decisions on rescoping or going ahead with the project. And I think we're at a time where we need to have those discussions happen and allow for that debate to occur. So that's where I'm at. I think that that's what my community would be asking in terms of this big project. So again, I'm not against it. I may be supporting it moving forward, but I do support my councillor colleagues in asking for a pause and a little bit of debate over $20 million. So that's where I stand. I may be supporting this as we move forward, though, in the future. I just do think it should go back to committee so that there could be a thorough discussion on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like us to remind ourselves of the gravity of this issue. I'm not saying it's all about the rec center, but we're talking about cost overruns. Is anybody surprised? We were talking about who's been talking about this in the past. Well, I'm not surprised. No, I'm not surprised. Are we shocked? I've been talking about this for a decade. Well, coming up on a decade. So I'm not surprised. Who would be surprised? These things happen. These things are happening. These things are going to happen again and again. Is it a problem? Well, we're having quite the debate on this. We even have an amendment to deal with this because we have a cost overrun again. In this case of 23 million, and it's going to tax, excuse the pun, it's going to tax our borrowing capacity. Well, that's the sign of the times, eh? And it's been like this for a while. So this is just another expression of it. That's all. It's another expression of it. I don't mean to trivialize it. This debate here is important. We're ruminating over the fact that we've got a significant cost overrun. Councillor Gilroy says, let this be a lesson in terms of when we make our commitments at what stage of our budget estimates. Yeah, okay. Well, my prediction is, based on what's happened in the past, it's going to happen anyway. Why? Well, the question is, why are we constantly going to have surprisingly construction inflation? Not surprising to necessarily any of us individually, but collectively in terms of the way we make decisions here at City Hall. We're over budget. So it's given the process of all the professionals, all the intelligence, all the experience, all the discussion and process evolved over, let's say, 150 years of this city. And once again, by no surprise, yet again, we're over budget on a notable capital project. Well, let that be the lesson to us. It's not just this one. And I don't want to pick on this one because this is an important recreation center. And many people have made that point. It's an important recreation center. You know, I'm at the opposite end of these things in a traditional neighborhood in which I've got a half a dozen community centers. A half a dozen. With 4 splash pads kind of thing. Well, Councillor Lukes' ward doesn't have 6 community centers to my knowledge, but we're told we're doing things a new way in the new developments, in the new neighborhoods, and that we're going for less, but they're going to be bigger and better. And that's cool. I like that idea. I've learned a few things about that and how maybe we can make use of that concept with the fact that I've got 6 community centers in my ward. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if one of them goes in the next decade kind of thing, because there's the reality. How do you sustain these things? But that's the question. It's about sustainability and sustaining economic sustainability, sustaining these, the financing of it. Councillor Wyatt made the point that we borrow from the future because these things are of benefit for the future. And that's true. And how do you measure the benefit of what we're calling soft infrastructure? I don't need to explain that any more than it has been said here today. We all know the value of community centers. And I'm not going to talk about that. What I am going to talk about is the issue of, which is true, we borrow from the future because it benefits the future. But I really do want to make a point on this because it's really important. It's going to affect the rest of our time in government. And believe me, after we finish this current four-year budget cycle. And that is, it has been right, especially to borrow from the future, go into debt and pay it off over time, because the generation later that's coming up that's paying for it was better off. And that's been the case since World War II. That it was right to borrow money to create things for the future because the majority of the people that were going to be paying for it would be a generation that was better off than the previous generation. And that's an important point when you're talking about financing things into the future. But we got to ask the question. It's not about this community center. It's really important. It's good for people. It's good for the future. It's good for the younger generation. But in general, since we're having this debate on this because of a cost overrun, we've got to ask the question, how long can we just be surprised every year? Surprised by cost overruns, surprised by construction inflation. When we're at a point now where we can no longer say that the next generation is going to be better off, that the next generation is going to have more disposable income. Well, I'm going to say we can't say that anymore, and I'm not the first person to say that. And I've heard that from all sorts of people of all sorts of political persuasions, coming in from publications, magazines, newspapers over the last decade, if not longer, that I wouldn't even consider to have a left-wing bent, just acknowledging that the next generation isn't going to be as financially well off. When can we collectively accept that as a fact? Now, in this case, this is important. The South Winnipeg Recreation Centre, Recreation Campus. There's nothing like it in my ward, but it's still a good thing. And I don't want to deprive any neighborhood, any region of the city of such a wonderful opportunity. Over decades, we've built a half a dozen community centers in my ward, and over time, I'd like to see what kind of specialization each one could have, because we're not going to have, it won't be the nature of Elmwood and East Kildonan and other traditional communities to have this kind of opportunity, and that's okay. I want to see how this works. But bear in mind, my fellow councillors, please, this is not a surprise that we're debating this, another cost overrun. This is life in government. This is status quo. That's the problem. But you can't solve a problem, you can't acknowledge collectively, just in terms of the bare facts, regardless of your values and your priorities. This is not even close to my ward, but it's a good idea. It's the right thing to do. The cost overrun, it's unfortunate. I think we've got to pay attention to these things. But I will be supporting this. We say, let this be a lesson. I've been saying that for a decade. And when we think about future financing, borrowing from the future, just bear something in mind. What we've been able to do for 50 years or so with impunity is because making a future generation pay was the generation that would be better off than the generation before it. And we can no longer say that. And we know debt's going up. So not only are they better off, they've got more debt to pay. Bear that in mind. But not on this. We got to get through this and keep learning our lessons. Apparently, it takes more than one to learn our lessons, but we'll keep going.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Lard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Rowland's in between, actually. Go ahead.
I will not be in favor of the referral motion. I will be voting for the report that came out of committee. A couple of things. Councillor Lukes, I feel, has been talking about this for as long as she's been here, 10 years. Councillor Schreier makes some good points. Various speakers have made good points. It's not rural and urban. It's all an urban area in the city. A little bit of rural at the fringe, maybe south of the perimeter or Waverly in some other areas. But we have voted for a strategy of some intensification, some greenfield development. I think that's the mature thing to do. That does mean we have people living in newer areas. We should have recreation facilities for those people. It would seem inconsistent to say we want to go to the federal and provincial governments on the other ISIP projects, which I've lobbied for at some length at the North End sewage treatment plant. But no, let's not go on this one. So yes, we will need to spend more, hopefully not quite as much. Hopefully we'll get some federal or provincial help on this project. For clarity, there have been some statements made about there's no rec facilities in this ward and it's all new. There's a difference between Waverly West, the ward, and Waverly West, the new area. If you look at the stats that Mr. Drybar has supplied us over time, you would see White Ridge, 7,700 people, Richmond West, 8,300 people, Linden Ridge, 1,800 people. There's a fair number of people in this ward who live in communities that are actually shrinking or have been established for some time. We also heard there's nowhere for the kids to go, nowhere. There's nothing in the whole ward. Well, no, there's a White Ridge Community Center and there's the Waverly campus of South Winnipeg. So just for clarity, I want to point that out. There are over 60,000 people in this ward. That is true. I think they deserve this. There are 57,000 people in my ward, also bigger than Brandon. The new growth in my ward is about 40% of, and has been holding at that, of what you see in Waverly West. So I'm hoping we remember all this when we come around to talk about the Bonavista Rec Center in my ward. Councillor Santos could make the same points. She has, rather eloquently, about the one out in her ward, which I can't remember if it's Tyndall. Yes, Tyndall, okay. I've made this speech so many times now. In any event, other wards also have these needs. East of Red is in the budget. Study to do a southeast rec complex, you'll find, has been in 7 separate budgets. We still haven't done the study. I am trying. So Tyndall's been around for about that long as well. So yes, this ward has needs, not unique to this ward, though it isn't all new development in this ward. There are community centers in the ward. That said, though, it's telling when we tried to put money into arenas in every single ward, a rather good initiative, I thought, from Councillor Allard and me. There is no arena in this ward, so we had to dump some money into another one in Councillor Chambers' ward. So, yeah, this ward is, I think, inarguably deficient in rec facilities. Doesn't mean they have zero, but it's deficient. So we should, I think, do the right thing, pursue this project. It does come at a cost. Other wards have needs as well that we'll all lobby for, but I'm certainly prepared to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Lard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So 23 million is a large overrun. And I want to respond to you know, getting help from the federal, provincial government, because I do think that means careful consideration on options prior to asking the province and the federal government for additional help. It may be the case that we would arrive exactly where we're at now, and some might say, well, time is of the essence. Well, this isn't set to be built at all till Q1 2025, so undoubtedly time is of the essence, but it can last, you know, we can you know, move referral for 1 additional month. Undoubtedly, it is important to care for the well-being of of everyone in the city, and I am reminiscent of my time in Councillor Luke's mom van. One of the first introductions that we took, Councillor Luke's brought me into her van, and together we stared at the empty field that would be the South End Community Center. And you know, it was an inspiring day, Madam Speaker, as newly elected and new chair of community services. I shared the importance. I shared the importance of the then acclaimed councillor, now deputy mayor, And we do, I think, have to acknowledge that context today and be careful about it. And I try to be careful about it when talking, but I think we have to acknowledge the broader context, including, as Councillor Mays points out, east of the Redplex, for instance, something that I spent a great deal of time, probably more so than I have this term, with Councillor Wyatt saying, I'm still on this project. I still think that there's a need, and, but other levels of government are stepping up for other projects, like the St. James Community Centre, which was a project that we, as a council, was more nimble in addressing priorities because, well, another level of government stepped forward. So it's with some concern for getting the care and concern of options on the table. Option 2 is discussed in this paper, but option 2 is discussed with respect to options that the public service could consider and yet hasn't necessarily considered. A lot of and/or statements. I'd like to hear more about that. We also have a broader context like the ones where the speakers came forward this morning. Recreation centers that have been developed over time, or pools facilities like Happy Land, where a group has raised $85,000 just to keep it. And really, I could consider, any one of us could perhaps consider our rec system that has grown up over time. We also don't have numbers on the operational costs for the rec facility. These are just the overruns of the capital costs. And I'm really interested in the operational costs. Why? Because the budget working group, I feel, completely ignored the reality in West Broadway, which is the operational costs associated with the West Broadway Neighborhood Center, leaving them cut off and without a solution for next year, the year after, and the next year. So when I contemplate just the debt service of the 23 of the overrun, I do have questions. I know this won't be all, because we'll have to staff these things, just like, there was a model I had to work on as Chair of Community Services in your ward, Madam Chair, where you were going to take all the staff from West Kildonan Library, something that's coming up next month on the Standing Policy Committee of Property and Development. Good work by Councillor Eadie, who put in his own money in his ward to look at the building envelope, to look at what more is needed. So I consider that this might not be an urban or a suburban. I committed in budget to do better and not lean into those battles. But undoubtedly important, in the words of Councillor Mays, that we take care to acknowledge the broader context. And so whether it's east of the Red or the Broadway Neighborhood Center, I think there's insufficient attention to the broader context of community services and the operational costs that are implied in the decisions we're making, or in the case of the West Broadway neighborhood, completely leaving out and not having a funding model or an answer. And that piece is very difficult. My colleague, Councillor Gilroy, stood up and said, my community centers are penalized because they have done something that once upon a time, this council, really wanted to see, amalgamations. And what did we do? We didn't support them. In fact, we penalized them. If you amalgamate, you have to then, dilute your asks, whereas those that never amalgamated don't have to. And I hope that as a council, we endeavor to fix that. And I think Councillor Duncan and I have thoughts towards that end. But it's all to say that I think that folks need to be paying attention to the finances and for the whole of the city, not just recreation amenities that are long awaited or mega centers, but what the recreational strategy told us really well, that Winnipeggers also love their beloved centers. that have existed over time, like Broadway Neighborhood Centers since 1947, and their net new amenities. The focus on net new amenities by the Community Services Chair is commendable. It really is. I think it's exciting. It's why I voted and supported budget in part. But the sharp juxtaposition between the beloved amenities that people have enjoyed, like the Broadway Neighborhood Center, an inner city center that has been and existed since 1947, that does very important programming in this city, that is upheld by law enforcement as one of the solutions, like the police board chair just circulated to all of council with respect to the need for social services in cities too. I think we need to take all of that into account when we're thinking about the 23 million. It doesn't mean that we would make a different decision than we would today, but that's why I'm a proponent of Councillor Olderko's motion to move referral. That's why I voted against this item at Executive Policy Committee, and that's why it won't have my support today. I had moved amending motions at EPC. They failed, and I'm really looking for some additional support on the whole of the rec and leisure facility conversation at council. So I hope folks do change their minds and support the amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Allard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. Seeing the hour, I'll try to be brief. I don't know if that works sometimes. So I will be supporting the main motion, and as I've communicated with my colleague and some of my colleagues, I'll be supporting the main motion. I'll be supporting this investment in recreation in Winnipeg, and I'd like to thank my council colleagues for including in the budget for St. Boniface an additional 2 years to the Windsor Park outdoor pool, as well as confirming a $50,000 consultation on the future of pools in St. Boniface, and that being a corporate initiative. So I'm voting for this today because I do believe that we need to, invest in community services, perhaps invest more than we are investing in community services. And we know that there are needs across the city, and some wards were blessed with more amenities than others. Councillor Lukes has certainly made the case over the years that there is a dearth of community facilities in the councillor's ward, and I'm looking forward to working with this council to see what is possible for the future of St. Boniface in terms of aquatics. And with that in mind, I want to support this investment today, as I hope to support other recreation investments as well in the future. And I know that there will be tough decisions and that money is scarce, but I think that this one is far enough along that we should continue going in the direction. And in terms of the cost escalation, I don't think it comes as a surprise given the recent inflationary pressures we've seen the last number of years. So with that, thanks again to Council for their support in the budget amendments for St. Boniface. I will be supporting this today, and I'll be coming to knock at your door in sometime in the future in terms of what I hope to be a future amenity in St. Boniface. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allard. Councillor Duncan, your opportunity to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A lot of healthy discussion there and some great
just
points.
Just a moment. Yes, Councillor Orlico first on the amending motion.
Do it properly, yeah. Thank you very much. I just want to rise and thank you all for your comments today. Due diligence is not a horrible word. It really isn't. I hear the mayor saying like we should always just reach for the stars and put the platinum gold out there, and all that should be good because intergenerational is important. Well, you know what? We all have to make tough decisions. There are tough decisions. They're not easy. I would love to give Waverly West $100 million to do beautiful stuff, including the library and the pool and everything they want. But again, fiscal responsibility requires that we need to take a look at things that are cost over. The ISEP funds are all cost overages right now, from the Centerport to the garage. They're all heading upwards. Again, we can't just keep saying debt's okay. I would live through that in the city council. Well, we had so much debt. We were spending so much on servicing costs for debt. We had to really buckle down and put the level of debt platform on. So we didn't just take the easy route, which is, just do debt. It's intergenerational. It'll be fine. I probably won't be here in 4 years anyways. It's okay. That, again, not saying anything against this project. I've always been advocating the fact that we need to do Class 3 before they go in the budget. Anybody, Councillor Boaty's listened to me a few times. Again, it's because this is what happens. You put a Class 5 in there, and now it's locked in the budget. It has X amount of dollars, but then it keeps escalating, sometimes double. But again, it's already in the budget, has locked that money in. So we've already started, so we must continue. That, again, is not the way that we should be doing budgeting. What we should be doing is looking at things and saying, okay, Class 3 should only be in the budget. Okay, that is not my preview. That's what I advocate for. But again, it doesn't always happen. In this case, we have a Class 4. Again, I know the pandemic happened. I know the North End Police Station was overage. I know the garage is over. I know the Centerport pipeline is over. Again, we have to deal with these things. So all I'm saying is I am a little bit of a fiscal conservative on this. We have to take a look. There's this kind of verbiage going out there. It's like, oh, we're saying no to the Waverly West complex. No, we aren't. We're saying maybe they don't get a track. Maybe they have to shrink down to having only one court. You know, that's what they're saying. That's what we're looking at. Maybe we won't agree with that. But we should take a hard look at that, because that $23 million in debt is going exclusively to one project. One project. I'm very excited myself personally about this. I'm not sure Councillor Luke was talking about this megaplex that I'm talking about. Again, Victoria Community Centre. Doesn't even have a community centre right now. The thing was shuttered. I had to spend my own LDR money to get the whole building taken down. That was $350,000. I had to take LDR to use that to take down an old building that's derelict on the property. That's what I had to do because it was such a blight for the neighborhood. Again, they don't even have one. And now I have to do the other 4 phases of the project. Thank you for council for endorsing it. But again, I have no money for that. How am I going to have to use all my LDR to try to fund this Beaumont thing to deal with the Fulton Grove expansion? We're going to have to. We don't have a community center in the area. So again, it's not about Waverly West. It's about budgeting properly and doing our due diligence. Our due diligence requires us to really look at all the details. Furniture, it could be maybe you only get half a floor, like 1 floor, not 2 floors. I don't know all the details. As Councillor Rowland said, it's not going to delay the project. We need to have a moment to look at it, to say, council, fiscally responsible council will say, okay, wow, that's really big. We need to maybe change it, or maybe council will say, no, we don't. But we should send it back so we can be that fiscal prudent process. The fiscal prudent process was not to put projects at Class 4 or 5 into our budget. Again, budget, we all determine that. We all vote on the budget. That's prerogative. I don't agree with that. But when we have these kind of issues, does it not make sense that we step back and say, we're not going to take the easy route, which is just say, we're going to straddle or intergenerational invest, if you want to say it, into other projects. We're going to look at this project. Maybe there is some tweaks. Maybe we can save a couple million here, maybe $1 million there. I don't know. But all those $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, that money could be invested in other places that are desperate. Now, if council is saying, we don't care, we want to do intergenerational, I'm very excited to bring forward my Twin Arena proposal. Because we don't have, we're going to lose Charlie Barber Arena shortly. There's no arenas in the indoor arenas in the area except for Century. 1 sheet. Again, if we're saying it's intergenerational debt, it's okay, so just keep piling on debt. Okay, that's council's prerogative. I will jump on that. And I will say, okay, let's do that. Again, and I'm going to say, this is my platinum project, and we can't change it because it's intergenerational. We got to shoot for the stars. Well, again, that's beautiful statements. But really, the reality is we only have a certain amount of dollars. The mayor has already been very clear on what his tax rates, what he believes it should be. Council has endorsed that so far. Again, I understand that. I have a motion today to say we need to find different revenues. We need to find some sources of revenues because the tax we have now, like I say, what we got? $40,000 to decommission waiting pools? That's not even close to how much the waiting pools in my ward are going to cost to decommission. I'm going to have to use my LDR again to decommission stuff. I'm not building anything new. I'm paying money to take things away. That's where I come from my heart. But on my fiscal side, which is cold, is that we only have so many dollars. We can't take the easy route all the time of just saying debt, debt, debt. We're going to get caught in the debt loop. And the debt loop is you're going to be spending so much money on servicing charges to finance this debt, which may be okay to a part. But shouldn't we at least look to find some savings possible? I think we should. That's my opinion. I think we should go forward with having a look-see. It's not going to delay the project. It's fiscally prudent to at least do that. And again, don't just take the lazy, easy route and saying, we're just going to do debt. There's some hard decisions we all have to make. I had to make the call when the budget didn't give me my money that I wanted for Victoria Community Center just to decommission a building. I had to put that money in. Budget working group said, no, we're not giving you that. Okay, but that's the LDR money I had to put in. So again, there's needs in all the wards. We got Happy Land Ward, we got other, everybody has their own issues. So again, if we're saying today that we're going to do platinum for all these things, the East of the Redplex, the Red Riverplex, and they're all going to be platinum and we're just going to use debt and don't worry about it, again, that's very concerning. Again, if we're going to put projects in at Class 5 and Class 4 estimates, that's very concerning. So all I'm asking for today is not to kill the South Winnipeg Recplex. I totally agree it's needed. But maybe there's $1 million here, $5 million there. They can maybe postpone stage projects in the future. Again, that's all possible. It is, but I don't know if it is possible. That's why I just want to send it back to have a peek. And then they say, you know what, that isn't possible because of this reason, and I'll trust the administration. But at this point, I just feel that we're taking the route of least resistance, which said, just debt. We'll just do debt. And I remember those days when I first started, we did a lot of that. And that's what got us in so much trouble. So I hope you support the amendment, and I probably actually will be likely supporting Councillor Lukes regardless.
Thank you. Now on to Councillor Duncan to close on the item.
All right. Thank you again. Thank you, Councillor Orlico, for closing us out there. Just some points here regarding the funding piece of it. So, many members on this council decided that the $71 million recreation facility campus would be a good idea with the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, which had a breakdown of 26.1 million from the city, 31.7 million from the Government of Canada, and 13.2 million from the province of Manitoba. So after an unprecedented cost escalation over the last, what do we want to call it, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is. Councillor Schreier, you probably know best, 80 years. We are now sitting at a cost overrun of $23 million. So if we look at that and break that down to the 3 equal levels of government contributing what they've committed to originally, would you still have the same opinion if I told you that the City of Winnipeg would be on the hook for a grand total of $34.5 million? That would be an increase of $8.5 million to the City of Winnipeg, $10.3 million to the federal government, and $4.3 additional million to the province of Manitoba, which would make us whole. I don't think that we'd be having that big argument. So I would invite you to contact, to start with, MLA David Pankrats and let him know that we need his support in this. Well, I would like you to contact MP Terry Duguid and let him know that this might be a hot-button issue in the upcoming federal election, and we need his support in this. I also look back in history, and, Councillor Mays pointed out, there are several communities that make up Waverly West. But a lot of the folks around this table right now, and I am one of them, having approved development not only at the property and development level standing policy committee, but then again at EPC and then again at council. We have the neighborhood of the Bridgewater neighborhoods. We have South Point. We have the expansion of Bison Run. Growth comes with cost, right? What's most important is that most people around this table said, great, let's build more. Let's put up some more multifamily. Let's put up some more single family. Fill in those green fields. Absolutely, Winnipeg's growing. We got a new city bigger than the size of Brandon now. And now it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want to pay for any recreation amenities. And I come back to Councillor Orliko's point, Madam Speaker, earlier today about our future of the city with our potential funding for the Housing Accelerator Fund. Nobody's talking about paving roads. Nobody's talking about building community centers. Nobody's talking about playgrounds and athletic fields and whatever. So here's a perfect example, folks, as we move forward. Maybe we need to put money aside for things like this because it clearly was not a priority at the time until Councillor Lukes continued to advocate and bang on people's doors and emails and calls and lobbying of different levels of government to finally see this through. And now $23 million is a problem for a community that continues to grow. I drive out there frequently, taking Route 90 out to the perimeter to get to the south. That's going to continue to grow. And that's going to continue to not have a recreation campus in it if we don't get moving. And what a criticism that we see over and over and over and over again to Councillor Wyatt's position on this. How much slower can we go as a city? Right? Let's not go any slower. Let's get this done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll call the vote on the amending motion. 10. All in favor? Okay. Yes. Okay, call for a recorded vote. All in favor of the amending motion, please rise.
Councillors Gilroy, Orlikow, Rollins.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Lukes, Mays, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 3, nays 13.
Amending motion 10 is defeated. On to the main item. All in favor of item 3? All in favor of item 3, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlikow, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Rollins.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 15, nays 1.
Thank you. Item 3, South Winnipeg Recreation Complex, budget status passes. Thank you. Next is the Standing Policy Committee. Yeah, just one moment. Yes, item 5. Thank you.
Item number 5, Community Incentive Grant Program and Bylaw.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move to refer the item back to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services.
Okay. All in favor? It's without instructions. If you wish, you do have a few minutes to explain, summarize why, or just move referral.
I'd like to move referral.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? It's carried. Okay. Okay. We have is there any motions, Mr. Clerk? Not at this time? No. Okay. Councillor Duncan, bylaws, please.
I'd like to move that bylaw number 71, 2024 be read a first time.
All together.
My apologies.
Yes, thank you. That
Thank you
one
very
is.
much.
Okay, so we have no bylaws. That's right. Let's have question period for the chair. Any questions for Councillor Duncan? Councillor Orlikow, followed by Councillor Eady.
Councillor Duncan probably won't have an answer. It may be actually over in the bucket of Councillor Bawadi. The joy of decommissioning wading pools has started, and some of my neighbors are not too pleased. That's fair. No one likes to lose something and not knowing they're getting in return. We used to have, we tried to develop a fund that would allow us to have some money in a pocket that, like a transition fund, that it went, so we'd have some kind of fund available that we could do this stuff with. But that didn't happen. But in the budget, we have, in my case, 2 wading pools that are going to be closed. I was under the understanding, and now I've been clarified, that it's not the $90,000 per site I thought it would be. And it may, and I'm only getting may so far, the $40,000 per site. I just decommissioned one building. It cost me over $300,000 on my own LDR to do that. So my question to the chairperson is, when these cost overruns happen on decommissioning a wading pool, who should I respectfully ask for the funding that's going to be above the $40,000?
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
There is, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Orlikow, through you, Madam Chair. There is $40,000 that has been assigned for decommissioning costs for each of these wading pools. Cost overage, I can't predict the future, but definitely something to consider. Valid point there. And just on a note for your community in particular, thank you very much for having me to the opening of Crescentwood Community Club's new spray pad and playground. It is something to behold. I envy you out there in the neighborhood there.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had a lengthy discussion with the people who live in St. Boniface and have been referred to going to other outdoor pools in order to, they don't have an option, so they have to go to St. Vital Park. Madam Speaker, and the delegations that were here, they have been going to St. Vital Pool where they say there's a liner and it's going to be ready. However, it sounds like there was inferior concrete. Don't know if that was a value engineering thing back in 2015, but apparently the deck concrete is inferior and is being all chopped out. And it sounds like the work is going to take longer than the opening, which I believe, well, the Friday of the July 1st long weekend. And so it doesn't sound like that's going to be an option for the people around Happy Land, and nobody's sure yet quite how the Windsor Park pool is going to fare. So my question is, I'm wondering if the chairperson, I sent pictures to the chairperson giving him an update, and so what is the status of the St. Vital Park outdoor pool, which sounds like it's requiring more than just liner replacement?
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the question, Councillor Eady. You did share those pictures, and I did take it upon myself to look into it. The pool is scheduled to open June 21st. The repairs will be completed. Obviously, the heavy rains have not been a friend to the contractor's works. However, they have been permitted and encouraged to work weekends as weather permits. The update is that the new skimmer boxes have been installed and that the concrete repairs are expected to actually be completed, weather permitting, this weekend, and the liner installation will then begin. Of course, we can't predict the weather, but the only other factor that comes into play is once everything is set up, ready to go, there is unknown mechanical circulatory potential issues. You know, they always want to be cautious once the pool tank is actually filled, so that will have to wait until the work is done. But the department has given a date and maintained of June 21st.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Edie?
Just to confirm then, the public service is telling us it is more than just a liner replacement then, is that correct?
Councillor Duncan?
Through you, Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Councillor Edie. The public service has indicated that there was repairs that were done regarding concrete work. So I would anticipate that when a liner comes out, that things are inspected as well as the deck of the pool, and that those repairs would be made. It would only make sense to patch things up as the liner would be out.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, just further on the same line of questioning, in the event that, with the weather being the way the weather's been, the work cannot be completed, June 21st actually only leaves 5 working days left in the June schedule, based on the calendar I look at, in terms of getting open for the beginning of July. The way it spans over a couple weekends, is just the way it's sitting on the schedule. In light of that fact, and then also in light of the fact that in the event it's closed for a longer period of time, the operating dollars technically would be freed up in terms of the operation of that pool that were once going to be required in light of the fact it would be a shorter period of time, and in light of the fact of our recent generosity as a council to up budget of $23 million for a South Winnipeg Rec Complex. Could we think about the idea of keeping Happy Land open for another season, or at least until we build a new rec facility for the councillor in St. Boniface, who I know is pushing hard for that. So the people of St. Boniface, thank you, councillor. So just think about, that's all I'm saying. Not even do, but just think about it. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan, if you wish to respond.
I'm thinking. Thank you very much for the comments there. I'm confident that the pool work will not be delayed for the entirety of the summer. I know that you're not saying that. However, you know, the commitment to work 7 days a week, I didn't follow your 5 days of working time left in June, but I'm confident that they'll work towards that and that we can have these amenities available to the folks in St. Boniface and also St. Patel and the city of Winnipeg as a whole, as these pools are not just for that area.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Rollins?
Yeah. I apologize for not sending this in advance. Can you substantiate rumors that we have a surplus of lifeguards that aren't being used? Once upon a time during the pandemic, we had a deficit of lifeguards, and you know, we endeavored to lean in, train, develop. Can you substantiate at all or get back to us that, you know, we trained and yet we don't have enough facilities to or work for lifeguards?
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Rollins. I cannot substantiate that. However, I would hope that our senior leadership is listening right now and be able to provide me an update on that. If we do have excess lifeguards, my expectation would be that we would be utilizing those lifeguards, as we have heard through the budget process, that some of the numbers in attendance were affected due to the lack of lifeguards. So if that is the case, Councillor Rollins, I would hope that we can staff up and get as many people to the pools. We need the weather to cooperate, but we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Mays.
A brief thank you to Councillor Duncan, because I've received literally nothing, not a word from our city staff about the St. Vital pool, whether they're jackhammering concrete or playing poker out there. I have no idea. So I want to thank Councillor Duncan for all those dates and that information. No one's communicated with me from the staff. It's a sore spot because that pool was closed for the entirety of 2014 and the entirety of 2015, which should never have happened, as some retired staff later admitted to me. Though, in Councillor Wyatt's credit, perhaps he's glimmering a memory of, we did reallocate the operating budget for 15 when Councillor Morantz was here, and we put it into the Forks, which had a non-city funded water park at the time. So should it be closed again? Let's think about it. So there's no real question. I withdraw the question because it wasn't really a question at all.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, absolutely. So the St. Vital pool, along with the Kildonan pool, is my understanding that both pools are having liner work being done. This is an ongoing capital work that is required with aging infrastructure that is within the existing MA budgets. So we're continuing to work to keep as many of these open and operational as we can.
Thank you. With that, concludes our question period under this committee. Next is the Governance Committee of Council.
Madam Speaker?
Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you'll take the chair?
Oh, you want me to take the chair or move the?
Take the chair.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll take
Thank
the
you.
chair. Thank you, Madam.
I'd like to actually refer the item back to Governance Committee just to seek some further clarification on an amendment.
Okay, all right. Does,
You can call the question.
yeah, actually, it's just a referral with no instructions, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is anybody opposed? That is carried. So that means no bylaws then.
There's no bylaws, yeah.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Thank you. I'll take the
Thank
chair.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank
And
you.
would you move adjournment, Madam Chair?
I certainly will.
Roll call and adjournment?
I move adjournment.
Thank
and,
you.
Stay for roll call, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt.
Meeting.